aims to bridge the gap between scientific knowledge and everyday life, empowering the students of Odisha to explore the wonders of science and its practical applications. I think that we all agree that yesterday we jointly took a step forward to fulfill this purpose. As you know, from the program schedule, we'll have 2 full sessions today. And throughout all these sessions, you will have the opportunity to hear from our speakers who are all eminent scientists from across India. Just like yesterday, each session concludes with an interaction segment, and 5 students who demonstrate exceptional involvement during each session will receive special gifts as recognition for their enthusiasm. And also an announcement, important one. You know, a feedback form is included in your event bag. Please complete and submit it at the end of the program when you collect your certificate. So now we start our first session of the day, and as the session chair, I invite Professor Pramit Kumar Chaudhuri from IIT Delhi. Let me introduce him first. Professor Chaudhuri is an eminent scientist serving currently as a professor at the Department of Chemistry, IIT Delhi. He utilizes ultra-fast and single-molecule spectroscopy to address fascinating problems in physical and biophysical chemistry. His research focuses on understanding protein folding and misfolding and dynamics in crowded environments. After earning his BSc from Presidency College under University of Calcutta, MSc from IIT Kanpur, and PhD from Iowa State University in the USA, he gained extensive research experience, including a postdoctoral tenure at the University of Pennsylvania prior to joining IIT Delhi in 2009. Professor Chaudhuri received the Best Teacher Award from IIT Delhi in 2021 for his excellence in classroom teaching. An accomplished researcher, he has numerous publications in high-impact journals and has contributed significantly to his research field. With this brief introduction, I now invite Professor Pramit Kumar Chaudhuri to chair this session.
Okay, good morning, everybody. All excited? Slept well? Had a good breakfast? Okay. So let's start the session today. We have a jam-packed day today with full sessions, as was just announced. So the first session has 3 speakers, and the first speaker would be the director of this institute, Professor Ashok Kumar Ganguly. So Professor Ganguly is, currently the director of this institute, IISER Berhampur. He's on lien from IIT Delhi, where he was a colleague in our department. He also served as the deputy director out there in IIT Delhi before coming here. And before that, he was the founder director of the Institute of Nanoscience and Technology, which is in Mohali. So his early education from University of Delhi, PhD in solid state chemistry from IISc Bangalore, under the guidance of Professor C.N. Rao. Then he worked in the industry in DuPont, USA, went for a postdoc in Ames Lab, Iowa State University, and before he joined IIT Delhi. So he has published over 350 papers and has many patents. So awards and honors, many. To just point out a few. Lifetime Achievement Award from the Indian Chemical Society, CRSI, CNR Rao National Prize, and is fellow of a lot of the academies, Indian Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Sciences, and so on. So Professor Ganguly has been keenly involved in setting up a few science clusters like DRIVE and the Chandigarh Region Innovation and Knowledge Cluster. But along with that, which keeps Professor Ganguly out amongst the rest of many of the other scientists, is his ability to do outreach activities. So from the time I have known him, he has been involved so much in doing outreach activities, even in very, very remote places where people would not even imagine to go to. So today we have the pleasure of listening to what Professor Ganguly is going to discuss with us. And the title goes as Science Mein Kya Maza Hai. And herewith I request Professor Ganguly to ask with his talk. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. So, screen. So I hope all of you enjoyed yesterday, and we have very good lectures yesterday, and you will have very good lectures today also, right? So all of you are probably now in 10th, 11th, or 12th, right? And see, for you, whatever you read now in school, many things, if you take up science, you will understand the relevance of what is being taught in school. Many times in school, the way it is taught, you have to memorize, you have to rote learning. But remember that in science, for everything, there is a logic. You have to understand, but many things somehow in classroom, in school, doesn't get clear. And chemistry, physics, etc., sometimes becomes difficult to understand because all the concepts are not clear. So you will learn step by step. As you go along, more things will become clear, and you will relearn many things. What I studied in school, I again studied in college, went back and read. So concepts will become more and more clear as you go ahead. Many times, even today, I read many things to clear my doubts. So it is a learning is a full-time activity, and there is no better thing than to learn new things. So it is, and no thing that you learn ever will get waste. There is nothing like wasteful learning. So many things I learned in my college came useful when I was doing PhD. Many things I learned in PhD, I didn't use in PhD, but I used when I became a faculty. So learning has no end, and every day you must try to see what is interesting. So many interesting things around you. Don't you think so? Everything around you is so interesting. Take plants, take butterflies, take the aircraft which is flying. Everything you should ask a question. And most of the things actually you will not have an answer. Also, the answers have been solved 50 years back, 60 years back, 100 years back. There are answers why certain things behave in such a manner. But you have never tried to ask. If you ask this today, you will Google, you will get the answer. Google is in your hand. The only thing is, how many things can one find information? Because there is so much information, you will get lost in the amount of information that is there in the world. So you must have a focus. So that focus comes from what you like. So the first question at your age is, you must start asking if you want to become better than average. See, there are millions of people studying in school, colleges, trillions maybe. But how many of them will really go to a very top level? The difference is, who is going to focus at your age? Somebody focuses at class 8. Somebody starts studying seriously at class 11th. Somebody starts getting interest in college. Okay. I, for example, I was never studying till class 10. Always playing, but I was kind of intelligent. I never had to read much. I will pass with reasonable marks. But you know, in class 10th exam, what happened? What changed me? Some things change in your life. The 10th results came, and I had a lot of friends. According to me, they were not smarter than me. They all scored 85, 89%. And I scored very less compared to them. And I thought, if this guy can get 89%, I can get 95%. That changed my life. And class 11th is when I took studying seriously. Because I thought, when all these guys can get 89, I can get 95. And my life changed. 11th, I topped my class. 10th and 11th, it changed totally, dramatically. And 11th and 12th, of course, you must have competition. I had a very good friend of mine. So we had a lot of competition. And then he became an engineer. He's no more today, unfortunately. He was in the United States. He built a big company and all. Why I'm telling you this story is that that moment in class 10th, I still remember, is that result when it came and I looked at that, it made a difference in me in the way that what am I doing? I am wasting my time in my class, and all these guys were doing something which I was not doing in class 10. So they were putting effort somewhere. And I bet them in 11th, all of them were behind me. I was first in class. It changed, right? So all of you can become like that. The aim why we do science outreach is to bring you close to people who are among world's top scientists sitting in front of you. You have a chance to meet them in Berhampur. You see, 5 of them are from IIT Delhi. They all would have topped in the school, colleges. In JE rank, they would have got something, right? This Professor Uday Mitra, gold medalist, Presidency University. He has a record marks in the history of Presidency University. That kind of people are sitting in front of you. So we want you to get that feeling. This was told to me by C.N.R. Rao, what changed his life. C.N.R. Rao is Bharat Ratna, right? When C.V. Raman came to his school when he was at age 10, that moment he knew that he has to do science. That's what he told. So in life you have these moments, but only few will take up that. Everybody didn't become C.N.R. Rao. In that class there would be 50 students, right? But 2 of them, one C.N.R. Rao and his classmate was Professor Rodam Narasimha, who also went to Caltech and was India's top. Both of them were in the Prime Minister Advisory Council. Both of them were advisor to the Prime Minister of the country. Same school, class 5 students. 2 of them out of maybe 50 or 60, right? So what I am trying to tell you, even one of you, after 30 years, become something, then all the money that we are spending, you know how much money we are spending 2 days? We are spending more than 10, 12 lakhs. Will become useful. That's the aim of doing science outreach. That there are so many students, maybe 300 students, but out of 300, even 3 after 30 years stand in this position and give a lecture to another 5,000 students. That's the aim of this science outreach, okay? So whatever you read in class, you should think that this is our building steps, but what you want to become in future. Think very long term, think very high, and think what you like. Of course, you have to like that subject. So that is why we are doing this science outreach. I wanted to tell you. I'll tell you that there is nothing more joyous. Of course, all creativity, I'm not saying painting is not interesting or singing is not interesting. Everything is interesting. Even making a shoe is interesting. This example I tell. Why we go and buy Woodland shoe or Armani suits? An Armani suit may cost you 1 lakh, 2 lakh rupees, right? Because if you go and look at the way he designs, it's like doing a research. The way a tailor, the top tailor in Bombay or Delhi will design your suit, he will charge 20,000 rupees. I was once charged by mistake, I entered a shop. I will never go again in Delhi. You know what? He showed me a book. He went for training to Manchester to learn how to design a suit. That's why he's putting that charge. His knowledge of how something has to perfect. So what is the difference between that tailor and everybody else? He's a perfectionist. So you will go to the top if you are a perfectionist. It's not that I just read something in class or just read physics or just read chemistry. I have to be a perfectionist. I have to do well. If I like chemistry, I have to really go into the chemistry. Understand each reaction. If I like biology, I have to go inside details. But you must enjoy. First thing is you must enjoy. then is you must become an expert, right? And all of you remember, school is only a passing of your life. You will have college, you will have university. Aim is to interact with more competitive people in your life. Always try to interact with the best people. That will bring out the best in you. Okay, that's another thing. Never be, if you are scared of interacting, that means you will always be behind. If you want to be outstanding, always find somebody who is better than you, so that you learn from him and you also try to excel from him. Keep that competition and keep that fire within you to learn. You are all 14, 15 years. We have 50, 60 years of life. All of you, our age is increasing, will live till 80. And science is one thing you can keep doing till the last day. My professor of PhD professor is still alive, is 90. Even now he writes some science every day. 90 years old person goes to his office every day to write something about science. And my postdoctoral professor passed away at the age of 88. Even the last day, on his table, there were some 6 papers he was writing. So science is something, there's no retirement. It's like painting, there's no retirement. You can go and paint anytime. It's like poetry, you can write poetry. That's why science में बहुत मजा है. Science में क्या मजा है? That nobody can stop you from thinking. And all the great scientists had this thing. They had think. And the whole laboratory was the universe. Think of planets, stars, sun, moon. You don't need any laboratory. People say science needs a lot of money. There was no money 500 years back. There was no DST, there was no CSR, there was no CBSE to fund school. Scientists worked then also, 500 years back. Right? So what is required is observation. You must have observation. So among your friends, you must find out somebody runs after butterflies, somebody likes birds, somebody likes how cars work, etc. They all have that scientific bent of mind. That is important. So I start with this, and just to show you some nice things about science, some pictures, some movies, I hope it works. So you see, this is an experiment, simple, with a bottle of water to show that light will go through a certain medium with a different refractive index. It's been going through the water, because water has a different refractive index than air. It's a beautiful experiment. You just need a laser pointer. Everybody can buy a laser pointer and you can demonstrate. So science, the way we teach in schools, sometimes it is very monotonous. So science teaching has to be little novel. The way you talk to students, you engage with students. If you just write equations, that's why chemistry becomes very boring. In organic chemistry, what is hydrogen, what is helium, and you learn periodic table. But that same hydrogen, if I teach, and first example that I show you, two hydrogen, one hydrogen atom, another hydrogen atom, they are vibrating, and I give an energy, and I show you, I keep increasing the energy. When does it dissociate? You will never forget a hydrogen bond. How do I find the distance of an hydrogen atom between another hydrogen atom? If I show you, you will never forget hydrogen. So how you teach chemistry, how you teach biology and all is important. So what did you learn from here? You learn about refractive index, right? And you also follow that light is guided by refractive index, right? That's how you know optical fibers is designed. All of your internet is through optical fibers. And all this principle is applied so that an information, when it moves through an optical fiber, what is the material of the optical fiber? That the information which is going through the fiber should not go outside the cable. And so you need walls of certain kind. This can be extrapolated, what I showed you. Then let me show you an experiment of density. So this is a cold water, hot water experiment, right? Very simple to do. I can show it to class 2 student in kindergarten, right? So you have a cold water and a hot water, and if you have only two cold, both are cold, then what will happen? If both are at the same temperature, then they will mix, but both are at different temperature. So the previous one was both at same temperature, they mixed, the dye diffused, right? Now you will see the difference. It doesn't diffuse. Okay? It tells you something about diffusion and temperature. This is an experiment to show that electricity is conducted through an electrolyte. So you have a simple lemon, a dry lemon. Dry lemon के अंदर क्या होगा? कुछ नहीं होगा, dry होगा. The green one has some liquid, some juice. So which one will light up? The green one, it has an electrolyte. Simple experiment, nothing you need, and you can show it in a picnic outside in the garden, right? That's how you make science interesting. This is an experiment. You are caught up in the forest and you have to light a fire to cook something, and you have nothing. You have only a bottle of water, and there is a sun. So you focus the sun radiation and you can create fire. So first what you do, you know black objects, the law of physics. Observe. So color it black and let the bottle you use as a lens to focus the sun ray, right? So simple experiments, but they teach very novel things. All of you see plants around you. Photosynthesis, all of you see that, right? In leaves, you have studied chloroplast, chlorophyll, all that. So what's happening? The beauty of inside, you see how much chemistry. Chemistry is everywhere, in your body, in the plants, everything. But the beauty of living organism is chemistry is at room temperature. In our body, we are at room temperature. We don't heat 500 degree, 800 degree, 900 degree. In the lab we do. But nature is so beautiful. All the reactions are happening at room temperature, mostly aqueous. In our body, 70% of our weight is water. Most important ingredient. इसलिए सुबह उठ के 2 glass पानी पीना है. जरूर उठते ही. As you grow older, 3 glass पियो. Water is the best thing that you can have in your body. Okay. So let us see what happens. You all know about chlorophyll. You all know about chloroplast. But have you visualized? Visualizing science is very important. Oh. Why it's not playing? I don't know why. Oh, it's playing. But there is no audio. There is no audio.
Photosynthesis. Let's take a closer look. Photosynthesis requires carbon dioxide, which diffuses into the leaf through small pores and then enters the cells. Inside the cell, carbon dioxide diffuses into the chloroplasts, where photosynthesis takes place. Chloroplasts use energy from light to transform carbon dioxide and water into sugar and oxygen. Zooming into a chloroplast, we see these flattened membranous sacs called thylakoids. Here, light energy is converted to chemical energy in the first phase of photosynthesis, the light reactions. The 2 green structures you see here are photosystems, large complexes of proteins and chlorophyll that capture light energy.
So you have this leaves, in that you have chloroplast, there is something called thylakoid, and there is something called stroma. All of you know that, right? Okay, so and there are 2 types of reactions, light reactions and dark reactions. Light reactions mean you need light, so that's what is being told. The light reactions happen in the thylakoid. Dark reaction happens in the stroma. It has become dark. What happened? Okay. Now this, what you see, this is a machine. It's like Carbon dioxide going in, somewhere electrons are being pumped, protons will come. You have heard of some molecule like NADPH, right? All this is happening in the plant. Does the plant realize? No. Like that, many reactions happening in our body. Do you realize what's going on? No, unless you study about it. A doctor will know. Right now, pH kam ho gaya to ye problem hoga. So everything around is like a machine. Nature has created these machines. We are creating man-made machines like cars, aircraft, submarines. They are big machines. Nature has made small machines which are working in our body. Now we are in the latest technology, nanotechnology, we are mimicking those small machines. So this is like a small machine. These are like parts of a machine. 4 proteins. These are called photosystem 1, photosystem 2, right? And 2 other proteins. All of you have heard of photosystem 1 and 2?
Transport chain connects the 2 photosystems. Notice the small mobile electron carriers that shuttle electrons from one large complex to another.
So light is falling.
Now let's take a closer
Electrons are
look at the
generated.
steps of the light reactions. The photosystem on the left absorbs light energy, exciting electrons that enter the electron transport chain. Electrons are replaced with electrons stripped from water, creating oxygen as a byproduct.
So
The
oxygen is
energized
going out.
electrons flow down the electron transport chain, releasing energy that is used to pump hydrogen ions, the blue balls, into the thylakoid. In the photosystem on the right, light energy excites electrons, and this time the electrons are captured by an electron carrier molecule, NADPH. The high concentration of hydrogen ions inside the thylakoid powers ATP synthase,
Anyway, you got the thing. That is a machinery which is working in photosynthesis. Electrons will be generated, protons will come, then you will get NADPH and things like that, and there will be ATP and all that will come into the process. Okay. So this is the photosynthesis process. Ultimately, that carbon dioxide and water, this is the reaction you study in school, gives you food, right? That is your carbohydrate, right? And this is happening in the light, and then this is happening in the dark, the Calvin cycle, where carbon dioxide is turning into sugar, right? So that's so beautifully the leaves are working to produce food, and this is what was explained to you. And these are more details. If you are doing maybe 12th class chemistry, you will learn about all this, what is ferrodoxin and what is cytochrome and ATP synthesis, etc. Ultimately, this is important. What is ATP? Is the energy molecule. Anytime you can break ATP and get energy. That's the thing, right? So ATP is being synthesized. That's the thing. So I won't bore you with that. Let me show you the other example. Yesterday somebody talked about this. This is luciferase enzyme, which converts luciferin into oxyluciferin, right? And gives out light. Okay, so this is the molecule, this is the reaction. So when oxyluciferin goes back to luciferin, it gives out light. That's the light you are getting. Okay, this is our fireflies are going. And this is called bioluminescence, right? So this is the process, the oxygen comes in. So you see how beautiful reactions are going on in this organism. Regularly, nobody is controlling. How perfect is the machine which is working in this. And this is called cold light. Yesterday, I think Pramit mentioned, the light we get from the heat bulb. Why you cannot touch the bulb? Because heat is also being radiated. This does not give out heat. That is nature's way of protecting the organism. If it gives out heat all the time, it will get burned, right? So fireflies don't die by that light because cold light. That means only light is coming out, no heat. Heat, energy, you will remember the electromagnetic spectrum, right? You start from very low energy to cosmic rays. In between, you will have IR, visible, UV, right? Visible is the light which you are seeing. But if you have lower than that, IR region, the heat radiation will come, which you will study in college, what is called rotational spectra of molecules. You will see what kind of energy is involved. When vibrational spectra, what kind of energy is involved. And the light which you are seeing visible, it's in electronic transitions, okay, not from rotation. So anyway, today we use this phenomena, what you saw of bioluminescence, to understand cancer cells in our body. We want something to go into the cell and give out light so that we know where is the cancer cell. That is today's technology. We can put in such molecules which will go inside, and I can trigger something such that it gives light in the visible and tells us where is the cancer cell. So this I will not go into detail, but I will just tell you that this is what an example. In the sea, there are so many bioluminescent organisms. Same principle. You have jellyfish, you have anglerfish, you have photons coming out. You know, there are fishes which give out electricity, electric eel and all that. So beautiful. You are getting electricity within a living organism. So if you want to win a Nobel Prize, you should think of such problem. Can I find something, a plant or animal which has magnetism? Why does it have magnetism? Problems which nobody has thought of. Have you heard of superconductivity? You should think, is there any animal which has superconductivity? Nothing is known till now. So you must think very big, which will not be there in any books. That's why you have to be creative. It will not be in any books. No teacher will teach you. Then only you are original, right? That is the kind of student who will someday go to MIT, Stanford, or look for a Nobel Prize. You think which nobody is thinking in your class. Nobody is thinking in your school. No teacher has taught you. That's the kind of question you are asking. Then you are in that league. You are original. You think differently. So I gave you a problem. Think of an animal which can have superconductivity. So anyway, this luciferin and all I showed you. Now let me come to a molecule, one of the most famous and well studied. This is
DNA.
What is
in its
this?
classic double helix form, and it's from X-ray crystallography, so it's an accurate model of DNA.
This DNA. This is a professor at
If we
MIT
unwind the
giving
double
this
helix
lecture.
and unzip the two strands, you see these things that look like
So
teeth. Those are the letters of genetic code.
unzipping of
25,000
DNA.
genes
You have
you've got
heard?
written in your DNA. This is what they typically talk about, the genetic code. This is what they're talking about. But I want to talk about a different aspect of DNA science, and that is the physical nature of DNA. And it's these two strands that run in opposite directions for reasons I can't go into right now, but they physically run in opposite directions, which creates a number of complications for your living cells, as you're about to see, most particularly when DNA is being copied. And so what I'm about to show you is an accurate representation of the actual DNA replication machine that's occurring right now inside your body, at least 2002 biology. So DNA is entering the production line from the left-hand side.
So what you see is again a machine. What is happening? In your body, millions and billions of these things are happening. DNA chain, unzipping, right? And then creating new DNA through this machine, which is called a ribosome, right? This is working with so much accuracy, because if this fails, you are gone. You will have a problem, because DNA has everything, right? But this machine is so perfect that it first unzips the two, and then the two will get the complementary strands. And the complementary strands, though I'm not a biologist, but I learned all this because I enjoyed learning. I don't teach this. That one strand goes in certain manner, the other strand is actually opposite. There's something called 3' and 5' things. You must have studied. So it is not just another strand coming like that. That's not the way it happens. Not so simple. It is complicated. One strand will get easily that other complementary strand, but the other one has to turn around and come. And that is happening in your body billions of times perfectly. If it doesn't happen perfectly, you will have problem. Either some major problem or we will go. Okay. So body, so much precise things are happening all the time. This is a molecular machine. This is one of the areas of research which has got 4 Nobel Prizes. Superconductivity has got 7 Nobel Prizes. Still 1 or 2 more to come in future. This one area, 4 Nobel Prizes, right from I think 1967 or 69, I forget the exact date, and the 69 probably, yeah. And an Indian is involved in that, beginning of all these, organic chemist. What is the name? What is the name of the Indian involved in all this? Genetic code and all that. Who will tell? Not Harbinder, but very good. Chocolate though, Hargobind Khurana. Okay, good. Hargobind Khurana was an organic chemist who became a biochemist and was pioneer, first step to understand the genetic code. Okay. So this machine is working.
This miniature biochemical machines that are pulling apart the DNA strand and making it. This is DNA in its classic double helix form. This is work from a number of years ago, but to keep the DNA organized, to regulate access to the genetic code, it's wrapped around these purple proteins.
Chromosome,
purple here.
You have studied.
It's packaged up and bundled up. All of this field of view is a single strand of DNA. This huge package of DNA is called a chromosome, and we'll come back to chromosomes in a minute. We're pulling out, we're zooming out through a nuclear pore, which is sort of the gateway to this compartment that holds all the DNA.
There are so many chromosomes. You are going to look at one chromosome.
Field of view is
cell division. You know, cell division is so important in our body.
We're not going to be able to do that
today.
Who tells
the cell to divide?
No, I'm being told no. This is the way a living cell looks down a light microscope, and it's been filmed under time lapse, which is why you can see it moving. The nuclear envelope breaks down. These sausage-shaped things are the chromosomes. We'll focus on them.
So the cell is dividing.
This very striking motion.
So how does it
focused on these little red spots.
That's the important thing.
When the cell feels it's ready to go, it rips apart the chromosome. One set of DNA goes to one side, the other side gets the other set of DNA, identical copies of DNA, and then the cell splits down the middle. And again, you have billions of cells undergoing this process right now inside of you. Focus on the chromosomes. The chromosomes line up, and if we have, at least as far as we've discovered so far inside of us.
If you focus on one chromosome, you will understand how information transfer
One is bundled up into one sausage, the other strand
chromosomes talking to each other.
The other sausage. These things that look like whiskers that are sticking out from either side are the dynamic scaffolding of the cell. They're called microtubules, but name's not so important. But what we're going to focus on is this red region. I've labeled it red here, and it's the interface between the dynamic scaffolding years with intense study. And we're still just beginning. Signal broadcasting system. It broadcasts through chemical signals.
Everything is chemical.
When it's
information
ready,
transferred
when it feels
through
that everything is aligned and ready to go for the separation of the chromosomes.
And the molecules
it is
are
able
like
to couple onto the growing and shrinking microtubules. It's transiently, it's involved with the growing of the microtubules, and it's able to transiently couple onto them. It's also a tension sensing system. It's able to feel when the cell is ready, when the chromosome is correctly positioned. It's still remaining red.
You see,
and
it is like people walking
down the microtubules.
Transferring information.
That is the signal broadcasting system, sending out the stop signal, and it's walked away. I mean, it's that mechanical. It's molecular clockwork. This is how.
Okay. So this is the genetic code, probably one of the greatest scientific discoveries and to understand the living systems, right? So we all know that DNA can unzip, it can replicate, and then DNA can convert messenger RNA and messenger RNA to protein. That's how the body survives. All the time this is happening, right? So you have this replication, transcription, and translation. Most important things. And this is, you got genetic code, Nobel Prize started for Hargobind Khorana, and he shared with others. And then there were other people who got Nobel Prize. And then he solved the structure of the machine in which DNA replication is taking place. The ribosome, his name is Venki Ramakrishnan, right? He was at Cambridge University. He's a physicist, by the way. See how subjects change. You never have to be what you study in class. In class, he was a science student. He studied MSc Physics from University of Baroda, MS University Baroda. Went to Ohio State University to do his PhD in physics. Then he suddenly decided, which all of you should think, he thought, I like biology more after doing PhD. And then in United States, he went from Ohio State to University of California. And there he did work with a biologist. So you can anytime change your subject if you like that subject. He did his postdoc in biology, understanding proteins and structures and all that. Because he was a physics background, see how subjects help. Because in physics, you do mathematics, you do many things which involve evaluation of structures, you writing programs, etc. All that he knew and put it in biology. So he became a structural biologist. So the combination of physics and biology made him what we today call a structural biologist, person who can solve the structures of viruses, any bacteria, and using crystallography and all. And then he found out what exactly goes on in that machine. He was given the Nobel Prize for that. Okay, Venki Ramakrishnan. He comes to India once in 2-3 years, gives talks. Coming to another thing, optical illusion. So you see, this is a butterfly wing. The yellow color wing is showing yellow color in this light, but this is a special wing. It shows blue color in certain light. So it changes color depending on the type of wing pores it has. The same butterfly can have two colors depending on the pore size. It can be brown or it can be blue. This subject today is called nanophotonics. You are passing visible radiation, but what is coming out is blue colored light or brown colored light, which we are seeing. This can happen due to what we study through pores of different size. Okay, so this is called nanophotonics. So something is scattering. Why we see some color? Because light which is coming back to our eyes has got that wavelength which we are watching. Because we are seeing that color blue because that blue wavelength is scattered into our eyes, right? In this butterfly is a special butterfly. Nature has built it in such a manner that it can change its color. But based on that, what scientists learn? Scientists learn I can make a garment which can have two colors. So today we can make many things based on polymers. The polymers can be stretched. If you stretch, the pores will change. If you change it will change color. So not only you can change color, you can change many other properties by external stimuli. So where it can be used, it has a lot of strategic implications in defense and all that. I won't go into that, etc. Okay, so this is the butterfly, and it is a very big butterfly. You can go to a butterfly museum and see this, and all this is studied. It's part of the subject of nanophotonics today. And these are things we make in the lab. Same material with different size, different colors. We learned from the butterfly that you can have the same material made of the same polymer or same cotton, but have pores different size, and you can create different colors. Okay, this is another thing. This is like you always watch some things walking up the wall, etc. This is a lizard. What is interesting, the science is its legs by which it climbs. It has got a hierarchical structure. So this is a part of chemical engineering or physical chemistry where we study what are called hierarchical structure. Can you make a structure which has got 5 micron width? Below each 5 micron you make 50 nanometer width. Below each 50 nanometer make 5 nanometer steps. This we can make in the lab. That's what we have made in the, somebody is now, you can buy this, has made it and copied what the lizard is doing, climbing. You have to make a polymer which has got several hierarchical structures within it, so that basically it creates something like a vacuum. Even if you release part of the leg, the other part will be sticking to the wall. So it is like that. Okay. So this is all ants, everything, objects have hierarchical structures. The larger the body, you need more structures. So for us, if I have to climb the wall, because I weigh much more than the lizard, I need many, many levels of hierarchical structures to climb a wall. The lizard has more structures than this small ant. So this is part of what you study in polymer chemistry and hierarchical structures in polymers. And these are all made in the lab. These structures based on the lizard's leg. So many ants walk on water. Again, the same phenomenon. If you cut the cross section of the leg of an ant and look under the microscope, you will see these micro hairs. Take one micro hair and then cut it again and look under the electron microscope. Okay, the electron microscopes are very powerful microscopes, not the microscopes which you look in the lab in biology. Those are optical microscopes. What is the difference? In optical microscope, you are using optical light, that is sunlight, which has a certain wavelength. In electron microscopes, we are using very small wavelength. That means very smaller the wavelength, smaller the object you can see. Okay. So optical wavelength can only be in the 400 to 800 nanometer range. But in the electron microscope, I can control the electron wavelength to very small dimensions. I can control it to less than 1 angstrom if I want to. Okay. So I can see all these micro hairs, I can see nano grooves, and that is why they can walk. They create. Why do you go to the sea with a rubber tube? What does the rubber tube do? Yeah? No, but the most important ingredient you didn't tell. What is there in the rubber tube? Air. So you have air. So here air gets trapped, that allows them to move on the water, okay, within the microhairs. So that's, we can learn from all these things. You can make like banana leaves. We eat on banana leaves, not ordinary leaves. Why? Because the leaf has lots of these structures. Banana leaf, or there are some other sal, sal tree, we make those. They all have these structures. What does that do? It doesn't allow dust to stick, because if I wash with water, the water doesn't stay. This is called superhydrophobicity. So if I make this carpet, you see a lot of dust is there. Even if I put water, this dust will not go. But if I make a superhydrophobic surface here, then what will happen? If I use a jet of water, all the dust will go, because water will roll and take the dust with itself. So superhydrophobic surfaces are now common. You can buy a tablecloth and use it so that no dust sticks on that. You can make a shirt. So all this part of nanotechnology, right? Let me, this, all of you know this size, I will not tell you. I want to come to that. So if you make a superhydrophobic surface, that is what happens. It takes the particles along with it, and you need this kind of structures. Okay. So if you make these glasses, this glass does not have that coating. So that's why you see a lot of dust is sticking. Even if I use water, that dust will not go. I have to wipe it with a cloth. But if I use this smart glass, which is used in high rises and skyscrapers, there you can use a jet. There are actually computerized jets along the building. Then whenever you need to clean it, they use the jets, and the water will fall from the skyscrapers and will clean the glasses. You don't need any person to go on top of the building. So you can have these shirts. You see these shirts, I can dry it in 5 minutes. I'll dip it in water or whatever, soap water, and I wipe it. All the water droplets will go, taking away the. So we have some mechanism of cleaning clothes very fast. You don't need a dryer. Where will it be useful? You have to think like that. Where will it be useful? Rainy days, cold countries, minus 30 degrees. Today Chicago temperature is minus 10 degrees. Okay. In Siachen it may be minus 30 degrees, minus 40 degrees. How will the soldiers wash their clothes? You can use this technology. It is being used actually by DRDO in India, and IIT Delhi also has a project on this. So this is the jeans and socks being used with this, some of these particles by DRDO and IIT Delhi. And this is, he was former director of ARCI Hyderabad. This is another property. Shark skins are very smooth. There is no bacteria or fungus, although it's all the time in water because of these structures. So some scientists built a polymer with those structures and no bacteria can stick. Today, many submarines and boats and ships, you can use this polymer so that bacteria and fungus do not make a hole in that. This is called an anti-fouling agent. This is useful for Navy, and Navy can use it. Okay. Also, the same technology can be used for hospital handles, doors, etc., where you want, even if I have bacteria in my hand, it will not stick to the handle of the door. So these are used in many hospitals where you want to have these antibacterial surfaces. Okay. And this company is called Sharklet. It's based on a professor who is at Northwestern University. He has a patent on that and a company on that. What do you learn from penguins? Penguins are always in Antarctica. There is always snow and ice. But have you seen a penguin covered with ice? No. So again, superhydrophobicity, but more interesting things are there in a penguin. If you look at the feather of a penguin, you see that this feather has this hierarchical structure, which I was talking about. Okay. Not only that, actually at the tip of the penguin feather, there's a gland and it releases some chemical. And we learn from that how to create a surface where never ice will form. Where do you want such surfaces? On the roads, but it is little expensive technology for the roads. So on roads, we don't do it in cold countries, but we need for aircrafts. Aircraft wings, if ice formation takes place, will become very heavy. It will fall down. So you want anti-ice on the aircrafts. So you can use, if you go to Alaska or you go to any of such northern countries. So I had the good fortune once. So I took a picture of this. The aircraft takes off. Before it takes off, it goes to a hangar. And there will be this hose. It will be spraying a chemical. Actually, it's ethylene glycol. And that prevents from the surface being icy. All of you know about levitation. So I won't have to tell you much, but you have technology today to run a train at the speed of more than 600 kilometers per hour. Can you imagine? The technology, 600 some 15 kilometers per hour trains are running from 2015, but it is not used because it is expensive technology. The maglev runs only in one country, that's China, only in Shanghai because it's expensive. It's German technology, but running in Shanghai. The train actually lifts up because of levitation, because there is a superconductor and a magnetic field which allows it to lift up. So much technology is there in the world. Look at that. We can have technology to protect yourself. This is a company I work for called DuPont. DuPont has so many technologies, image processing, films, polymers. They have one building entirely on polymer technology. They develop materials. So you see, they have made these polymeric jackets and all, which don't catch fire. It's all polymer chemistry, simple polymer chemistry. These are all patented. So heat and flame resistant clothing, there may not be one polymer, there may be a level of 3 or 4 polymers, and you have multi-layers which make a jacket. I won't go into detail, but this is basic chemistry. This is what you study in school. But you must always think, what is the application? Then you make the connection. When you read in class, polyamide, what is this boring thing? But when you know this is being used to make a jacket, like a bulletproof vest uses Kevlar. What is that Kevlar? It's a polymer. It's an aramid, polyaramid. So there's so much chemistry in each of these things that you can learn. We work at high temperatures. This is in my lab. The temperature inside is around 900 degrees centigrade. So the color of the oven, I can tell the temperature approximately. It's a joke, don't take it. And I can take it within plus minus 30, 40 degrees centigrade. The color keeps changing as the temperature. So you can have, how is that oven made? With tiles. You have tiles on this shuttle which re-entries, and each color is a code of temperature. and the highest temperature is at the nose, which is made with reinforced carbon composite. It is a material which can handle the maximum temperature. Okay, and you know, Kalpana Chawla passed away because one tile was broken in that re-entry vehicle. One tile was broken. It was observed while it went up, but they thought nothing will happen, but it happened. So how important even is a small thing, that is what you should remember. Okay, so this is the kind of tiles they use. You see multi-layers. There is a silicon rubber, there is a Nomex, is a polymer. There is silicon rubber, again a primer, aluminum substance. This multi-layer thing is used to make a tile which will withstand that kind of temperature which the re-entry vehicle will feel when it enters. So all that technology is not today, it's already known for 40, 50 years, 60 years. Low temperature, I told you high temperature, you have jackets for low temperature. One important difference is these are polymers based on fluorine. PTFE is a polymer based on fluorine. So it's fluorinated polymers, beautiful chemistry. But with all polymers, the problem today is how to get rid of them once we make. They have beautiful properties. But today's world, what we are looking for is biodegradable polymers. We want polymers, but not polymers which stay for 5,000 years or 10,000 years. We want polymer, if I want to destroy, I should be able to destroy. Because there is now so much plastic in the world. All our oceans are full of plastics. You don't want that. So today, if you are doing research, you have to work with biodegradable. You have to do the same thing, but you have to tell how I can degrade it if I want to. Which chemical reaction I should do that I can break the polymer. Making polymer is wonderful. It is taking care of so many things. But you must also know how to break the polymer. So Gore-Tex is a famous polymer, fluorinated polymer used in space suits. Each space suit has 14 layers of different materials through which your communication is going, you are passing urine, you are drinking water, everything, your food supplement is going through this jacket. So multiple layers, look at the technology, and the technology is now more than 50 years. Okay. So the temperature the person is feeling varies more than 200 degrees, from minus 156 to 121 degrees Celsius. It depends, whereas the space station is facing the sun or away from the sun. That creates 270 degree temperature change. That this person is able to do a spacewalk with all those things. Okay? So there are these 14 layers I told you, all of them are there. Okay? So there is great science. Everything has chemistry involved. There is physics, there is mathematics, because you need to communicate with them. All that signal processing, etc. How is it happening? That's another story. Somebody else will tell you about it. I have time because I have to go. I have a meeting. So I will stop here. These are the things you study in school. What is Dacron? Okay? What is nylon? What is spandex? Each polymer has a different property. Polymers are wonderful when they were found. Today polymers is a curse, people are saying, because we are unable to do away plastics. We are unable, but today scientists are working on that, and many solutions have been found. Today's top scientists in the world are working how to dissolve polymers, and they have found techniques to dissolve polymers. So you should be, if you want to work today, I will end my talk. I have many things, but I don't have time. So I am going to end my talk to tell you that how science has changed society. 800 years ago, just 800, this earth is how old, or this universe? 4.5 billion years. That's what I read in my school, right? And I was in school maybe 50 years ago, right? In 4.5 billion years, 50 years is not much, right? You agree with me? In 4.5 billion years, 50 years is what? Nothing. Not even delta, right? Nothing. So today also I can say 4.5 billion years. My teacher also taught 4.5 billion years when the world was formed. But 800 till 800 years ago, people did not have buttons. Imagine the technology, right? 500 years ago, there was no thermometer, no pencil. 300 years, only 300 years ago, you got a train. And all these things last 40, 50 years, we got mobile phone, internet, everything 50 years. So whatever you are having is 50 years. Imagine your grandparents have not seen any of these things. So next 40 years will be amazing. You will be working with robots, you will be moving with all automatic gadgets. The next 40, 50 years, which we will not see, the world will be very different. Very little human intervention. You will have everything machine operated. AI, ML, all this is coming. Everything machine operated. Okay. So this I started with. You need a mind to start science. Galileo had a mind. He invented all these things alone, without any workshop. All telescope made by himself, compass, thermometer, all his inventions. So today you want to work on something, work on sustainable energy. Zero waste. That means whatever you make, you see in Ganjam district, everywhere they are burning. It's very bad for the atmosphere. You are producing carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. You will be fined if you are burned in Delhi or close to a city. But here everywhere, because it has not percolated to these districts. The knowledge and information, you as students should tell people not to burn like that. It is destroying the environment. Everything should be sustainable, zero waste. Whenever you make a cloth, that cloth should be recycled. Clean water, clean air. In future, you will have to buy clean water. We are already buying bottles. You will have to buy clean air. Like we are buying, in all the people who can afford in their house, they have machines which clean the purifier, air purifiers. So you are buying pure air, right? This is the future. If you don't keep your atmosphere clear, you will buy machines to make in your room. But what will happen? You go out of your room, you will have bad air. How long you will stay within your room? That's why I have never purchased a purifier. I can purchase, but I didn't. Because how does it matter? After half an hour, I will go out and I will breathe the same air. So for all of you, the world is going to be a very bad place because of the bad atmosphere that we have created. And you still in these areas, it is clear, the sky. If you go to cities, you just go to Berhampur city and see the difference. You look at what is called AQI, right? That you will Google and find out. Look at city like Washington DC. AQI will be 30, 20. Delhi is 300 to 500. It went to 800. Can you believe it is writing you will poison? The international organization poison. Whereas cities, big cities in developed countries maintain still 30, 20. Norway, Sweden. So that is the future, and you must pass this information. What is bad for society? It is not that I throw my garbage to the next door and outside. You must tell everybody to have clean environment, clean water, etc. And finally, this is my last slide. This is for you to read. Think early, think big, prioritize. You must have time management. And I have 2 minutes time management. I have to run. I will take 2 questions. You must be bold. Don't care what others say. All the smart guys of the world who have done anything, they don't listen to anybody. Then only they are successful. Listen to your mind. Okay? Do what you like to do. And remind yourself what a great day every day is. If you get up every day morning, remember you are a lucky person. Because many people pass away previous night. And many things can happen in our body. I told you how many billions and trillions of cells we have. If some of the cells go bad, you will not be able to smile. So always smile. You know how many muscles it takes to smile? I have told this many times in many schools I visit. 356 muscles approximately move to make a good smile. So if you can smile, that means your facial muscles are all fine. Okay? That's also an exercise you should do. Keep smiling. 356 muscles getting exercise. Okay, thank you very much. Keep good friends. Don't have friends who are morose, who don't want to do anything. Have friends who take challenges. Bicycle 20 kilometers. Climbing to the foot of Mount Everest. That should be your dream. I also have a dream, but I got spondylitis. But I drive in the mountains. Even today I can drive. I have driven in Ladakh and Rohtang Pass and all that. So have challenge in life and have friends like that. Those friends who are not doing anything, don't be friends with them. Do become a friend, a guy who is doing many, many things. He's a marathon runner. He's learning music other than class. He has a lot of things. Become friend with him. You will learn something. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ganguly, for that wonderful rendition of science being used in the practical sense, right? I hope all of you are smiling. So 356 times that many smiles, right? Okay, so Professor Ganguly has to leave for a meeting, important meeting. So we'll take only 3 questions. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Subham. My question is there any scope of advancement in technology so that we can do mutation in genes to make species evolve more efficiently, like expanding lifespan or building strong immune system?
First of all, questions should be precise and you should not read questions. That means not coming from your heart or mind. You can speak in Odia and tell your question, but it should come from your heart. Don't write one paragraph, right? That means it appears you have copied from somewhere or your teacher is sitting behind and telling you. Okay.
Just to frame the question correctly.
You tell me in simple words what is the question.
Sir, is there any scope of advancement in technology so that we can do mutation in gene to evolve the species more efficiently?
Yes, that is called genetic engineering. It's already known for many, many years and it is done even in cancer therapy. You can do that to improve the system. It is done, it is known and people are doing. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I am Badal Sethi of PMC KV Barampur. Sir, my question is that as you told that there are 14 layers made up of, there are 14 layers in making that space suit. Sir, then what about the raise in body temperature and that all? Because even in a small hole can have a great difference because of the pressure difference in the space and that all.
Yeah, so that is why there are multiple layers. There will be backup layers.
Yes, sir. I'm asking about what about the internal raise in temperature?
Yes, so that is also taken care of. Some cooling system may be there. Exact things I don't know, but why do you need so many things? Is because so many functionalities. So there will be something. Actually, you don't need cooling because the temperature there is very, very low. You need warming.
Yes, sir.
The temperature is minus something most of the time, unless you are facing the sun. But all that mechanisms is inbuilt by sensors, by triggers, which maintain temperature.
Okay,
There's
thank you.
something called thermoelectrics, which maintain those things. Thermoelectrics are small devices which can maintain temperature gradient.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Myself, Ashutosh Tripathi from. Good morning, sir. Myself, Ashutosh Tripathi from PMC Kendra Vidyalaya Gopalpur Metro Station. Sir, you said that butterflies seem to have another color rather than their original because of optical illusion. Is the changing of color by chameleon also an optical illusion?
Yeah, chameleon is another thing, but it is, I don't know whether it's because of change in size of pore. In this butterfly, it is change in the pore size. But chameleon may also be, I don't know, some biologists may tell, whether it is releasing a drug, a dye, which is giving a color in the skin. I don't know whether it's due to change in pore size. I will have to look into it. Or another way it can create a color is if I release a dye which changes the color. So that's also possible. But I will have to check it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I have to go. I have a meeting.
Thank you.
Excellent talk. And I request now our session chair, Professor Chaudhuri, to felicitate
I take it
Professor
downstairs.
Ganguly. Sir. Our next speaker of this session is Professor Colin Pal. And now I request the session chair to give a brief introduction of the next speaker.
Hello.
Okay, so it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Professor Colin Powell from the Department of Computer Science at IIT Delhi. So he is the Microsoft Chair Professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, as I said, at IIT Delhi. He's having a BTech from NIT Silchar, MTech from Jadavpur University, and after obtaining his PhD in computer science from Bengal Engineering College, he gained experiences in other places like Colorado State University, USA, KTH, and Sweden. Professor Paul has been awarded with many prestigious awards, amongst which one of these is the Stint Fellowship, which is a prestigious one from the Swedish Foundation of International Cooperation in Research and Higher Education. He has published many high-profile journals, papers in high-profile journals. But one of the most interesting things about his research is the following. So his research interests are in understanding high-performance architectures and compilation systems for circuit design, and more recently, transpilers for quantum computing, something about which you heard yesterday. In the last decade or so, and this is very interesting, he has mainly been actively involved and collaborating with clinicians to design systems and solutions for scalable and affordable healthcare incorporation with the use of AI and ML. All of you should know, right? AI is artificial intelligence, and ML is machine learning. Okay, so Professor Paul, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. So, my talk will be a little different from what you have heard. Okay, so don't be intimidated by it, because I want to talk a little bit about the importance of geometry in life. इसलिए मैंने कल कुछ बच्चों से पूछा था कि how much do you like maths? And the response was not great. Okay, so my job is to actually try and tell you that maths is wonderful, because maths is the basis of science, and the thing that we want to look at in maths is this thing about patterns. So when you go to buy a shirt or you go to buy a kurta, you look at different, or you go to buy a sari, you go and look for different patterns, correct? Some you like, some you don't like. Okay, so that's visual part of it, correct? So let us see if there is something more to these patterns in other domains that we encounter. And you'll see in this next 40-45 minutes, many of these things you have encountered, some of them you may not have encountered, but it's a fascinating world. Okay, so so just a quick thing. I am Colin. So so I understand little bits of physics, I understand little bit of computer science, and I understand a minuscule amount of maths, and I understand almost nothing of others. So what is this diagram? This is a Venn diagram, correct? Okay, so and somehow I have made these shapes of different sizes. Any idea why? Huh? And that is, my understanding is zero almost, correct? This is my understanding. This part is my understanding, correct? I don't know, it doesn't work. On white it doesn't work. The small blue part is the dark blue part is my understanding. That is minuscule. Okay, I wanted to draw a smaller thing, I didn't draw because you wouldn't see. It actually reflects the evolution of science, correct? Maths, I think, is the fundamental thing that happened. Babylonia, correct? Euclid, etc. We have studied that, correct? Numbers, correct? Counting, that came first, correct? Before telescopes. So that is how that's my impression of science. Maths is the largest body of work, and then physics, and then computer science, which is the newest, correct? I've obviously left out chemistry and biology because I understand absolutely nothing of that. Okay, along with you, I learned the most in this yesterday and today. Okay. So, and we'll obviously talk about all these beautiful things that you see out here. Okay. They can be your sari fall, sari ka pallu, and they can be patterns in your shirt. Okay, and that's what we would like to do. So, patterns are the building blocks of the universe. Okay, and this is exactly what the talks in the last day and today has been all about, looking for these patterns. That is what excites us. I first observe the pattern, and if I am a scientist, I ask the question, ये pattern क्यों है, किस खुशी में है? So that is what I tell my students. If I teach something in class, the first thing that you ask the teacher is that किस खुशी में ये पढ़ा रहे हो? Okay, ये जब तक नहीं पूछोगे ना, then you cannot this thing. And remember, as teachers, we are paid to answer your questions. हमारा job भाषण देना नहीं है. That's for politicians. Our job is to answer your questions. Okay, and that ability to ask questions is what makes us go and appreciate science. So if you look at counting, correct? So numbers, correct? You actually have 1 apple, 2 balls, 3 cars, or that meter scale. Okay, so numbers make pattern hai. You will say 1 to 10, there is no pattern, correct? But the next animation will show you a very common thing that you often encounter. Every day you encounter this. What is this? This is time at 12:21. Every day twice you get, correct? What is this? Palindrome. You go this side is the same. If you reverse the thing, and we did symmetry yesterday, correct? So what symmetry? Mirror symmetry, correct? Good. So the next one that I want to do, how many of you have heard of Pascal's triangle? Great. Okay, good. Let me see how many of you have actually seen the properties of how beautiful that Pascal triangle is. So this is Pascal's triangle, correct? Every row, the first 2 rows are constant, and then you sum of the 2 immediate parents, let's put it that way. Okay, so this is a nice animation which shows that. Okay, any other properties you know of this Pascal triangle? Batao. Are yaar, good. But that formula business is something I hate, because किसी को पता नहीं है कि formula कैसे है, and that is why I hated chemistry. किसी ने मुझे समझाया नहीं कि क्या होता है methane, correct? हाँ, उसका formula C है, H है, 4 है, बोल दिया this is methane. Only when I came to my college, then someone told me हाँ कुछ bond कुछ है, electron इधर उधर है. That is how you get that. That formula business is bad. Okay, so this is the first thing, correct? Again, symmetry. If you look at this half and this half, they are symmetrical. Okay, all of you may not have encountered the formula till now. Class 9 and 10 probably, no, 9 and 10 has also seen binomial expression, correct? No, you haven't seen. 11 and 12 has seen binomial expression. Binomial expression, half of these terms are repeated on this side, correct? Good. So that's basically what the repetition is, 1, 3, 3, 1, correct? That is NC3, 1 plus x to the power 3, correct? The cube of an either side. So if you look at the rows, okay, then the sums of the rows are powers of 2. So again a pattern, correct? How many of you had noticed that in Pascal triangle? Good, 1. So it's going down, correct? 2. Okay, chalo. Okay, so then if you look at this I'm sure no one would have seen. If you see this, the numbers represent the square of 11, the powers of 11. Okay, 1 1 1 is, sorry, 1 2 1 is 11 square. Okay, 1 1 is 11 to the power 1. First row is 11 to the power 0. Good. And then of course, as there is a square property that 3 square is 3 plus 6 and 9. Okay, so that is another one. And someone said it allows us to do this formula business came right in the front. So what is the formula? A formula is essentially a way to predict something in the future. Correct? That is what science is all about. I look at patterns and try to come up with a formula. पहले formula नहीं आता है. पहले you have to understand pattern क्या है. Okay? And once you have this formula, then where is the formula that I wanted to show? This is the formula, correct, that you were talking about. That you have a the expansion of your binomial expansion, correct? All the coefficients can be calculated from different rows of the Pascal's triangle. Okay, so there's another very nice pattern out here. Okay, so if you look at this, it forms a H pattern. So what is that? 1, 4, 10, 25 and 31. So what are these numbers? Anyone? ठीक है, Google it up. What is the L pattern? Correct? कुछ कुछ तो मैं छोड़ के जाऊंगा so that you ask questions later on. Okay. So let's skip a little bit of this. Let's move a little bit to the next one. How many of you have heard of the Fibonacci series? Good. Again, very nice. Great. So what is the property? Every number is the sum of the previous two numbers, except the first two. Okay. So again, you're looking. This is a pattern, correct? And if you are attempting any of these aptitude exams, this you have to find patterns, correct? ये question आता रहता है कि इस चार objects दे दिया. What is the fifth object? Correct? So similarly with numbers you do. So there's a very nice property out here. The ratio of any of these two numbers, okay, approaches the golden ratio, which is 1.6. Okay. So what is why is it interesting? Why did I bring this up? Anyone? ये Fibonacci series कहाँ दिखता है? कहाँ दिखता है? Nature कहाँ? हाँ? 8 seashells, correct? Someone said. Huh? Snakes. Snails, वो seashells के साथ. Snails. Seashell में होता है, snail में नहीं होता है. Snail के ऊपर seashell होता है. Okay. Question is, बरहमपुर में दिखेगा? देखा कभी? नहीं देखा. नहीं मिलता है. यहाँ पे नहीं मिलता है. Okay. But the more interesting one is, if you actually draw if you draw a figure like this, okay, that means you create a square of size 1, then create a square of size 3, then 5 and then 8. It will actually get, you will be, and then you draw a curve like the one that I drew in blue, you get a nice spiral sort of a curve. That is what you see. That spiral is what you see in seashells. Okay. So that seashell is not available. Obviously, that snail is not available here, as far as I know. Okay. मैं गलत भी हो सकता हूँ. Okay. So and then you find it in other places. One thing that I want to show out here, tell you, is that this diagram that you have out here, if you take a real snail or the real shell, it is not exactly in the shape that I have on the top. Okay. This is another thing which motivates scientists. When Newton came, F equal to ma was everything, correct? And then these guys, yesterday people talked, this physicists, correct? They found that some small energies are not matching up when they try to explain things that are happening in the subatomic. Subatomic ही बोला था यार, ये atom कहाँ से हो गया? ठीक है? So and those small differences, to try and explain those small differences, you then went and had this great thing called quantum mechanics, which in my opinion is the biggest thing that happened in the 20th century. Okay, it's my opinion. Okay, again. So then this Fibonacci things happen with trees, the ratio of the branches in this thing in a tree, and then pine cones. I grew up in Shillong, which is a place where pine trees grow in great numbers, and I actually was fascinated by the structure out there. Okay, and again, if you go back to the Pascal's triangle, each of these diagonal elements, if you sum them up, okay, these diagonal elements gives you the Fibonacci series. So this Pascal's triangle is a wonderful thing as an object to study patterns in numbers. So numbers, arithmetic that we have learned from our classes, say nursery onwards, you can make, it's actually very fascinating, okay, this series, these sequences. Okay, but the more interesting one is geometry, because that's the visual language of mathematics. Okay, obviously all of you were introduced to geometry in your classes 5 onwards, I think so, or maybe sometimes in some good, quote unquote, good schools like DPS, they do it in class 3. Okay, but geometry is something that defines science. Okay, because you must have seen in all the talks, everyone drew diagrams to explain things. So yesterday Professor Prasad, when he described those symmetries things, he came from 3D to 2D and 1D, correct? So he was drawing diagrams. Today also Professor, he showed more videos. If he had more time, he would have drawn diagrams also. So diagrams are the way to actually visualize and understand maths. Okay, so you describe forms and structures, these 2D and 3D objects. These are things that you have seen, correct? Polygons, polytopes, etc. Okay, and then there are those shapes that you might have played with, correct? You get these blocked rings, etc. Those are things that you play with. Okay, and then you see those very nice figures on the extreme right. Okay. So what is geometry? Geometry analyzes your spatial structures. Okay, 3 angles of a triangle make 180 degrees. People have a use for that also. Okay, you measure the height of Mount Everest essentially by doing that or navigating, correct? But someone had to come up with that 3 angles of a triangle equal to 180 degrees, and from what I understand, Euclid probably did it. Okay, there might be alternate claims coming out from India, but I at least studied it from Euclid. Okay, so if you look at this stack of oranges, okay, what is the most stable structure? Okay, so one of the most stable structures is probably this. If you stack them like this, so what? So why? Because you can get each of those spheres to be actually the second layer to be sitting in the holes that have been left by the first layer, the layer underneath, and that's basically what crystals and packing and all those things that they were talking about yesterday all comes from very simple things that we do in our lives, correct? The way we stack apples or we stack oranges. Okay, maps, correct? That's again geometry, correct? This is, I said, somewhere in close to the ocean. Okay, I tried to go to the beach, I still haven't succeeded. Next time when I come, I will probably go. Okay, so where is it used? It used to build these architectural models, correct? Apparently this is the model of your campus, correct? It allows us to visualize this 3D structures, correct? You visualize and then you do a 3D print of these structures. And the interesting fun part is solving such problems. Okay, So these are patterns that we saw yesterday. This one, again, we saw something like this yesterday. We saw a more complicated one yesterday. This is the more simple one. Okay, so I can ask you a very simple question. Okay, all of you have seen a chessboard? Good. If I now have a square room, okay, and the square room I want to tile using black and white tiles, okay, I can obviously tile it, assuming that the size of the room is a multiple of the tile size. So if it's a 1 by 1 tile, I can obviously tile any this thing, assuming that is okay. Now if I remove say 2 white tiles, okay, or 2 black tiles. So I want to do it in a chessboard tiling, correct? I want to create a chessboard in a room. So think about, can I actually tile that room? If I have removed 2 tiles of the same color, you can? So yes and no, both answers have come. We will do the measurement later on. Superposition state में रहोगे, ठीक है? Because one has said yes, one has said no. Let us stay in superposition. We will resolve it later. Okay, so patterns in geometry. So polyhedron, correct? You know what a polyhedron is? Solid surface, correct? Solid this thing, body. Okay, so one great man, okay, Euler. How many of you have heard of Euler? Okay, so in my opinion, the 2 greatest scientists, not Newton, not okay, Newton is also, you have to count. Euler, Gauss, Newton, and Archimedes. These are the 4 persons that have defined science. Okay, and Euler is someone who is extraordinary. Okay, so the most beautiful equation for people in 11 and 12 is e to the power I theta plus 1 is equal to 0. There are 4 constants in that term, e, I, theta, e, I, pi, and 1, and 0, correct? So that's one of the most beautiful equations, or the most compact equations that mathematics give us. How is Einstein remembered? You associate Einstein not with theory of relativity. Common man defines Einstein by E is equal to mc square. One of the most elegant equations of the 20th century. Okay. Similarly, from a maths perspective, the most elegant equation is Euler's equation. But that's the hard one, okay, that's the complex numbers, etc., correct? There is a simpler one that Euler came out with, again looking at patterns. So if you have, every solid object would have faces, vertices, and surfaces, okay, edges, vertices, and faces or surfaces. There is a formula which connects them, okay. How many of you have come across that? Good. So the only thing is that the polygon must be convex, okay. So if you look at this, this has this is a cube, it satisfies this. This is a tetrahedron, it satisfies this formula. That's a octahedron, and then a dodecahedron. Okay, so how many of you have heard of this Mobius strip? Okay, so what is a Mobius strip? You take a piece of paper or take a ribbon, twist it, give one single twist, and then paste it. Okay? Take a pencil or take a pen, along that, on that paper, halfway through, draw a line. Keep on drawing a line. Will you get a discontinuity? No. Okay, so if you just look at it, you started with 2 surfaces, you gave a twist, you made it a single surface. So for people in classes 11 and 12, you know how do you generate solid bodies? You actually take a surface and rotate it in 3D. Agreed? Agreed? You take a triangle, rotate it, you get a cone. Take a circle, rotate it, you get a sphere. Good. Now this figure that I told you, rotate it in space. What will you get? You will get a body apparently जिसका अंदर बाहर कुछ नहीं है. Agreed? There is no inside. Imagine if our universe is in the form of a Moebius strip in some rotated in some dimension. So this is that Moebius strip. Okay. Again, something which is a unique pattern. So people didn't find too much use for it except this sort science fiction sort of things. Okay. So there are some properties about it, but the Chinese. Okay. So there's another interesting thing. So if you take a fly or a beetle and make him move around this, if you start from one position, the 2D, okay, the beetle is 2D, beetle is not 3D. He will come back in a mirror image to the same point. Okay, so एक phase inversion होता है 2D में. Very nice property actually. Okay, so and if you cut the Moebius strip along that line that you did, you get a longer this thing Moebius strip, correct? But with 4 times with 4 twists. Previously it was one single twist, now you get 4 twists. Okay, so what have the Chinese done? The Chinese have gone and designed a bridge which actually looks like, or which is called the Moebius bridge. Okay, so it's a very long thing, and it has this it gives you the illusion or the property that you can go, it has a single surface. Okay, so there's some civil engineering going out there, so I don't want to get into that. The key thing is that that's something that finds use in common everyday life. So let's look at something that I teach in my class, correct? So you take a triangle, okay, and then you divide this triangle into 4 triangles. So how do you do that? You take the midpoint of each side and join them, okay, on the inside, and you remove the middle triangle. Okay? So you had a single triangle, changed it into 4 triangles by following some steps, and the third that was joining the midpoints of the sides, and you discarded the center triangle, or you colored it black. Now repeat this for each of these 4 triangles. So if you repeat this, you get this, correct? Every triangle is a smaller equilateral triangle. Do the same and keep on repeating this. So you will get something like this. Okay. So if you now color it, if you take your parcel triangle and actually color the even numbers in black, you get a pattern like this. Okay. So this triangle is known as a Sierpinski triangle. If you actually keep on doing this, you get a Sierpinski triangle. So what is the property of this triangle? That at every resolution, so once you had these 4 triangles, and then when you will have the next level, they are self-similar. Remember your similar triangles that you studied in your classes 7 and 8? So this is a self-similar figure. Okay, and this was discovered not today, it was discovered in the Roman ages. So many of the churches in Italy actually have this motif, okay, either in the roof or on the floors. In fact, the Sistine Chapel also has this. Okay, so that's maths, enough of maths, correct? Let's come to patterns in physics, because we did a lot of physics yesterday. Actually, we didn't do a lot of physics, we did more chemistry. Okay, so let's look at physics, because they define the laws of nature, correct? So if you look at this, what is this? This is a pattern again. Okay, so you have a light bulb and you have a detector sitting at those positions. So every detector is collecting some amount of energy, agreed? And the energy keeps on reducing. What is the so what is the pattern that I am looking at out here? So this pattern, intensity decreases with distance, okay, and from what you have studied, correct, This is your gravitational two objects. Okay. As you go away, the gravitational field or the forces of attraction between the two bodies decreases. Okay. And by 1 by r square, correct? That's what you have studied, correct? Similarly for a light source or a sound source, correct? So intensity. So this pattern that we found in something keeps on repeating. Okay, gravity, electric field, radiation. So it's the inverse square law that we are looking at. So all of us have seen ripples, correct? That's a ripple. All of you have played stones with stones on a river or on a pond. Ripple कितना कर सकते हो? हाँ, तीन के ज़्यादा कोई गया है? दो के ज़्यादा, एक के ज़्यादा कोई गया है क्लास इसमें? हाँ? How many? You understood what the problem is? You take a stone on a surface of water and you do this. Glancing angle में करना है. You have to actually get it to do. That means 2 such ripples should form. 6 are good, very good. Okay. So even if you have oil spills, if oil spills on the sea, particularly these images you will see. Okay. So how does it happen? Okay. So mixing happens, correct? So how is the mixing happening? This is that experiment that Professor Bhaskar was talking about. So you have this interference patterns. These are the two sources of your two waves. They come and meet, correct? This is something that you must be regularly seeing in your Bay of Bengal. You are from the seaside. I grew up in Shillong, मुझे तो कभी दिखाई नहीं दिया. So I had to see in the lab. So they look very nice. Okay, so these are things that obviously are animation, but the physicists, if you go to any physics lab at the undergraduate level, they will be able to show you these single slit, double slit experiments. Okay, the dark portions are interesting. That's basic. So what is actually happening? You have these two waves. Okay, if these two match, you get a higher amplitude. If this and this are out of phase, they destructively they do a destructive interference. And so this is again a very nice example of patterns, correct? The patterns look very nice. Okay, this is constructive, the other one is destructive. Where is this used today? This is used in our, so headphones, correct? Headphones, 2000 रुपये में मिलता है, 2000 rupees, and a Bose headphone, I was just checking in the airport, is about 28,000 rupees. So what is the difference? The second one has this noise cancellation business. So what does it do? It figures out the ambient noise and at real time actually cancels out, generates noise by itself and cancels it out, correct? Or has an adaptive filter. These are equivalent things. So he uses this to remove the external noise, correct? So this is an example of interference being used. Okay. So I don't know. So how many of you have seen sound? Seen sound. ये तो seeing sound ना? देखते हैं काम करता है नहीं. Okay. Because the HDMI is not working. Let's see if this works. इसमें तो नहीं है. इसमें तो वो नहीं है. फोटोज का तो आता है. साउंड नहीं आ रहा ना.
सर इसका स्पीकर
नहीं स्पीकर नहीं रहता. मिररिंग में है ना, मिररिंग में स्पीकर नहीं जाता. तो एनीवे, so this is not working. There's no problem. कोई बात नहीं. Okay, so I would have shown you basically what this would have shown is basically if you have a metal plate, okay, or any metal plate, and you put say some small sand or something, and you have a violin bow, okay, violin bow, just you rub against the tray, it would actually form nice patterns, okay. And you can actually do the, so what you can then do is that you actually have a speaker. On the speaker below the diaphragm, you can actually or just above the diaphragm, you put this tray, and as the speaker is generating sounds, correct, a nice patterns would have formed. That was the video that I wanted to show, but that's okay. Okay, chemistry, correct. As I shouldn't speak too much, we have too many chemists around here, but I'll speak something which is relevant for the rest of my talk. One of the things that I often say is the 20th century was a century of physicists. 21st century is going to, that is the first half is going to be the century of chemists, because that's probably where you're going to be able to understand how many different large atoms work. Okay, remember we probably only understand, I think so, the hydrogen atom, and that also not probably completely. So maybe now you'll be able to understand larger atoms. Okay, and the second half of the century, or maybe starting from 2030 onwards, you will be probably be doing more on biology, because now you have the ability to image live working cells. Okay, that's going to be a fundamental change. Okay, so if you look at the pattern that I want to talk of, all of you know this thing called periodic table, correct? Is the life or the bread and butter of chemists, correct? So what is the periodic table? So periodic table is a rectangular arrangement of your elements, and this character called Mendeleev tried to come up with something. So what was his contribution? Why is he so great? At least in my opinion, he is very great. First of all, he came up with this table. What does this table in addition tell you? हाँ तो उससे क्या होगा? That is not too much of fun. The fun, in my opinion, is that there are some gaps out there in that table when he came up with this. Okay, there were gaps. The orange one or the magenta, some color, correct, are gaps, correct. So he predicted that Ica aluminum, somewhere in that column, okay, you would find an element. That element was not found during his time. He predicted that you would find such a thing and what its properties would be. So if you look at gallium, he predicted, I think so, 60, it was found to be 7 atomic weight, density was pretty close, right? That is what patterns gave. He came up with this pattern, and once you have that pattern, you analyzed it, came up with your quote unquote formula, and that allowed us to see things. Okay, so this ability to see in the future is what laws of physics initially gave you, and then chemistry showed that you can do something based on other things than numbers. Okay, so now you have that as your big periodic table. And then, of course, chemical reactions. A lot of chemists have talked about chemical reactions. I understand only up till class 12 chemistry. And that also I understand because my son is doing class 12 chemistry now. He's in class 12, so वो कभी-कभी मुझे सिखाता है. तो मुझे जो समझ में आया is this, that there is a pattern, that there is some level of reactivity with water. Only I remember that when I was in my class 10, sodium को पानी में डाला था तो वहाँ पे आग हुआ था. ठीक है, that is what I remember. Potassium से होगा या नहीं, I don't know. This table tells potassium से और भी ज़्यादा होगा. I haven't seen it, so not my fault. Okay, the teachers didn't teach me. Okay, ठीक है. So with oxygen, this is the thing that magnesium burn करके दिखाया था. Okay, दिखाया था. Okay, and with acid, apparently this is the order. So once you have, that's the pattern that you have come up. Once you have done that, you should be able to do some predictions, correct? So you came up with this formula, correct? This is your reactivity series. That is what is there in your NCERT book. I have seen that. Okay, and then from that you are coming up with these two again formulas or deductions of that this pattern. And so if you now have these reactions, you are able to predict, correct, even without doing the reaction. Okay, in the first case magnesium will displace copper, I think so, and in the second case no, this way. So so this is from the NCERT book. Okay, I don't know how much of it is correct. NCERT books writers are responsible. So let's look at patterns in biology, which Professor Ganguly actually showed. They are really the most fascinating things. Okay, in fact, I will end the lecture also with something which I think should motivate all of you, and it comes from biology. Okay, so evolution, correct? The pattern that there also we are looking for patterns, correct? We put so in biology you put all these classes, correct? So all this phyla and all this business, correct? So that's based on certain similarity of patterns, and that's how you put them together. Okay, this DNA business is amazing, correct? Because that's again another pattern, and that's the pattern of life. Okay, and Professor Ganguly spoke about it. I don't know. So the double helix is something very interesting. So why is it important from our perspective? Because if we understand DNA, okay, and how it works, we might be able to understand why quote unquote cancer works, cancer happens. Because cancer probably happens because a cell forgets how to die. Because all our cells are programmed to die. You know that, correct? What is the lifetime of a RBC? Blood? Ah, good. Therefore, इससे ज़्यादा होगा तो he is actually probably going towards cancer or he has cancer, right? So if you can, so that must have happened because something must have flipped out here. Originally he was not born with cancer. So something must have formed. So we actually try to figure out where the mutations have happened, okay, to figure out rare diseases. So again, this palindrome business that I talked of happens in chemistry and happens with respect to biology. Okay, so this is something that this is a technology which essentially allows you to figure out in the strip of DNA how much of things that you need to take out. Okay, so if you are doing this, so these restriction enzymes actually cut them. So if you have an E. coli sequence, there is a recognition sequence which is essentially palindromic in nature and allows you to perform some cutting business. I am not interested in the cutting business. I am interested in actually figuring out from the DNA readouts if there are palindromic sequences somewhere in this thing, because that's the part where computer science comes in. Okay, so how does computer science come in? So you have heard of forensics, DNA fingerprinting and all that. One of the slides did have that. So what is DNA? So what happens, you know? So you take, say for example, you take a book. Okay, so what book do you take? You take, say, a physics book, Resnick Halliday, correct? It's a very big book today. Okay, so you actually chop it up. You chop it up along the lines. You have these cleavers or this thing, say, automatic knives, which can say cut it up along each line. Okay, so there may be 80 lines in a web page, or say 60 to 80 lines in a page. So you cut it up. The entire book you have cut it up in this. And then, so that you have done across lines. And then horizontally, this was on this axis, vertically, correct? Horizontally now, you again do this cutting. This time you do it at random. Okay, some might have 10 characters, some might have 40 characters. So that way you have got lots of these jigsaw puzzle pieces, correct? You now have this completely shredded book. You now mix it. That's what chemistry does. Chemistry, you will always have to stir, correct? So any chemical reaction that you do to break this up, will actually create this 10, 20, 20 size things, 40 size things, etc. You stir it, front part goes to some other place, chapter 30 goes to some other. And why did I start off with the book? Book is composed of chapters, it is composed of sections, it is then composed of paragraphs and then sentences. So now my job is to actually, from that shredded, mixed, stirred, well stirred business, to reconstruct that book. Okay, and because it is chemistry, there is going to be a lot of error, okay, while this cutting business is going on. So therefore, I actually don't take one book of one Resnick Halliday, I take 50 Resnick Hallidays or 100 Resnick Hallidays and do the same thing and then mix it. Okay, and from that data, then I do an optical readout to get some digital data. On that digital data, I run my quote unquote algorithms to figure out what the sequence, what the original book was. And then I do a comparison with, say, a sequence that was the original target sequence. Okay, so while I'm doing that, I also try to look for interesting patterns, like if there are palindromes somewhere, etc., because those palindromes become unique signatures. Okay, so that brings me obviously to my something that gives me my salary. Physics, chemistry and biology doesn't give me my salary. Okay, my salary comes from teaching this. So here 0 and 1 are the only two symbols that I work with, on and off, correct? Of course, very soon we might work with a superposition of zeros and ones, but there also you work with quantum systems which have two states. So a quantum computer is a quantum mechanical system with two states. So the two states thing is something that I think we are stuck with, just like we are stuck with 10 numbers, correct? किसने बोला था 10 numbers करने के लिए? 4 नंबर से भी कर सकते हैं, 5 नंबर से कर सकते हैं, one finger, one hand. So why did we choose our base to be 10? I don't see a reason for it, but we are stuck with it. Okay, so similarly, I think we are stuck with 0 and 1. So the algebra is defined on 0. So the binary code is again a series of patterns. Professor Anil actually described this whole thing yesterday with magnets, correct? Okay, so I will not do anything out there, but what I will do is tell you that he just showed how to represent, but then you add according to some algebra. So what is the algebra that we use in our common this thing, arithmetic? 3 plus 4 is equal to 7, correct? 7 plus 2 is 9, 9 plus 2 is actually 0. किसने बोला 11? Don't be surprised. Remember, addition जब करते हो, you can only do on one row. That one is from the next counter. उसका है. इस counter का तो 0 हो गया ना? या 1 हो गया. 9 plus 2 is 11, correct? So 1 हो गया. Remember, we forgot. Huh? That one and this one are different. 11 कहाँ से आ गया? मेरा numbers तो 1 to 10 है, 0 to 9 है. So there is no number called 11 in my vocabulary, correct? 10 fingers. 11 वाला कहाँ से आ गया? नहीं आता है. Okay? So similarly here, you actually add only these two columns, and my arithmetic is defined as 0 plus 0, 0, 0 plus 1, 1, 1 plus 0, 0, 1 plus 1, 1, and 1 plus 1, 0. 1 plus 1 is not 2. Okay, so that is what my and my entire logic is built on that. That logic is defined by this algebra, which is known as my Boolean algebra. Okay? So we solve algorithms, correct? These are also patterns. Okay, so these are sequential steps in solving a problem. Okay, so there are different ways to solve a given problem. Remember, in life, when a problem comes to you, उसमें लिखा नहीं होता है कि chemistry से solve करो, physics से solve करो, नहीं होता है ना? Problem आया, solve करना है. Okay, so we solve it. We might solve it using biology, we might solve it using chemistry. Okay, so suppose I want to separate out two liquids, क्या करूँगा? I will just use the experiment that Professor Ganguly showed in the morning. Use the if they are of different densities, very easy to separate them out. Why should I go into digital computer? Problem solve करना है ना? Okay. So you can do a thought experiment. That is what maths guys do. Okay. ये लोग सिर्फ हवा में रहते हैं. We don't understand them. They don't understand us. Okay. But there is this class of people called us who actually do these computational experiments. So हम थोड़ा बहुत maths लाते हैं, but we actually show it on using a digital machine. Okay. So for example, all of you know what pi is, correct? What is pi? हाँ, वो क्या चीज होता है? Circumference. So it is, pi is not, is a ratio, correct? Okay. So but how do you find that ratio? हाँ, इंटीग्रेशन नहीं चाहिए मुझे, इंटीग्रेशन नहीं करते. किसने, हाउ डू यू डिफाइन पाई? जिसने भी डिफाइन किया, किसने डिफाइन किया था? पाई ऑयलर के वक्त में हुआ होगा ना. सो पाई कैसे आता है? सो यू विल ड्रॉ अ सर्कल and measure its length of the circumference, and then you measure the diameter. That's one way of doing. That's a physical experiment, correct? But there might be another way of doing it. Okay, and that's where your ingenuity as a so that's where the difference is between physics, chemistry, or biology, and the way you think in computer science. Okay, because now you must use some other properties of maths. Remember, physics continuously does that. They actually pick up things from different branches of maths and try to solve problems. You saw Venki Ramaswamy's work, from physics to structural, physics with biology, came up with something very nice in structural biology, correct? So similarly, cross-fertilization is very good. Okay, so what you can look at is, if you circumscribe the circle by a square. Okay, you know what circumscribe means? Tangents, correct, to the circle. Okay, so the ratio of the two areas will give you pi. Agreed? Okay, we agree? So now, given this, can I use this fact somehow? Okay, so I can do this by using simulations. Okay, so what is the meaning of simulation? So what I will do is that, all of you know darts, correct? खेलते हो, खेला? हाँ, because you all are बेरमपुर में हो, you probably go to village fairs and all that. वहाँ पे तो होता ही है. बंदूक से भी कर सकते हो, bow and arrow से करते हो, इन्हें पता नहीं. I grew up in Shillong, वहाँ पे bow and arrow से gambling चलता है. Okay, so what you can do is that you find a guy who is very accurate. ठीक है? उसको target दो कि तुम इसके अंदर डालना है. ठीक है? So whatever his accuracy is, there will be some wind factor, some physics playing around. वो कुछ तो बाहर जाएगा, but he is so good that उस square के बाहर वो नहीं जाएगा. There is a physics analog to it that's known as a quantum well. Okay, electron go move around in that well, उसके well के बाहर नहीं जा सकता. You can consider that. Okay. In computer science also you can ensure that everything is within that area. So marksman को भी बोल सकते हो, सर्कल के बाहर जा सकता है कभी कभार, स्क्वायर के बाहर नहीं जाएगा, otherwise you will not get your due. So then what you will do, you count, you shoot n times in the n darts, जितना इसके अंदर है and जितना तुमने shoot किया उसका ratio is basically pi. Agreed? So what do, you write a program which does that. So for each throw, you throw a dart. If it lands in the circle, you add 1 to the total number of hits, and the ratio is 4 star hits by n. So this is a pattern. This is your algorithm. This is your code. Okay, and then if you write a program, it's in Python or in this thing, any language. This is a small piece of code which you write, and if you simulate it, this is a video which is actually showing that. And on top of it, if you see, it tells you what is the value of pi. This is after 1000 this thing. But if you had seen somewhere, it had gone above 3 also. Yeah? You know pi is 3.14, correct? This is showing 2.98, correct? So this is random, because random numbers are being generated which are essentially positions where the dart will go and hit. Okay, So this is one of the fundamental things which actually helps computational scientists. This ability to do simulations using random numbers. Okay, so there's physics, you can and there is math. So this is known as Monte Carlo simulation. So we're looking for patterns, correct? That's one way to where patterns are used to figure out certain values. So pattern recognition is a fundamental skill for computer scientists. So you're trying to discover, they're like detectives who see clues, and so you have to observe the pattern. So a good detective is like a good doctor. A doctor looks at you and figures out what the problem is. Aaj ke din mein he looks for reports, but a good doctor actually looks at you, sees your tongue, sees your pulse, and he tells you what the problem is. So that means he also has some notion of these patterns. So the best example, in my opinion, for this computational data science, or the best motivation, is essentially comes from again physics. Tycho Brahe, how many of you have heard? Right. How many of you have heard Kepler? At least some people have heard of Kepler. Kepler would not have become Kepler if Tycho Brahe didn't exist. So what did Tycho Brahe do? For 30 years he collected data, position of the stars in the galaxy, or whatever he could see. Okay, 777 he documented. Then figured out someone who can do maths. Okay, which was Kepler. Tried to tell him what is the curve. Kepler came and told you. So he was a mathematician, and Kepler came and gave you this Kepler's laws, the 3 laws of Kepler. पढ़ा है? Area वरिया तो वो मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ, इसलिए मैं छोटा रखा diagram. That's not important. The important is someone collected data, someone did maths. Correct? This was Kepler कब था? 1800s. Correct? 1800s. Correct? Recently कुछ हुआ है ऐसा? Anything, something similar happened in this domain, physics, and in this domain. Okay, something like this has also happened. Okay, what is this? This is known as the LHC, something in search, the Large Hadron Collider. Okay, उसने क्या किया? He generated data for you, and that data was analyzed by supercomputers. Correct? This is a supercomputer. Plenty of them. They analyze this data. What data? 5 petabytes of data. Okay, and what did they come up with? Something called the God's particle. Okay, I don't understand what that is. Apparently, God के साथ कोई relation है to understand how universe has been created. Okay, the Higgs boson. Okay, so key thing that you are looking at is data has to be generated by some guy. Someone has to do the analysis, and then you come up with the predictions. Okay. More commonplace is this thing that you are doing today. आज के दिन में Google Lens, you take a picture of this bag and you ask Amazon, मुझे ऐसे type का bag चाहिए. That is what he is giving. This animation is showing that. All of us have done that. Okay. Even if you have not done that, do it. It's fine. Google's one is very good. Okay. And आज के दिन में OpenAI में तो you will do it. Okay. Class का assignment दिया. Why even type that assignment? Assignment को scan करो, दे दो. He will tell you what the answer is. Okay. Handwriting, correct? Apple Notes. Apple Notes में क्या होता था पहले? So all of us know that there is a calculator in all of our PCs or in our laptops, correct? Only Mac did not have a calculator because they were waiting for this. So today on your notes, Apple has this thing called notes where you can take notes, etc. You can do handwriting. You actually write 3 plus 5. It will actually do 7, tell you 7. It does image recognition, solves equations, etc. for you. This, all of us, cricket crazy country, correct? Or even football crazy country, correct? What does ball tracking do? Tracks the trajectory of a ball in almost real time. Okay, that's again something which has been enabled by large data. Okay, and then this large data today, these big words, Siri, Alexa, all of us have heard of this term. Then the large language models, these are foundational, this thing. So if I type on Gemini, I asked him to give me an image of a chatbot, he gave me this. Okay, so OpenAI has become, or even all these foundational models have become so strong that you can tell him that give me an image of a chatbot, he's giving that. And that is why it is so dangerous also. I can actually substitute myself with Professor Ganguly out here, and then I can send out a mail to all the students. Okay, so okay. So data-driven discovery in science and engineering is going to be the future. Okay, so a lot of experiments will be done based on data. Biology, you want to look at different ways to identify new drugs. Physics, you want to model simulations. We have studied 2-body, most of us. 3-body is very difficult. Multi-body is almost impossible. Chemistry, you want to discover new materials. He was talking of things. I would like someone to discover a material which actually I can use to build a robot, with whom I can quote unquote. It's like a many of us sleep with teddy bears, correct? तो वो teddy bear robot क्यों नहीं हो सकता है? वो सवेरे उठ के मेरे लिए चाय भी लेकर बना के लेकर आएगा. You want to engineering, so you want to do everything with optimal energy, and things like imaging live cells, that will probably give us, as he said, I think that is the way to understand probably how cancer works or how immunity works. And which brings me to the last topic with which I want to end. This quantum computing is going to be probably a cornerstone of this century, or cornerstone of this decade rather, where quantum technologies are already there. But you really want to build a quantum computer because it is reversible, okay, and in principle consumes zero energy. Today your data center, someone said yesterday, consumes a lot of heat, correct? Consumes a lot of energy. Don't want that, because that is the ultimate motivation. What is that? That is our brain. It consumes 18 watts of power. So if you ever think of the amount of things that your brain can do, just think it is doing with just 18 watts of power. Your laptop, my laptop takes 95 watts, an Apple laptop takes about 95 watts. A GPU takes about 300 watts. And it just does the minuscule of the computations that our brain can do. Okay, so the takeaway is that a lot of jargons I have used. I hope, as he said, one of those topics will interest you. Some of you will remember that, and I would consider my job done if at least, as he said, 3. I would be happy even if one actually is in this position 30 years from now, or say 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and is able to give the same thing to another set of 500 students. So data, a lot of sensors are going to be developed, patterns. You want to depend on AI, but I am convinced that natural is the way to go forward. You need natural intelligence to be able to drive AI. I don't think AI is going to drive natural. Computing, you need logical aptitude, but most important, you must actually love maths to a certain extent. Otherwise, you're just writing programs. Thank you. That is a diagram again from Escher, and then with a Fibonacci district. Okay. So thank you. And this is something that I always leave my crowd with. This is aim big. Okay, an aim for the stars. And just to show you a demo, it works. Okay, let's see. I don't know if it will work. No, I don't want the screen. I want a black screen. मुझे black चाहिए. हाँ? नहीं. हाँ. I need one volunteer. So okay, so can this green light be seen? You can see the green light? Just one. You just have to hold this. That's better. नहीं तुम्हारा finger जाना चाहिए नीचे. Just steady one. वो दिखेगा नहीं नहीं, you just do it like this. Take your hands down. Take the finger down a little bit. No, black is okay. So can you see the green light? No. Can you see something different? No, you don't move, I'll move. So this is green light, correct? And now can you see the green light? What is the difference between the two? It has become smaller, correct? So this is, the first one was light in one direction, polarized. The second one was supposed to be at 90 because these are inexact devices. So therefore it doesn't cut out the light completely, but it has become dimmer, correct? Wait, come. No, the interesting part is not that, correct? So this is the dim version, correct? This is the इसको ऊपर करना. This is the dim version. This is the So what do you think what will happen if I insert a third one in between? It will completely disappear, correct? It should completely disappear, correct? Let's try that, okay? Let me first get you the dim version and then I will insert this one. Just tell me if you can see the dim version. It didn't work. So the experiment that I wanted to show you, I'll probably be able to do it later, is that when I insert the second one, this one in between, you will get more light, which is the counterintuitive thing to what you have said. I'll show you that a little later. Okay, because I think there's one more talk after this and there's lunch.
So due to interest of time, we'll take 3 questions. We had from here. So anybody from that side? The last person out there. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Good morning. Sir, my question is, in what way patterns in geometry and mathematics helps us in real life?
In what way? Geometry, computer graphics. Okay. Arithmetic. What did we do? We did Fibonacci, and what did we do?
Pascal's triangle.
Yes. So Pascal's triangle gives us a method to. So Pascal's triangle is giving us that formula to calculate your coefficients, correct?
Yes, sir.
So just look at it from this perspective. The talk that you are going to listen to from Professor Panda later on after lunch is about minimizing the energy, correct? So instead of computing, if you have a table, you just look into the table and can get the coefficients. That will be a lot less power hungry than if you did a computation. Remember, you have to, if you are calculating 1 plus x, the coefficients of the expression raised to the power 100. So you have to calculate 101 coefficients, correct? 100 coefficients, correct?
Yes,
NC0 to NCn. Okay, so all those, instead of doing the computation, you just go into that table, look up that row, and that gives you your coefficients. That's one. I think there are many other use cases.
Thank you, sir.
Next question, please.
Hello, sir. Good morning. My name is Chasin Visay, class 9 from Delhi Public Senior Secondary School. My question is that how can the golden ratio be derived from the Fibonacci series?
Oh, golden ratio. There is a method to do it. Okay. So in fact, it is the result of an equation. Okay.
Sir?
So it is the roots of an equation. Okay. Let's for the time being, let me stop at that. Otherwise, it's more involved. But it can be.
Thanks.
Obviously, that's why it you can actually come. Or the other way to do it is you keep on generating this entire Fibonacci series, and then for say 100 numbers, and every number you keep on looking at what the difference is. At some point, you will see that it approaches that. It doesn't change by much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Vidyashri Sahu, and my question is that how can machine learning and data analysis be used to reveal new patterns and insights?
How does data and with machine learning? I gave you this thing, correct? So what is new? You want to come up with a new pattern, correct? So this was like Kepler coming up with the elliptic curve, this thing, rules, correct? So Kepler used his head, correct? So now that head of his is now your machine learning algorithm. So machine learning algorithm will be able to look at all the data that you have collected and probably find out a pattern, correct? So this is what example I gave you. You collected 5 petabytes of data in Large Hadron Collider, and you analyze that through that. And actually, if you look at if you read the wiki page, there were just 4 lines that you figured out, 4 particles. The trajectories of 4 particles that you figured out was probably the reason why that the Higgs boson was. Yeah, Nicholas came up, correct?
A very good morning, sir. I am Yash from Army School, Gopalpur. So here, sir. So here. Sir, my question is, sir, how do mathematical patterns and shapes such as sequences in series and like golden ratio appear in nature, and how these patterns help organism to optimize the structure of survival?
How do they happen in nature is the other way around. Na? Nature में आता है and then we try and analyze. ठीक है? Spiral viral देखा उसके बाद we also correlated it to the Fibonacci series. That's the first part of it. The second part of your question I didn't get.
So the second question was how these patterns help organism optimize the structure of survival.
That is a very profound question. I think वहाँ पे भी I think the only thing that I understand is basically law of conservation of energy is the most fundamental thing. Everything that any organism does, I think, or anything that we do is to minimize the energy consumption, correct? Starting from plants to animals, every shell design, etc., everything follows that. You can always take it down to conservation of energy. At least that's my understanding. I'm not a physicist, okay?
Okay, so let's thank Professor Kaul once again for a great appreciation of pattern recognition. Thank you.
For the very exciting and illuminating talk, I now request our session chair, Professor Chaudhuri, to felicitate the speaker, Professor Pal. Now we request Professor Chaudhuri to briefly introduce our final speaker of the morning session, none other than Professor N.G. Prasad from IISER Mohali.
So,
Thank you.
our next speaker is Professor N.J. Prasad from IISER Mohali.
Yes.
So, Professor Prasad is at
Pepsi
present
nahi hai.
a professor at the Department of Biological Sciences at IISER Mohali, and he specializes in evolutionary genetics. He earned his PhD from JNCSR, Bangalore in 2005. His academic career includes postdoctoral experiences at Queen's University, Canada, followed by faculty roles at IISER Kolkata and IISER Mohali, where he has been. So his research focuses on evolutionary processes, and he has served as the founder secretary of the Indian Society of Evolutionary Biologists. Professor Prasad's contributions to science have been very widely recognized. He is a fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences and the Indian National Academy. He has served as associate editor for Evolution and the Journal of Genetics, and chaired the National Committee for the International Union of Biological Sciences. Notable honors include the Best Thesis Medal in Biological Sciences and IISER Mohali's Best Teacher Award. So you have him as a best teacher. His work continues to illuminate key questions in evolutionary biology, and the one he's going to talk about is how the giraffe got its long neck and the other stories. Let me look at mine. Okay, take it. So, Professor Prasad, over to you.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Ganguly and all the organizers who have taken fantastic care of us, for inviting us. The organization has been fantastic. Thanks to all of you, students, to have come, stayed with us, listened to us, sat through 3 hours of lectures and still be engaged. And that's great. So thank you. And thanks to all the teachers who have brought the students. Okay, my job is made a little easy because of the two talks today. The first speaker talked about fantastic characters in organisms, be it bioluminescence or electric shocks by fishes. So fantastic characters in organisms, right? Fantastic beasts and where to find them, right? The second speaker, of course, spoke about patterns. He also spoke about patterns in biology. What I'm interested in are patterns in fantastic characters of organisms. And these patterns could be geographical. When I compare organisms from a certain area which belong to a certain group, there seems to be a pattern. Or patterns across time. If I go deep into history, geological history, and I follow certain groups of organisms over time, there seems to be a pattern in the characters that you find. The question is, how do you explain these fantastic characters and the patterns? What I'm going to do today is to pick up one such fantastic character that has fascinated people for thousands of years, which is the neck of the giraffe. The title, of course, comes from a very famous book written by Rudyard Kipling in 1902. It's called the Just So Stories. They call it Just So Stories because Kipling wrote about various questions: how the whale got its throat, how the camel got its hump, how the rhinoceros got its skin, how the leopard got its spot, how the elephant got its trunk, so on. And these are very nice stories. These are fun stories. They are fun stories in the Rudyard Kipling sense. They are supposed to be enjoyed. For example, how did the rhinoceros get its skin? Well, rhinoceros had smooth skin, and someday he was very, very irritated. He scratched it a lot. The skin became very wrinkled, and rhinoceros even now has a very bad temper. How did the elephant get its long trunk? Well, it was taking a bath in a river. A crocodile got its trunk, pulled it, and therefore the elephant now has a long trunk. These are just so stories. Yet, these are questions about characters of organisms that are magnificent and seem to be strangely very useful for that organism in question. So how does one address these questions scientifically without them being reduced to just so stories? That is the question that I would like to address today. What I want to impress upon you over the course of this lecture is that questions about evolution can be answered by a series of alternative hypotheses, each of which can be tested by very simple and very elegant experiments. You know what this is? The continent of Africa. If you went to Africa and if you went into that region that is colored there, that is in the middle of a very famous geographical area. That is the Sahara Desert. So if you went to Sahara Desert, the country occupies a large portion, or much of the country. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a pointer. Can you see? Yeah, okay. So much of the country lies in the Sahara Desert. So if you actually go there, there isn't much growing there nowadays. But if you do go there, and if you go to this area called Agadez and to a particular region called Dabuz, in Dabuz, you'll find nothing but sand, but really, really large rocks. That's about it, and some small grass growing. If you go through this, you'll find this. This is what is called a rock art. This is recognized as the world's largest prehistoric rock art. It depicts two organisms of the same species, one a male, one a female. Want to guess? These are the giraffes. How old do you think this rock art is? It's about 8,000 years old. So 8,000 years ago, somebody using primitive tools took the time to make something that was 18 feet tall, almost the life size of a giraffe. They should have been really, really impressed with this organism. More interestingly, at that point of time, 8,000 years ago, this region probably held giraffes. Today, it's just a desert. Okay? So this rock art, of course, is that of giraffe, and today we have a scientific name for it. We call it Giraffa camelopardalis. Camelopardalis. If you translate it into simple English, it's called giraffe, the spotted camel. Camelopardalis is spotting. So camelopardalis simply means giraffe, the spotted camel. Why giraffe, the spotted camel? Well, giraffes have been known to be an African organism for a very long time. Even today, if you look at giraffes, they are exclusively found in Africa. We now know there is just not one species of giraffe. There are many, many species of giraffe. That's not important. Historical times, let's say last 5,000–6,000 years, giraffes have been confined to Africa. So therefore, people in Africa, living in African countries, have always been privy to seeing them, but the outside world has not been. People in Africa have seen giraffes. People of the outside world have heard about these magnificent beasts which they have never seen. They have only heard about its description. These giraffes, of course, in the historical times, even during the time of the pharaohs, were highly revered. If you go into the tombs of the pharaohs, you can actually see these fantastic images of giraffes adorning these tombs, indicating that these were very, very important historically. But outside world, as I said, did not see a giraffe. They had only heard about giraffes. Very next to Africa is the beginning of Europe, and the Greeks and the Romans, who are supposed to be highly intelligent cultural people, always heard about it, never saw one. Based on the description, it said, Pliny says that the Greeks and the Romans simply called it camelopardalis. Most people thought that it was a cross between a camel and a leopard. In fact, one of the Greeks, Pausanias, says it is probably an animal that is like an Indian camel but with the color of a leopard. Do you understand why this description is? The long neck like a camel, the spottings like a leopard, therefore camelopardalis. The recorded history where somebody outside Africa saw a giraffe for the first time, very unsurprisingly goes to a man who we know brought a lot of animals into the circus in his kingdom. Dio writes that Julius Caesar was the first one to bring a live giraffe into Rome. He says that, if you read it, he introduces a camelopard, which was an animal like a camel, its skin spotted like a leopard, and for this reason it bears the joint name of both animals. We don't know what exactly happened to Caesar's giraffe, whether it perished in the circle or in the circus or not, but it did spark off a mania for giraffes within Rome, so much so they began including it in the fantastic mosaic floorings of their houses. This is a very famous mosaic called the Lord mosaic. You can see it even today, it has survived. If you see right in the center of the Lord mosaic, it is reserved for all the fantastic animals that Romans aspired to see. There are lions, there's a tiger, and the center space is occupied by three animals. Probably they had not really seen it. You see an elephant, doesn't look very much like an elephant, but it's closer. You see a giraffe, and you see another strange animal, probably a rhinoceros. So this was the turn of the millennium, and for the next about 1400 years, there is no record of any giraffe ever entering outside of Africa. People had not seen it. But in the 1400s, suddenly there are reports of giraffes being seen everywhere. Why was it? Well, it turns out that giraffes are really large, but they are very, very delicate animals. Transporting them was very, very difficult. So till people learned how to build really large ships and do long voyages, transporting them was very difficult. In 1400s, they began to be transported out of Africa, so you start seeing them. In fact, one of the first records of giraffes out of Africa has an Indian connection. There were two giraffes that were brought to Bengal, one of which was sent to China as a gift for the Ming emperor. These animals were grand. They were used for diplomacy. They were given as gifts. How do we know? Because Chinese made a very deliberate historical record and even drew the diagram of the giraffe that they got. But these first landed in Bengal, and one of them moved to China. These were brought by Kenyan merchants. These were used for diplomacy. So therefore, in the 1400s, remember something about history, 1453, a very important event. The Ottoman Turks did something. They captured Constantinople, which was the trading route between Europe and Asia. So the rulers of Egypt got very, very worried. The Mamluks, so far they had a very good relationship with the Ottomans, but when they came very close and wanted to control the spice route and the spice trade, the Egyptians were not very thrilled. So they wanted to extend their military dominance, so they sent out missions asking for help. One such mission sent out by the Egyptian ruler was to the very powerful Medici family of Italy. He gave a giraffe as a gift to the Medicis, and this is the first authentically documented, recorded giraffe in Europe. In fact, it is said that it is taken in a long procession across various villages. People lined the streets to see it. It stayed in the Medici palace for 2 years and then died for a strange reason. They had built a tall room with rafters, got its head stuck in the rafter, tried to escape, broke its neck and died. So it did not survive for very long. But Medicis were also great patrons of art. So therefore, you end up seeing the Medici camel in great paintings like the Gathering of Manna or the Adoration of the Magi. You will find the Medici giraffe being mentioned. It was, of course, formally named by Carolus Linnaeus, who called it Cervus camelopardalis, but it was revised by this person called Jacques Brisson. Brisson realized that the Arabic word for camel was giraffa. So therefore, he called it Giraffa camelopardalis. Both of them retained the original name of the spotted camel. This is another diplomatic story where 3 giraffes were presented to 3 different kingdoms by the rulers of Egypt, to Charles X of France, to George VI of UK, and the Francis I of Austria. We don't know what happened to the giraffes that went to UK and Austria, but we do know what happened to the one that went in France. Again, like the Medici one, it was taken with great fanfare to Paris. There is a book called the Giraffe That Walked to Paris. And this is important because this giraffe, which was later named as Zarafa, it was a female, lived in Paris in the King's Garden for 18 years. And upon death, it was stuffed and it was displayed in the Museum of Rochelle. You can see this original even in the museum, now in the Museum of Rochelle. It sparked a whole mania for giraffe called Giraffomania. Everybody wanted to have clothes designed after the giraffes, or even hairstyles designed after the giraffe. The whole thing spanned both France and UK, and it got a formal name called Giraffomania. Why am I telling you all this? Giraffes have fascinated people right from prehistory to recorded historical times, as close as the early 1800s, where the animal sparked a whole fashion trend called Giraffomania. This Giraffomania was not, of course, restricted to only the society at large, but also extended to the scientists. And for the scientists, the mania was not about the body color or the hairstyles. It was more about why there are spots on the giraffe and how did the giraffe get its long neck. One could ask, why did? Well, we are not going to answer both the questions. There is not enough time. Today I will concentrate only on how the giraffe got its long neck. How does even one answer that question? Let me give out the secret. Well, it turns out that the explanation for the giraffe's long neck is as simple as evolution. Now, what's evolution? Let's follow this diagram. Let's say here you have an ancestor. Over time, as you move across, the ancestor can acquire, this is an ancestral population, and the ancestral population can acquire different characters and sometimes split into different populations. Each of these populations will then independently acquire other newer characters. They can split further, and therefore you get a tree growing. Some of the branches of the tree will wither, fall away, they will go extinct. Some will survive through time, and if you come to the present day, what you see are the tips of the branches. The entire tree is hidden in the deep geological history. What you see are the tips of the branches. But what you can be sure of is that whatever is the character that you find in the populations that are sitting at the tips of these branches are derived from an ancestor via the process of evolution. The fact of evolution has not been disputed. What has been not very clear is the mechanism of evolution. How do organisms evolve? People accept that the giraffe evolved a long neck, but what is the process by which this evolution happened? Many people have tried to address this question. First among them was an intellectual giant of his time, Jean-Baptiste Lamarck. We make a caricature of him nowadays in textbooks. That's a disservice to him and his work. What Lamarck said essentially was life has its own force and can create new organs based on this force. When there is a requirement, then this life force can create a new organ. If you use this organ, then this organ enlarges or is more elaborated. If you don't, then it decreases. Within the lifespan of an organism, if you develop a certain character, then you can pass on that character to your progeny. Now, if you repeat this process over much of time, the ancestors and their descendants will not look like each other. Therefore, you have the formation of a new species. The idea of Lamarckism, as his ideas came to be known of, can be summarized like this. So, there is an internal urge which can create organs. If there is an environmental change, if there are new needs, then those new needs can be met by the use of certain organs. If those organs are used, they become better developed. If you develop an organ within your lifetime, you can pass it on to your progeny. If you do it generation after generation, what you end up with are new species. You could also say with the new needs, you don't need the use of certain organs, so you don't use it. That organ will disappear over time. If it disappears, if it shrinks, then that character is also passed on to the progeny, and therefore, over time, you have the origin of organisms that look different from their ancestors. If you apply it to the giraffe, Lamarck actually spent some time in his book called Philosophie Zoologique talking about the giraffe. Pay attention to what he says. He says, the result of habit in the peculiar shape and size of giraffe is very interesting to observe. Habit here means what it is doing, and the effects of what it does is very easy to observe. He says that giraffes live in Africa where soil is nearly always arid and barren, so at the ground nothing grows, so that it is obliged to browse on the leaves of trees to make constant efforts to reach them. So, only food is present on the top of the trees and it has to constantly make efforts to reach it. That is the habit that he is talking about. And this habit is long maintained in all its race. This has been going on for a long time in all such giraffe populations, and that it has resulted in the animal's forelegs to become longer than hind legs and its neck is lengthened. In other words, you start out with a short statured giraffe. Because it has to constantly make efforts to reach higher and higher leaves, its neck will be enlarged. That character is passed on to the next generation, which makes more efforts and so on. Therefore, you end up having long-necked giraffes. This is the first explanation, biological explanation for why giraffe got its long neck. Well, is it a Kipling sort of just so story, or can we actually test it? What Lamarck is putting out is a hypothesis. It has certain predictions, it has certain assumptions, and therefore, I can actually subject it to scientific verification like any other theory, like any other hypothesis. One of the important assumptions of Lamarck is that there is inheritance of characters that are acquired during the lifetime of an organism. Without that, Lamarck's ideas won't work. There's this person called August Weismann who tested what he called the inheritance of mutilations. During his time, there were lots of stories saying that, oh, I had a cat which lost its tail and it gave birth to other cats with no tail. There was a woman who lost her thumb because of an accident and her children were born without a thumb. This idea was called the inheritance of mutilation, and it is very similar to the idea of Lamarck of inheriting an acquired character. So, he tested the idea of inheritance of mutilations. He purposefully did mutilations. He took mice, males and females, cut off their tail, allowed them to breed, looked at the tails of their children. Lo and behold, children had tail. He didn't stop, cut the tails of the next generation, allowed them to breed, looked at their children, tails again. In fact, he makes this comment in his very nice book. He says that I looked at 901 progeny and none of them showed any signs of lacking a tail or even a shorter tail. So therefore, Weismann shows that you cannot pass on inherited characters. He came up with this idea of the separation of the soma and the germ plasm. Soma is your body, germ plasm is what is passed on to the next generation. You don't pass on your body characters, but you pass on your germ plasm. There is a separation between the soma and the germ plasm. Put in other way, what this means is a man can acquire really nice muscles during his lifetime or elongate their neck by putting certain jewelry. This character will live within their body and die with their body. This character is not going to be passed on to the next generation. So therefore, Lamarck can't be right. There's another guy who was trying to address the same question roughly a little later than Lamarck, and his name is Charles Darwin. We know him for this very seminal work that he published called The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or The Preservation of the Favored Race in the Struggle for Life. He, along with one of his colleagues, Alfred Russel Wallace, came up with what one could call 4 postulates. And he said that if these 4 postulates are true, then evolution is a byproduct. It just happens. Nobody has to do anything as long as these 4 conditions are met. And this whole idea he called natural selection. What are these 4 postulates? Well, he says, if you look at biological populations, if you take any group of organisms and you look at any character, not all organisms will have the same value of that character. The character is variable. Not just that, the character is also heritable. That is, if you have a certain character in the parents, that character should be passed on to the progeny. So this is what you call as being heritable. He also observes that in populations, not all organisms are equally good at either surviving or reproducing. That is, how many progeny they leave back. And he says that variation should influence who survives and who does not survive. As long as all these 4 are met, evolution will happen and things will evolve. Let me give you an example. Given our recent experience with pandemics and other things, maybe this is something that people will understand. Let's say I have a population of some organism, and that is depicted here. Now this organisms, the color represents how resistant or susceptible they are to a certain pathogen. Light color means they are susceptible to a pathogen, they die when they are infected. Dark color means that they are resistant, they don't die. So suppose, and this character is heritable, they pass on this character to their progeny. So now suppose I take this population and infect all of them with the pathogen. The susceptible ones will die, the resistant ones will survive, the resistant ones will give more progeny. So in the next generation, I would expect in this population to find a larger number of resistant variants compared to the ancestral population. Now if I do this again and again, over time I would expect a greater frequency of resistant individuals in the population compared to the ancestral population. This is the idea. So if you depict it slightly differently, if you have a trait value on the x-axis, let's say resistance, and frequency on the y-axis, this might be the distribution of resistant and not so resistant individuals in the ancestors. Over generation, I would expect this distribution to move, the mean to become higher. Then I would say that this population has evolved with respect to resistance to this particular pathogen. As simple as that. How do I apply it to the giraffes? Well, what Darwin is saying is that the original giraffe population had variable necks, and that the length of the neck is inherited from parents to progeny. Long-necked ones will tend to give rise to long-necked progeny, short-necked ones will tend to give rise to short-necked progeny on an average. Some individuals are more successful at survival and reproduction. Imagine that there is a drought. that drought, some giraffes are better at surviving than the others. So therefore, they are also better at giving rise to more progeny than the others. And that variation influences fitness, who survives and who dies. We said that under times of drought, let's say some giraffes die, some survive. Who dies and who survives? What Darwin says is that, look, the giraffes that had longer necks are more likely to survive than the giraffes that had shorter necks. If this is the case, over generations, long necks will evolve. In fact, he also devotes some time in his seminal book about the giraffe's neck. He says, the giraffe by its lofty stature, much elongated neck, forelegs, head and tongue, has its whole frame beautifully adapted for browsing on the highest branches of trees. This must be a great advantage during dearths. When there is a drought, being able to browse high above should be a great advantage. The highest browsers, the one with the longest necks, were able during dearths, during drought, to reach even an inch or two above the others, will often have been preserved. So you had to have a little longer neck. You would have access to food much better than the others. You had food during drought, you survived better. These will have intercrossed. So the longer necks ones survived, they bred with other long necked ones and left offspring which inherited the same bodily peculiarities. So their children would also be long necked. So he describes how the long necks of giraffes might have evolved. But again, this is a hypothesis. Is it a just so story, or can I actually test this idea? What is central to the ideas of both Lamarck and Darwin is this idea that the length of the neck has something to do with their ability to obtain food and reach food, right? So therefore, I can actually put this to test and ask, do giraffes actually face competition when feeding at lower levels? They are saying if you feed at higher levels, there is no competition for food, you have a lot of food. If you feed at lower levels, then you have competition for food. Is that true? Think about it. What do giraffes face competition from? Not just other giraffes, but in that area there will be other herbivores, plant-eating animals, which are not as tall as giraffes. They are also feeding, right? Therefore, they should be feeding at much lower levels. Is it true that giraffes have more food available at the top regions than at the bottom regions? How do you test it? Any ideas? How do you test whether more food is available for giraffes at the top rather than at the bottom of trees? Here is an elegant example, a very, very elegant and very, very simple experiment. What researchers did is they went to Kenya in an area where giraffes live. They looked at trees which giraffes feed on and other animals also feed on. They selected a set of trees. Some of the trees they built a fence around them so that no animal could eat anything. The other trees, they left it open. Any animal could come and eat. They left it like that for 2 years. They came back and then they checked how much biomass was available for these organisms to feed. Okay? Experimental setup is understood? Okay. Here is what they found. What you have on the x-axis is the height from the bottom of the tree at which they measured the biomass. On the y-axis is how much of it is there. The white line, the white boxes show trees which were protected, no animal could feed. The black ones are trees where animals could feed. What's the first thing that you notice? If a tree is protected, the amount of food available at the lower level, 1 meter, middle level, 2 meters, and top level, 4 meters, is the same. The white boxes are all the same. But if you don't protect a tree, then you will find less food available at the bottom, slightly more but still less food in the middle, and more food available at the top. What do you think is happening? At the bottom level, other animals are eating away the food, and therefore there is less food available for the giraffe to feed on. Whereas at the top level, where the other animals cannot reach, there's a lot more food available for the giraffe, right? So it's true. First prediction is true. There seems to be more food available for the giraffes on the tops of the trees. That's not enough. The food is available there. The giraffe can still feed at the bottom or at the top or in the middle. Do we know for sure that the giraffes spend most of their time feeding at the top? What if the food is there but the giraffe actually feeds at the bottom? Has anybody checked it? So what people did is that they looked at the height at which giraffes feed. Now giraffes can bend their neck and feed at the bottom. They can keep their neck parallel to the ground and feed here, or slightly at about 135-degree angle, they can hold their neck and feed at about 3.5 meters, or completely stretch their neck and feed at 4 meters and above. Okay? So they went into the field, observed the giraffes feeding, and noted down every time they fed, where did they feed? Bottom, middle, slightly above, or right at the top. For comparison, they also looked at some other animal, which was camel, which was also present in that area. And here you see the results. Here you have camel, female giraffes, and male giraffes. What you have on the y-axis is the height at which they are feeding in terms of meters. If you look at camels, on an average they are feeding at about 1.5 meters. 50% of the times slightly higher, but on an average about 1.5 meters. If you look at female giraffes, the average height of feeding is about 2.5, but 50% of the time they are feeding from somewhere 2.5 meters to about 4.5 meters. So now look at this, 2.5 meter is here, 4.5 meter is here. So they are mostly either parallel or right on the top. Look at the males. The average feeding height itself is 3.5 meters, around, and 50% of the times it's much higher. So this tells you that the food is available at the top and giraffes spend most of the time feeding at the top. Okay. Here's another necessary thing. Okay, giraffes feed at the top, but this should be more evident during the time of drought, during the time of dry season, when there is less food. When there is less food, you should see them feeding more at the top than at the bottom. Is that really true? People again went out, did a lot of observations and asked, is this true? The results are here. During the dry season, what they found was giraffes were actually feeding at the bottom. During the wet season, when there is a lot of food, they were feeding at the top. Not the results that you would expect. It's sort of opposite of what you would expect. Why do you think it's happening? During dry season, there is less food overall. Giraffes will fight and get whatever food they can. And therefore, during dry season, they don't mind fighting with the other grazers even at the lower level. Whereas when food is abundant, there is lot of food for everyone, so they don't mind giving that food to the others, whereas they themselves peacefully feed somewhere at the top. Not the result that you would expect, but still explainable. Now here is a more nuanced argument. Suppose height was important for feeding. Let's take an animal. It's about this height. It has certain height of leg and a certain height of neck. And it had to be made taller so that it can reach food at a higher level. A simplistic assumption is you elongate its leg and its neck by the same proportion because you need to reach a height. There's no need to specifically elongate the leg only or the neck only, right? So what scientists asked was that, look, if height increase is what is the motive, then height of every part should be equally increased in a giraffe. There is no need to increase one part over the other unless one part is more important than the other. So they wanted to test this idea. Is the giraffe's leg and neck equally elongated? Now, equally elongated compared to what? You need to have an ancestor to test this hypothesis, and ancestral giraffes are no longer around. How do I solve this problem? What people decided was to use a closest living relative of giraffes, a small animal about the size of a deer called okapi. This is an okapi. Okay? What they did was, they took the okapi, they took the giraffe, they measured the length of the leg of the okapi and the length of the neck of the okapi, took a ratio. Did the same, length of the legs of the giraffe, length of the neck of the giraffe, took a ratio, and asked, is there a pattern? If you look at the okapi, for every 1 unit of the leg, the neck is about 0.44 units long. This is an adult okapi. If you look at a baby giraffe, for every 1 unit of the leg of the baby giraffe, the neck is about 0.62 units. If you look at the adults, for every 1 unit of the leg, the neck is about 0.93 units. So the giraffe baby starts life similar to okapi, but as it grows, the neck is much more preferentially elongated than the leg. Sure? Now this is suspicious. If you wanted to just increase the height, why not increase both the legs and the neck, maintaining the original ratio of 1:0.62? Why is the neck being more elongated if it was just for food? That is a question. So, where do we stand? The idea of the neck being elongated to reach food, because of some experiments we know has some evidence supporting it, but there is also experimental results which are not easy to explain using the idea of the neck length being increased because of food. So where do we go from here? There is no dearth of hypotheses. As long as there are scientists, they will keep coming up with very interesting hypotheses. Here is another interesting hypothesis, put around 1996 or so. What it simply said is that the long necks help males in winning fights. Why should males fight? It is related to another idea that Darwin himself came up with, the idea of sexual selection. When you think about natural selection, it talks about differences in the ability of the organisms to survive. Sexual selection is about the differences in the ability of the organisms to reproduce. In fact, Darwin says sexual selection is the advantage to one sex over members of the same sex solely in terms of reproduction. You can think of an example, most famous example, let's say peacocks. Peacocks have really nice long tails. Suppose the peahen, for whatever reason, likes males with long tails. Two males, one has long tail, the other has short tail. The long tail male is preferred by the female, therefore he has greater chances of reproduction. And if this tail length is genetic, if it is passed on from parent to progeny, his children will also therefore have longer tails. Over generation, the long tail will become more common in the population. A simple idea. Now, this sexual selection can occur in two ways. One is what is called intersexual selection. This involves the female choosing a certain character in a male. It can be the birds of paradise, it can be the peacock. The female chooses a certain character and therefore that character becomes larger, more fantastic, more colorful in the male. This is the second kind of sexual selection. It is called intrasexual selection. The intrasexual selection mostly involves the males fighting with each other so that they can win the fight and they get to reproduce with the female. Here's an example. In many species of deer, the males fight. Whichever male wins the fight gets to reproduce. Who wins the fight? Well, it looks like it is determined by the horns that they have, the antlers. A male with a larger antler is more likely to win the fight. If this is true, then males with longer antlers will win the fight. They will get to reproduce. They will pass on this long antlered character to their children. So they will have longer antlers. So over time, because antlers give an advantage in reproduction, antler size will increase. What is being suggested with respect to giraffes is that the giraffe neck is equivalent to the antler of a deer. It helps male to win fights and therefore larger necks are evolving. Hypothesis? How do we test it? Can you come up with some predictions? No predictions? Let me give you the first prediction. Long necks have evolved to help males win in fights. If this is true, first of all, the neck should be used for fighting by males and only by males. Is this really true? People have made observations and it turns out that male giraffes actually use their neck to fight. This whole behavior has a name. It's called necking. Necking behavior is shown only by males, never by females. And this necking behavior is actually fantastic. Let me show you a short video. This is a video from a national park. See what's happening? They are using their neck and head. They are trying to target each other's neck and head. These fights can be extremely brutal, so brutal that it can lead to the death of one or the other organism. So it is true, males do fight and they fight using necking, and this is the only form of fight that you will find in giraffes. They will not use their legs to fight. They will use only their necks to fight. And I hope you observed that what they are doing is, if this is their neck and head, they are sort of gaining momentum by doing this, and they are trying to hit each other with the head, right? So this entire part is being used for fighting. If this is true, that the males use their necks for fighting, and it's only the males that use the necks for fighting, the male giraffe should have stronger necks, more muscular necks, larger necks compared to the females. It is true, there is sexual dimorphism. Females have smaller necks, more slender necks. People have quantified it. What you see here is a graph of the neck size. Okay? On the x-axis, you have the age of the animal. Y-axis is some measure, the kilograms of neck, which is mostly muscle. The open circles are for males and the closed circles are for females. When you begin, female giraffes are born slightly smaller than the male giraffes in terms of their neck size. By the age of about 4 to 8 years, both the males and females are of similar neck size. But after that age, the female neck does not grow, whereas the male neck continues to grow. In fact, the male necks of mature animals is about 30 to 40 centimeters longer, and it's about 1.7 times heavier than the females. Now, here is the most interesting part on this graph. You know, when the giraffes start to reproduce, what is their age at reproduction? Can you guess looking at the graph? 6 to 8 years. That is when the neck size start to differentiate. That is when they start to reproduce. Okay? So therefore, males do have much larger necks. But it's not just the neck, they are also using their heads. Do male giraffes have much larger, heavier heads? Well, that's the skull of a giraffe, and here are the results. You see again age on the x-axis and head mass on the y-axis, very similar to the neck mass. Female giraffes are born smaller, but they catch up by the year 8. But then after that, there is no change in the female giraffe head mass, but the male giraffes continue to grow their head size. So, males do have much larger necks and much larger heads, which they use for fighting. All that we have established so far is that males use their neck for fighting, that males have much longer necks and much larger heads. But that's not enough. What we should also be able to show is the following. If I just look at the males, then the males with the largest necks should have the most advantage in terms of reproduction, right? Otherwise, this whole scheme will not work. Is this really true? What people did is that scientists went, looked at giraffes, measured their neck size, males, and classified them into 3 groups, A, B, C. A had the largest necks, B had intermediate necks, and C had the smallest necks. Then they observed their behavior. What they find is that the A class males, the longest, largest ones, are dominant to B and C. They always win fights. The A males are also more likely to court females for access to reproduction. Not just that, when the females were given a choice between A, B, and C males, now it's a different kind of sexual selection. It's not about the males fighting, it's the females choosing the neck size. It turns out that the females prefer males with the longest necks, A over B, and the females never choose C class males, right? Okay. So therefore, there is evidence that the neck size is probably useful for the males in reproduction. But there's also a unsolved problem, which is what? If the neck is advantageous for males, why do females have large necks? Compared to other animals, females also have large necks. One possibility is that this is a quirk of evolution. When you want to create an organ, you don't have a separate set of genes for that organ in males and a separate set of genes for the same organ in females. You use the same genes. So if large neck is being evolved through males, females by chance as a byproduct will also evolve longer necks. Okay? So where do we stand? Both hypotheses seem to have some support, and there are some unresolved questions in both of these. It's possible that the neck has more than one function. It's not necessary that the neck should give an advantage only in feeding or only in reproduction. The same structure can give you advantage in more than one. I don't know if you have heard about these large jawed ants. These are, you can Google it and look at the video. These ants have humongous jaws which they use to attack the predators. Whenever somebody comes attacking their nest, they will use it. But if they see that the predator is too strong and they are likely to lose, they will just clip the same jaws, which will flip them away from danger. Jaw used for attack, jaw used for escaping. Same character, can be advantageous in more than one thing. It's also possible that historically speaking, neck evolved for one thing and is currently being used for something else, what is usually called an exaptation. And there are many such examples. You have seen birds, they have feathers. Why are feathers useful for birds? Flight. That's not the reason they evolved. If you go back in evolutionary history, feathers were first invented so that the birds could keep a constant body temperature. Once they were there, they could then be used for other functions, including flight. Such exaptations are possible. In 1996, in China, people discovered a fossil. What is shown in white is the part of the fossil that we know of. What is shown in gray is the part of the fossil that is missing. And it's called Discochirex zechi. Discochirex zechi, when it was discovered, people could not figure out what animal it was related to. Very recently, in about 2022, now we have figured out that this was an ancestor of the current day giraffes. What is more interesting is, if you look at this fossil, look at the head. Do you see something very, very interesting near the head? That part of the head seems to be thickened. There is a very thick plate on the head. If you look at the neck is very, very thick. It's not long, but the vertebrae are very, very thick. So questions were asked as to why this animal, which is an ancestor of giraffe, should have a thick skull and a thick set of vertebrae. What we now think is this. This fossil animal probably used head-butting as a method of contest. I don't know if you have seen rams, sheep, they head-butt as a contest. These animals probably did the same thing, the males. So if you are head-butting, then you have some protection for your head, and your neck better be thick. So probably the elaboration of the neck of the giraffe happened as a means of obtaining mates. It not only became thick, probably it also became longer. We have no evidence, it's a hypothesis. And once they became longer, probably they also were used for feeding at very high heights. Okay? That's not the only set of hypotheses we have. There are many other hypotheses which are also being tested. One says that, look, long legs are good if you want to escape from predators. If you make your legs long, you will also make your other body parts long, and neck also became long. There is another hypothesis which says that large bodies evolved to maintain body temperature. They help to dissipate heat in a very arid environment. When you make your body large, your neck will also become large. A third very interesting hypothesis, if you have a long neck, you can see from far off. Therefore, maybe long neck is good when you have a lot of predators. All these are valid hypotheses. All these are being tested. Okay? Now, we could go on and on, but I would like to end making a few points. One is that the ideas of evolution, even though they are deeply rooted in history, can be tested using very valid hypotheses. That giraffe is a fine example how selection is very complex. Our understanding of how the giraffe neck evolved today is much more complex than the just so stories of long ago. It's also an example of limitations to evolution. I have not gone into it. Most of the times we end up thinking that evolution creates perfect organisms, but it does not. It brings in its own limitations. I want you to think about this. When you elongate the neck of an organism, what are the other kinds of problems you bring about? An organism is not completely modular. You have your head, you have your neck, you have your heart. Your heart has to pump only this much to reach the head. How much does the heart of a giraffe have to pump to reach the head? Giraffe's head becomes giraffe's heart becomes really large. So it's not modular. Many other things have to evolve, and that brings in its own complexities. Finally, since we are in Berhampur, anybody recognizes the first part? This is a relief from the Sun Temple at Konark. It is supposed to be dated to about 1200, at least this relief, 1200 AD. This is supposed to depict the victory of Gajapati Narasimhavarma or Narasimha, yeah, I think so. And during his victory, it is suggested that two traders from Africa actually presented him a giraffe. So that's what you see there. You see the giraffe being presented to the king. So giraffes probably reached India a little earlier than they reached Europe. The other relief is from Karnataka. It's from a Jain temple called Savirakambada Basadi, which basically means a 1,000-pillared temple that has what obviously is a giraffe, and that can be dated back to about 1000 AD. So there seems to be some evidence that giraffes probably were known in India a little before 1400. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Prasad. So let's take her. Hold on. Do you have a? Can you just pass this?
Good afternoon, sir. This is Nivedita from DePaul School. My doubt is, Jean-Baptiste Lamarck said, according to him, that organisms like the parts which they use more or use less, they have passed to the next generation. So the organs which are used less, like the appendix, which we call now as vestigial, was used less, and it is passed. But August Weismann denied it. So it can be a point, right? So what do you want to say about it?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Lamarck's ideas are not supported, especially the inheritance of characters that you develop within your own lifespan are never passed on. To be very specific, evolution is the property of a population, not that of an individual. A population evolves, not an individual, right? So whatever characters you have, your germplasm is your germplasm, and then you pass it on, faithfully barring mutations, right? And that can change based on how good you were at passing on. Did you get more chances to pass on? Did you get less chances to pass on? That will change the composition of the population as a whole, right? So this passing on of acquired characters is not supported.
Then it can be a point for this, no, for long neck.
For the long neck, that it did not happen. Yes. Yes.
And sir, had we been in the place of giraffe, let me say the situation was like that, then it would have happened.
You mean, would we evolve a long neck?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I will answer it in a slightly different way. Yes. Because I can ask the same question, can an ant be as large as this room? Can I have a neck as long as that of a giraffe? So on. Have you heard of this scientist called JBS Haldane? No. You should. He was a British citizen to begin with, but became an Indian later on, was here at this place, spent the last few years of his life in this state, So this state should especially be proud of him. One of the intellectual giants of the previous century. JBS Haldane did many things. He laid the foundations of the mathematization of the evolutionary theory. He has written a beautiful essay called On Being the Right Size. Okay. My suggestion is you read it.
Yes.
Okay. Instead of me giving you a direct answer, read Haldane's essay. You'll get a lot more fantastic answers and questions.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I am Subhashish from PM Sri Kendra Vidyalaya Gopalpur. Sir, my doubt is that, sir, the soma germplasm can be inherited in DNA for desired traits in offsprings.
For desired traits?
Sir, in the upcoming offsprings.
If you are talking about how it happens naturally, right?
Yes, sir.
The arrow of causation is from germplasm to soma in the context of an environment. So to modify what Professor Collins said in his talk, or actually had up on his talk, the DNA is not really the blueprint of life. The DNA is the recipe of life. Okay, there's a slight difference. And that recipe has to be cooked in an environmental context. The genes, the DNA have to express themselves in an environmental context to give you what we call as a phenotype, the soma, right? And it happens only in one direction. Whatever happens to the body does not come back and affect the DNA. There are things like epigenetic inheritance, let's bar it right now, but fundamentally no change happens to the DNA because of what is happening to the soma, right? So that being the case, you cannot choose what to pass on and what not to pass on. But nowadays with technology, you can do DNA editing and decide what will be passed on to the next generation, and that's a whole different can of worms.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I'm Eid Harka from APS Gopalpur, and my question is, change occurs due to change in DNA, and if it's true, then in what way can the needs of the giraffe change its DNA?
It does not. The change of the needs of giraffe does not change the DNA of giraffe. That's what I was just saying. There's no reverse causation arrow. It doesn't. Change in the environment does not immediately change the DNA. If it did, then life would have been very simple. The way these things evolve is by what we call as random mutations. An organism, let's say, that has long neck, reproduces. During reproduction, what does it really mean? It makes many copies of its genome and packs it into these little packets that we call gametes. When it makes copies of these genomes, it makes mistakes. I think Professor Ganguly was referring to that. But these mistakes in us, what are called eukaryotes, are corrected by a copy editing mechanism. Just like when your books are written, somebody goes and corrects all the spelling mistakes and all that, there's a copy editing mechanism. Most of the mistakes are caught and repaired. But even the copy editing mechanism is not 100% absolute correct. It still leaves back some mistakes. Those mistakes are the mutations that you most commonly see. So the copying of the DNA is what causes mutations most commonly, not radiation, not nothing, just the copying of the DNA, right? Now, when these mistakes happen, most of these mistakes we know are generally bad. If anything, they make the characters worse. Very rarely some of these mutations make the character better. All this happens just by chance. Where will an error happen in the DNA? I don't know. And when that happens, will it be good or bad? I don't know, but most of the times it's likely to be bad. So you have these random mutations. If by chance one of the mutations enhances the neck length and that is high fitness for the giraffe, then that representation will go up. The need of the giraffe will not change the DNA. DNA changes by chance.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Sugandha Patra of class 9th Iron Public School, Alaska. My question is, what is the different and special in giraffe that must be there than other herbivore animals that made their necks so long? Is there any biological reason or some other reasons? Because other herbivore animals also compete for food, but they did not get their long necks.
Correct. But it's not correct to assume that giraffes are the only ones that had long necks. In fact, giraffe's neck is not that impressive at all. Is this still connected? Can I project something? Yeah? I want to show you something since you asked this question. You know what these animals are? One obviously is a human,
Yes,
right? There is your giraffe. What's the other one? It's a dinosaur. The longest of the necks belong to the dinosaurs. Okay? So the same problem has been repeatedly solved by different groups of organisms in a similar way. Think of fishes. You know how a fish looks?
Yes, sir.
Right? Think of a dolphin. Does it look like a fish?
Something like different.
Somewhat like a fish. But is it a fish?
No, sir.
It's a mammal like you and me. If you go back in history, there were lizards called ichthyosaurs. Ichthyos means fish, saur means a lizard. Ichthyosaurs, which were cousins of dinosaurs, they lived in sea. If you look at fossil ichthyosaurs, they look like exactly fishes. The reason I'm telling you this is, if you are in an environmental context and you are faced with certain problems, organisms seem to come up with very similar solutions. Long neck is one solution to one such problem. Many different groups of organisms have explored that. In today's world, giraffe happens to be the only surviving one. It's one of the branches that survive. The others which explored that space are already dead.
Then, sir, the neck of giraffe and the neck of dinosaurs must be having some similar properties.
Very good question. The only similar property is what happens to their special nerve called the recurrent laryngeal nerve. Okay. Ancestors, all of us came from fish-like ancestors. Fish have gills. There's a 10th nerve called the vagus nerve. And then that goes and innervates one of the gills. But it does so underneath the blood vessel. Now, when you created organisms like you and me, the fish does not have a neck. We have a head, a neck, and a thorax. Heart was moved to the thorax. Now, what happened? This nerve had to come down, loop through the heart, come back up, and innervate the gills. The gills now have become larynx. The same problem exists in the dinosaurs. The same problem exists in the giraffes. Okay? That about is the similarity. If you look at the bone structure, if you look at how many bones are there, it's very variable. In giraffe and you and me, there are only 7 cervical vertebrae. Giraffe also has just 7 cervical vertebrae, just really elongated. Whereas dinosaurs had many more vertebrae. So there are differences.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for the questions. And before we end this session, I would really like to thank the speakers, and especially the last one, Professor Prasad, because this was an eye-opening way of looking at evolution, the different factors that affect evolution. Sometimes someone predominates, some factor does not. But this is, thank you again, Professor Prasad, for a wonderful thing.
Thank you, sir, for the very fascinating talk. Please don't go, please stay a bit. Okay, so now I request our session chair, Professor Chaudhary, to felicitate our speaker, Professor Prasad. So based on your questions asked during these 3 sessions, not 3 sessions, 1 session, 3 speakers, 3 talks, we have selected some few names whose questions were of the most merit. And I'll announce those names. Please come up to the stage if you hear your name. And then I request Professor Ganguly and Professor Chaudhuri to distribute the prizes. No, sir, please stay. Okay. Badal Shetty from KV Berhampur. Ashutosh Tripathi from PM Shri KV Gopalpur. Ashim Bishoi from DPS Secondary School. Yash Ere from OAV Karapalli. Nivedita Mishra from DePaul School. And finally, Sugandha Patra from Aryan Public School. Sorry, please wait a moment. So we are running quite behind the schedule. So now we have lunch at the third floor, as you know, but we request you to gather here by 2 o'clock to start the afternoon session. Thank you. Sorry, please listen. Lunch is at the 4th floor. Okay.
Hello. Ah, ha, ha. Okay, good afternoon all. Okay, so can I ask you riddles? Okay. So, okay, which one? Okay, this one. I'm an odd number. Take away a letter and I become even. 7. Okay. Okay. What tastes better than it smells? What tastes better than it smells? Tongue. Okay, very good. What kind of band? What kind of band never play music? Okay. What has one eye but cannot see? Needle. Okay. One in Hindi. Okay. One in Hindi now. एक पक्षी ऐसा जिसके सिर पर पैर. सारे words. Okay. Okay, so next one. What cannot talk but will reply when spoken to? Chat GPT. Eco. Eco is the right answer. Eco is the right answer. Okay. What can you break even if you never pick it up or touch it? Huh? Okay, right answer is promise. What month of the year has 28 days? Okay. Hmm? No, 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 it's okay. Okay, one last one. This is the last one. What goes up but never come down? Okay, okay, very good.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. Okay. So this is our last session, and
computer science BTech, and then he went for his master's and PhD from University of California. And he worked in industries like Texas Instruments and Synopsys, and he was a visiting scholar at the Stanford University. And he is working in the area of energy efficient computing, and he is the author of 2 books and several articles. He is recipient of several awards, including IBM Faculty Award, Qualcomm Award, etc. And currently he is a professor at Computer Science and Engineering Department at Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi. Professor Panda.
Is there a power?
Like this mic?
This, yeah. Is there a power outlet? Yeah. अच्छा सर आपका पर USB, oh you have a converter. I will use that.
नहीं ये तो no it is the Thunderbolt.
It has an HDMI, right?
Yeah.
Do you need the audio for if you have any videos?
I don't have video.
Okay. Oh, that's this.
Oh.
USB-A.
That's all.
Okay. Is there any
no, there is.
On. Now it's on.
Okay, let's start. Thank you for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here. And like it was mentioned, I have gone to school here, I have gone to college here, I was born in Berhampur. I have a strong affinity to everything that's Berhampur based. So that was also the reason why I was invited, because we are the kind of people who don't say no if we get an invitation to visit home. It's great to be here. Thank you for coming here in large numbers and also coming back after lunch. And I see most of you are still awake, hopefully. So keep awake, at least for the next 45 minutes or so. One of the requirements that was posed to me, it's not clear after I went through this first session today, was that we have school children from the surrounding areas, so I should try to speak in Odia. This is a crisis of the biggest proportions because you know, we can have a question and answer session and all of that in Odia, everything is fine, but a scientific talk in Odia is something that would have been a complete adventure and disaster. But from what I see transpired yesterday and also today, I have the feeling that that's not necessary. We throw that out, right? Or we should. There's no need. From the background of the people who are speaking up, students who are speaking up questions that are being asked, it is clear that we can bypass that requirement, which is great. But it does create a different crisis, energy crisis we will come to, which is that I was thinking that we are school children in class 7, 8 and so on. I can say something simple and get away with it, but that is not the case. People are challenging the theory of evolution, and Darwin didn't think of some of the possibilities. Standards are much higher than what one might have assumed. So with some trepidation I am starting off. I am saved by the fact that we are late a little bit, so that means that I can have a shorter talk than what I had planned. But also feel free to ask questions and all of that. That also shaves off a little bit from the duration of our presentation. So yeah, that's just the prelude. Let's talk about computers and the energy crisis. To talk today, we will just dwell a little bit about the energy situation. Where are we headed? What are we up to with respect to energy? Where do computers fit in? This is again an audience that is very familiar with the overall topic that we are talking about. We will nevertheless, even though the talk is simple with respect to the kinds of things that are relevant for computer science, computing, and energy, the challenges with respect to the energy, they are completely open. Even the simple questions that I will raise here, some of us can answer it, but it is by no means a closed problem. These are open problems, challenges are open. We have ongoing research in this area. It's a very, very relevant problem today, relevant for the whole world, but also relevant for us, everybody here. As we speak, the technology continues to evolve, and therefore new challenges come in, and new solutions are necessary as the technology evolves. Corresponding to those technologies, there is the need for us to rethink what all are the power saving opportunities, energy saving opportunities, whatever we can do here and there, whatever we can contribute here and there with respect to saving power, somehow affects the entire globe with respect to our energy footprint. Okay. That was the introduction. Let's talk about just some data to place ourselves in the overall context. Computers don't occur independently. They are interacting with an overall environment. Everything, of course, is interconnected here. It is in some ways hard to actually say how much energy, how much power are we actually dissipating in computers, and what fraction is it of the total energy footprint of the globe. These kind of questions we would like to answer. First, sum up, right? That data has to be collected so that we are appropriately motivated. If it is 1%, then it's not very important. If it is 10%, if it is 20%, then it is important that we do something about it. And finally, we'll talk about energy saving mechanisms. These are open challenges. They seem like very easily posed, and some of the solutions we already know. If we are using phones or if we are using desktops, laptops, some of the solutions we know. They are already ones that we see in action in our modern day computers, in our phones and everything else, but by no means is the story complete. The story continues to evolve. All right, so let's start off with energy, since we are talking about the energy footprint. In some loose sense, we can say it is a capacity for doing work. And the various kinds of energy, we all know what it is. If we are in motion, then there is what we call a kinetic energy that we possess. If I have to run some electrical appliance, then we say that it is an electrical energy. So we have classified the energy forms into some different ways. If there is some burning that is happening, there is some chemical energy. Some of these are interconnected, and you know that one form of energy can be transformed into some other form of energy. We have studied that. What are examples of those? Kinetic energy can be converted to what? To potential energy. How? by throwing an object up, yeah, you have solved those equations also. If I give that much velocity, if I give that much energy to a ball, how high will it rise? So somehow the motion takes us in the direction where the kinetic energy keeps reducing because the velocity is reducing, and finally the velocity becomes 0. At that point, we say that everything is converted into potential energy. And as it retraces its path, as the ball reverses its path, what happens to the energy? Is the other way around. So as ideally you expect that the same path will be retraced, and I get back all the kinetic energy that I gave, that I imparted to the ball as I sent it up. In an ideal situation, that's what. These energy conversion mechanisms are very important for us, because I might find a source of energy that is not necessarily the energy that I need. What I need is maybe electrical energy, but what is available is maybe some thermal energy, maybe it is a dam or something like that, where kinetic energy is available or potential energy is available. So those conversion mechanisms are important for us, because our needs may be different from whatever the sources of the energy. Okay. What is this energy crisis? Problem is that there isn't enough energy. There are lots of things we would like to do, or there is so much automation that we would like to do. There is transport. Everybody would like to travel to various distances. Transportation takes up a large amount of energy. Industry, if I were to take everything together and I say this is industry, it is actually hard to demarcate in that sense, but industry is supposed to take up 50 to 60% of the entire world's energy. Lighting takes up a lot of energy and so on. The demand is always high, as we know. If there are power cuts that we observe in our homes, it is because in some ways the demand is too high corresponding to what the supply is, and because of that we have to somehow tolerate the power cuts in our homes or in factories and so on. Of course, this motivation is well known. What does the energy consumption profile look like? So what's plotted here is all the way from 1800s to so over 200 years of data, but you can see a sort of an exponential increase here with respect to the total energy footprint. The division there is referring to the sources of the energy. Some comes from coal, some comes from oil and natural gas and so on, but it is that outer curve that we are interested in, that is the total of all the energy that is being delivered. Looks scary. Somehow we have to rely on man's ingenuity to make sure that well into the future the demands might actually increase in a similar way, and somehow some magic has to happen, because of which we are able to deliver the kind of demand that is placed in the system. That is one view. The other view, of course, is that maybe we try to analyze each of our energy consumption devices and whatever mechanisms. If it's factory, then it's a factory. If it is a home device, then all of these appliances, they consume energy, and of course it is the duty of the designer of those equipment to make sure that we do something about it in the next edition, next version of the same equipment that's there in the market. Something improves, some kind of improvements we expect. Normally it would be that maybe the performance improves in a machine, in a laptop. You expect that it gets faster and faster. But with the generations, faster and faster, there is an issue where what do you think happens to energy if the computer gets faster and faster over time? Energy consumption of the computer, how would it be related to speed of the machine? Same speed, same energy, more energy, less energy? More. Why? We are getting into a technical detail that actually I will come to, but nevertheless energy is the capacity to do work, right? We said. So more work is happening. In some sense, more work is happening. Of course, we try to make sure that the efficiency of that work is better and better, but there is the risk that if other things remaining the same, a faster machine leads to higher power consumption, so more energy. What to do about it is something that we'll illustrate with a couple of examples, but this is the central problem of computer design today, which is that we want to deliver high performance because the consumer is asking for better and better machines, yet we have to obey some energy footprint. We have to obey if there is a battery that is running our system, then we are limited to whatever is the charge that the battery is able to provide. There may be limits on the power availability and so on. So this is a very interesting modern challenge for a computer designer, which is there is an expectation regarding the performance of the systems. The performance should get better and better, but unfortunately the higher performance means higher energy, and we have to do something about it. We need to respect some limits, or we need to minimize, or however it is possible, the footprint of the machine. We'll talk more about it, but who is consuming this energy? Pretty much everybody. So it is scaling up the same way, irrespective of what the geography is. Maybe the top, so what's posted here is where do different countries stand. You can see that India is number 3, which is, so in terms of this terawatt hours that the energy is being plotted, China is first, something like 40 is that number, something like 25 is the number for US, but we are at something like 10 and rapidly growing, both India and China rapidly growing. So it is not as though it is a foreign problem, other people's problem, it is very much our problem. Okay. Talking about computers and energy, of course we will have to justify what is the big deal about the machines. Why should we save computer energy? I need to somehow provide some evidence, but essentially if you look at the, let's say in a smaller scale, you look at an office with its equipment and staff and electricity and all of that, and if you just profile the fraction of the electricity, just the electrical energy that the office is consuming, something like these computers and monitors, if I just account for that, that's not all the computers. We will come up with what exactly, where all are the computers in the world. As it happens, the phone is also something that belongs to a computer category. What's happening there is not very different in a phone from what is happening on a desktop system or a laptop system. The form factor is different, sizes are different, but otherwise many of the actions happening are similar. There is a display, sizes are different, but there are some superficial differences, but otherwise they are similar. So 10% of the world's electricity today is accounted for by computing machinery, but that fraction is also growing. Therefore, it is not a small number. If you look at something like a typical office equipment, 50% of the power can be attributed to computers and its immediate peripherals. This actually leaves out all the other things where smartness may be there. Printers it leaves out, maybe a fridge has smartness, AC and other things are left out. But in fact, air conditioning's power is also dependent on how much heat the computers are generating. If you generate more heat, then the AC needs to work harder, and therefore there are secondary effects that raise it to even beyond 50%. But that's what those are approximate numbers. But 50 is a huge fraction of our electricity bill. That much might be there, not necessarily in the home, but certainly in the offices. But even in the homes, as you know, our devices are getting smarter and smarter. Smarter devices means there are computing elements inside those devices that that are dissipating energy. Touched something here because of which. Which one? Oh, this. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's dive down a little bit and define what do we mean by computers here anyway for our purposes. In fact, these are just the different categories. A phone is very much a computer. What's happening inside a phone? There are processors inside the phone, there are memories, there is display. All of these, the sizes are different, but otherwise it's not very different. Laptop, of course, is a computer. Desktop, server. So this is just as you go left to right here and down. The scale of the machine is increasing, but otherwise they all most definitely fit in the definition of a machine, of a computer. And if you include intelligent systems of various kinds, in fact, they are there. Pretty much every electronic device, electrical device nowadays has that kind of intelligence that we would like to attribute to computing. What do you think is the power dissipation of a phone? How many watts? Or if that's not familiar, how about laptop? This is a familiar device. How much power does it draw? Yeah, it's of the order of 100 watts, 20 to 100, depends on what it is. Desktop maybe something like 150, 200, something in that range. Servers in the order of kilowatts. Data center can be easily megawatts, tens or hundreds of megawatts, depending on the size of the data center. Phone would be how much? 35, 30, any other numbers? 50? Should we go upwards or downwards? 65, we started from 30. So somehow there is a bias towards increasing. Why? Why are you not considering like lower? I did not hear anything, but throw a number. You can throw 1, 2, those are also okay, right? 20, 10, okay, good. Now we are decreasing. Anything else? No, no right or wrong answer. Obviously, every phone, the power dissipation may be slightly different, so it is not that it is an integer or that there is an expectation. I can design a phone that is 75 or 7 or whatever, but typical phones that we use. Those numbers are something like 4 to 5. That's all that you can afford. Remember, you are putting it in the pocket. There are rules regarding how hot it is allowed to be. If you have to survive for too long, there's a device that is generating heat that you are keeping in your pocket. There are rules that cannot be violated. So those numbers are 3, 4, 5. Those are the numbers we are talking about. Very efficient design. So that, as you can see, you expect higher and higher performance, right? You just the thermal part of it is a specification, but that the manufacturer has to meet. But as users, we want better and better performance. That has to be delivered within that 5 watt, if 5 watt is the number, but it is somewhere in that range. It is not 75, it is closer to 5 watt because of these mobile devices, there are some requirements. Phone, certainly, because it is close to the body and therefore how much you can tolerate it. Right, so that's also a computer. So there is the computer that we are carrying with us. That of course is the picture that we need to know. At the other extreme, it was the data center that we said is easily guzzling up megawatts or tens of megawatts. This is serious business we are talking about. And in some of the regions, like particular states that people have looked at the data of, that can the data center, if there is one a serious data center in the region, that could easily be accounting for something like 1/4 of an electricity bill of the entire state. That data is from some US state, but it doesn't matter. All states don't necessarily have, they house data centers, but in fact the consumption is so much that a lot of challenges are there. Where do you put up? It is felt that there is a useful location for the data center. Where? Underwater. Why? The power dissipation is good, right? So there are other impacts on the environment, and it has actually been tried out. The symbol you see here is the Microsoft symbol, because it's Microsoft that tried to house its data centers under the riverbed somewhere. These are technologies that is felt that there is some benefit to. The wattage is so much that all of these kind of actions, these are very much a modern solution, but these are being used. Anyway, who uses the data center? We're talking about a data center. What is a data center and who uses it? We can say that essentially we've moved left to right. The complexity of the system increased. So larger and larger systems, large number of computers, the storage systems, network, and so on. That's what it is full of. Who is using it? Who's using the data centers? Are we using? Large company. Are we doing any action, do you think, that impacts the data center energy? What? Shout out. Storing data in the cloud. Yes, cloud means, what is the cloud? The cloud is distributed among these data centers that are there. So indeed, storing data. Is the phone responsible in some way for energy consumption in the data center? What? What would it be doing that affects data center energy? Yeah, but that we already looked at. So storing files, if you are storing images, you take a picture and you store it in the cloud, then that's where it is going. So activity is there and energy consumption is there. Anything else that we are doing on the phone or the laptop that affects data center energy?
Using internet, we can search it.
If you do a simple search on the internet, on the browser, you do a search. Where is that search happening, do you think? Here is where that search is happening. All the data is stored here. So the searching also has to happen in the data center. So in fact, these what seem like very innocuous things that we are doing, you just type 1 or 2 words in the search box. The activity corresponding to that is not small. It is a large amount of work that is happening when we do what seems like small actions, but they're not small actions. So indirectly, the phone, the laptop, everything else, all the other computing machinery, these are just like client machines. Client means it is just available to the user. The user appears to be doing some simple tasks, but the task is not simple. There are complex implications of those tasks. They are actually executed here in the data center. So we are all integrated. It's not that what we are doing is necessarily decoupled in some ways, divorced from where the main action is happening with respect to energy. Everything, we are contributing to that energy. Okay, let's go a little deeper and check what is there inside the computer. Inside the data center, inside those server, what are they? They are a bunch of computers. They are a bunch of computers and storage devices. There is also networking, and that is what is there. But if I were to zoom into that, so there is essentially, we are talking about one computer. That computer may not have a display and such things, but I have just conceptually tried to identify one small element over there. It's a simple desktop machine. That desktop machine says what components inside it. There is a display, there is a CPU, this is that processor that is doing all our work. There is a memory for storage data. Let's focus on just these 3 things and take a look at what may be the energy implication. Where is the energy? Now inside a computer, where is the energy going? If I say I open a browser or go to a website and so on, some action is there, or open a document or a spreadsheet or something. What's happening? Where is the energy going in our system? Okay, let's look at display. So all of these three things, maybe with a few examples we can illustrate what kind of challenges exist with respect to power dissipation, energy dissipation, and what can we do about it. What is done currently? I'm sure you are already aware of things that are done currently, but it is an open problem. It's not that everything that could be done has already been done. Okay, so here is a display. Let's take a phone display just to illustrate things, but when we say display, I include every display. A tablet has a display, a monitor connected to a desktop has a display, laptop has a display. All of them have displays. These displays do account for a significant fraction of the entire machine's power. How much it depends, but it may be something like 20%, even 30%. Often it's possible. And if you are playing a lot of games and so on the system, there is a lot of activity happening on the screen, right? So you can expect that the display is seriously worked up with respect to energy. Okay, what does the display look within it? If you look close, this is a display device on which the screen is being projected. If you look carefully, what does it consist of? This display consists of what? it's essentially each of, you see a matrix here, a grid of what? It is like these are LED bulbs that are, ultimately each is a bulb, right? So that's what I'm saying, thousands of very, very tiny bulbs. This itself is a display, so not hard to see what it is. But our phone is also a display unit, and that also has those tiny bulbs. Do you see those? If you look carefully, you can see that. So the resolution is so good that the human eye may or may not be able to perceive it. But of course, they are there. And when I say display is taking up energy, it is because these individual pixels, what are called, they need to be lighted up. So lighting, it is like a bulb that is lighting up, and therefore, of course, it requires some energy. And you can see that in a screen like this, there are some pixels that are off and some others that are on, and the ones that are on would be responsible for large part of the energy that is that's dissipated in the display unit. Not that there is zero energy corresponding to all the others, because there is a lot of other processing that would have happened that's responsible. This is the final output, but there may be other processing that is internal to the system. Okay, so let's take an example where the display unit is dissipating 2 watts of power when it is on, when some kind of action is happening, and 0 watts when it is off in a phone kind of a device. Where is the opportunity to save power? If I say you put some intelligence into this system, into the phone, so that I save energy, what would you do? We have seen phones working. The phones that we are carrying, they are working to actively resolve this in some way. So you have seen that. What kind of things do you think they do? Pardon me? Yes, so since I'm saying that when it is on, it is 2 watts, when it is off, it is 0 watts, the natural solution that comes up is, once in a while, why don't I shut it off? Do you see that happening in phones? In phones, sometimes it is on and sometimes it is off. You see that happening. What is the excuse for turning it off? Is it acceptable to us as a user that the display is off? Save its energy. Sure, the reason it is off is that energy has to be saved, but as a user, what expectation do I have from the phone? So somehow the machine has to infer that nobody is using me at this time, and therefore I will take some drastic action like turning it off. See, you have to carefully do it. The user experience cannot be compromised to a large extent. It should not be compromised. So if I am typing something, then the expectation is that I don't expect it to go off just like that, unless it got discharged or something serious happened. Right, so I have to put some intelligence into the device so that to the large extent it is off, and it should be on only when it is necessary. But it is a little bit of a tricky question. I, as a user, did not provide any such information. I didn't say now I'm using or now I'm not using. This has to be automatically inferred by the phone itself. What are the tricks we can play, using which we can learn that now it is a safe time to turn the display off? So somebody said that you put a timer. You set something like 15 seconds, and then what? So what is the? Someone is not using the phone, but see, immediately after I have used the phone, I am not using the phone, right? So would it be right to immediately turn it off? So that's why there is a timer. Yeah, so I can say that this is the simplest thing I can do, which is I wait for whatever that amount is. It is not clear what it should be, but let us say it is 10 seconds. For 10 seconds, if there is no activity, then I will shut down the display. The rest of the phone is still on. It's just that the display is off. This is a simple thing that I can start off with. What else? How do I know somebody is using or not using? That is the next question. Yeah. Okay, so there is no tapping on the screen, and therefore, yeah, have a seat. And therefore no activity. Is that all, or are there other ways of needing the phone even if there is no tapping on the screen?
Can be cases that when the user is there can be cases that when the user is just watching a slide or just watching something, that doesn't mean that it will just turn off when we are reading. So if I'm asked, I'll say that the phone can use its camera to sense if the user is watching or it's present in front of it or not.
Yeah, have a seat. This question, answering this question is not necessarily an easy one. Is it being used or not? Tapping, fine, but you know, what if you are watching a video? Are you tapping the system? That video may be an hour long or half an hour long or something. Are you tapping or are you not tapping? You're not tapping. It's playing by itself.
Then, sir, it will be turned. Then it will be turned off if there is no activity going on the phone.
Okay, activity. So I have to expand the scope of the activity word to beyond tapping and touching the phone. So
Yes.
there are some other things I need to take care of. So in general, it is actually a complex thing. One is when I turn it off. Other thing is when I turn it on. When do I turn it back on? I need to turn it back on, right? Sometimes, yeah. When should I turn it back on? When the heat reduces. So is it that when it is sufficiently cool, then I should turn it on? Okay. Any other ideas? Can I wait until some action happens, then I'll turn it back on? This is often done. I mean, these are the simplest techniques, but there is the need to refine them a little bit. I can wait for an action, a lack of action to turn it off. I can wait for an explicit action to turn it back on. But these things, they admit simple solutions like the ones we talked about, but they also admit very sophisticated solutions that are also relevant. So touch is one of them, sort of very obvious thing. It initiates action, and therefore I ought to be sensitive. Moving or not moving, that also tells us something. If I pick up the phone, the display goes on. What happened? I didn't touch the phone, and yet the phone sensed through other devices that it has, accelerometers and such things, that I am moving. So somebody is moving me, and therefore maybe I am needed, and it will turn back on. You have seen that behavior. What if I am in a car? Car is always moving. For that matter, the earth is always moving. This is a fallacious thing. Am I actually moving or not? As you know, this is a deep question that it is not clear you are actually moving or not. You think you are not moving, but the galaxy is moving at a very, very, very high speed, and that is motion or that is not motion. So that's why it is acceleration that we are looking at. It's not constant velocity. That motion is not defined in terms of uniform velocity, but if velocity changes, then that gives a hint that something's going on. One other thing that was also mentioned, so these are actually pretty left to right, these are getting more and more sophisticated, but I could look at other things in the environment. Among those could be that there is a camera on the phone. Camera is there. That camera could be used to monitor whether that phone is being used or not. In what way? For example, somebody is looking or not. This is a little bit expensive. You have to do some work. Some computation has to happen, pretty heavy computation has to happen to check whether whoever is facing the camera, whatever scene is facing the camera, does it look like it's a human being? Maybe it's a human being, and it's a human being that is about to use me or not. So this is a little higher order, a little more complex task for me. Nevertheless, something that is doable. The systems nowadays actually are capable. The phones are nowadays capable of the following kind of intelligence, which is, so this is one, this is, you just need to recognize the human face or not. This is okay, this is a known technology. There are other very smart things that the phones, we may not have used those phones, but high-end phones are said to have this feature that if you are playing games, the games, as you know, they are very power hungry. They drain the battery, right? You play games, or you are all very nice students, you never waste your time on all these distractions and you're all focused on studies? You also play? Yeah, so you know that good games, if they are good, then good means what? The quality of the graphics is very, very nice and so on. This comes at a cost. It comes at an energy cost, right? So saving power during playing of games is actually important. That is, the games is, for whatever reason, considered one of the performance parameters of the system. Those games are provided to the designers that this is the heavy application that's going to run, and do something about it. Make sure that the power is good, then the user will like it. They have pretty sophisticated mechanisms where that camera could be used to check if a human being is playing, where are her eyes looking at any point in time. You pick up the phone, right? The screen is relatively large. You could do enough work to figure out that the eyes are looking at this part of the screen and not at that part of the screen, and render that part of the screen that is being viewed in a little more detailed way. The rest of it I can do a simplified rendering, but the ones where the user is looking at, that could be a little more complex, because that's what we are seeing. The rest is a peripheral thing. We are not directly seeing, but we are watching something. Those kind of things are already there in commercial systems today. This is a very nice research problem. What should you highlight, what should you not highlight, and considering that the highlighting means more energy, all of these things. This is an energy optimization, and there are all these possibilities that we need to be aware of. Essentially, answering the question, is the phone idle, and track activity in ways that ought to be reasonably smart, because if you spend, because we said that somebody is looking at where on the screen they are looking. This itself is a complex computation. This is not easy computation, and because it is a complex computation, that process also wastes energy. It must be that overall I tune the system so that what energy I lose by way of monitoring and all the intelligence that I put in is not overpowering the energy that the system is actually, I went out, that is available for optimization. So it is a pretty sophisticated set of efficiencies and optimizations that are available for us to play with. These early ones are relatively easy and they are intuitive and they are already there, but what else we could do to make the system energy efficient is actually an open challenge. These are examples. Let's take a look at the desktop world and consider two different activities. One is a reading of a document. So I have a monitor here. I have some PDF reader or something like that. It's a document that I am reading. Compare that to playing a video game. Somehow the activities are different. Which one is less energy? Reading of the document. Why? Of course, this behavior you have seen already, so this is nothing new. The thing is that screen, at least even if you forget about all the other computation that is happening, the screen is getting refreshed more frequently. The dynamism is there. Activity is there on the screen. That screen, you will likely take some time to go through what is there, and it is completely static. Screen is not changing as fast. So if newer and newer pictures are emerging, then that is more work that is happening. So that's pretty clear that energy point of view, that is less and this is more. Question is, what can I do about this? Yeah. Toning down the graphics level of the game. It is indeed true that there are these graphics control which is actually a complex piece of hardware, and that is necessary here, that's not necessary there. So there are some components that I can shut down because currently they are not being used. So that's indeed one of the energy efficiency tricks. We should keep only those components active in the machine that are necessary for the current set of actions. If they are not there, then I need not. What else? Resolution. Well, what's the, of which one? Of the game. Okay, But on the other hand, remember, that's bad from the player's point of view, right? He's saying that he'll cut down the resolution of the game. Would you like it as a game player? Yeah, so you see, it is a tricky trade-off, right? So it may not be an acceptable. It's from the designer's point of view, it is good, but from the user's point of view, it is not so good. Yeah. Boosting the phone regular. Boosting means?
Boosting means a system is there where a rocket comes and takes some things and fly away, and this animation gives a better performance in less charge, and also saves the battery.
Okay. There are a number of things we could do
by reducing the frame per second.
Reducing the frame per second. Can you define it for the audience? What is frame per second?
Sir, it means that the number of frames per second, it usually the movement, it also indicates the movements.
Frame means number of pictures that are being displayed on the monitor per second. More means what? Less means what?
Sir, more means more energy consumption and less means less energy consumption.
No, but why? What is the user's perception of more and less?
Sir, more movement.
Yeah, you can see that this is a. So how does the video work anyway for us? The video works by displaying a large number of still images. There's nothing fancy that's happening in the video. It's just that maybe 30 times a second or 60 times a second, you put newer and newer images that are slightly different from each other. That gives the perception of motion to the human being. So if you change that with more frequency or lower frequency, you see that there is a difference in the perception. That difference may be acceptable in this document reading, but may not be acceptable here. So if you are reading documents, maybe the suggestion is that I can reduce the frames per second. Yes?
So we can turn on the battery saver while playing the game?
Turn on the
battery saver.
You can turn on the battery savers when you're playing the game. Okay. Let us see. See, and as opposed to what? Reading document, I turn the battery savers on. Battery saver on means anyway, what is happening in the system if I turn battery saver on? Yeah, so I think you are overall familiar with the domain. There are some of these early things that we can do, but among other things, you know, the CPU or whatever is the processing unit, that needs to be working at a pretty high rate here to render our video, but it is okay to use a slower CPU for reading the document, and if that knob is there available to us, we can tune it. If it is a document kind of thing that is happening, I can run the system slower. If it is video sort of a thing that's happening where a lot of computation is going on, I can run it faster, and there is an expectation that from this high speed or lower speed. Higher speed means more energy, lower speed means energy we are able to save, and usually on these CPUs it may not be directly available to us to control. It may be, it may not be, but to the operating system of the CPU certainly this is available, that the operating system is supposed to actively monitor what is going on and adjust the frequency of the CPU accordingly. Higher frequency means higher speed means higher energy. So to the extent possible, you should be using the lowest speed or lowest frequency that still delivers the kind of quality that you want to deliver. All right, so that was example number 2. Let's conclude with example number 3 in a larger system like this. We have these systems we are not using. Nevertheless, it's not hard to extend our knowledge of the phone and of the laptop into something that is a larger scale system like a data center. Here is an observation. This data center has within it tens of thousands of computers, and let us say this kind of a profile is what is visible in the data center, which is that it is most active during certain hours of the day People are going to office and out of office and so on. Of course, nowadays even from home we do a lot of work and so on. But this is some, if not exactly this, maybe it is some variation. But there are times when the utilization is low. So the load that we are imposing on the data center is low. That may be early in the morning, late at night and so on. But middle of the day, maybe that it is really bad in terms of load being high. So this is the nature of the curve, of the utilization curve of the data center. Utilization you can define in some way, I am not going into the detail, but let us say there are 100 machines that are there. All 100 machines are being, I have to turn all of them on, I have to run all of them to deliver the results that I need to. So if this is the utilization that I have observed, what kind of energy saving technique I can adopt? Remember, the data center has tens of thousands of machines. What is an obvious energy saving mechanism? Any guesses? Random guesses? Even just continuing from the previous example? Yeah.
By not using the data of those users who are currently not active, by not processing the data of those users that are currently not active here.
What do we do to the machines? Those who are not, so if I am not asking for the data, then that's all right, the data is there. Of course, the data is still safe. It will be used when I am asking for some computation on the data, retrieving of the data. But what do I do to the system? But the machines are dissipating power. Even when they are on and they are not being used, they are still dissipating power. What kind of things I could do? Yeah.
So as we don't need all 10,000 of the machines at morning and night, so we can turn half or more than half of them off.
Yeah. There is a natural thing. Remember I said that maybe in some ways the energy is proportional to the speed at which we are working things, but the machines are such that even if you don't do anything, even if no work is happening, you still dissipate some power. Just because you are turning it on, because data needs to be stored, and storing data is also expensive with respect to, even if you are not touching the data, you are just storing the data, that too consumes energy. So an idle machine consumes power. Okay, I can do something about that. Like was mentioned, I can run it full speed, all the machines can be on during peak load, but when the load is lower, I can adjust the number of machines that are on and those that are off according to the demand. There is the need for us to respond to the demand in an explicit way, and one thing is that turning a machine on or off takes time, right? Maybe the phone is the easiest, but the bigger the machine is, the longer it takes to transition between on and off. That is bad, because if you want to start off some activity, you want the program to run immediately. You don't want to wait for 2 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever it takes for the system to come up, to boot up, and then only you will execute it. So there is some intelligence that is needed here, but the thing is, we have prior data. This is where there is some analysis of the data. The historical behavior and patterns can be used, because how did I get this curve? I probably averaged the data out over a long period of time, over a year or something, and there is an expectation regarding what the nature of the load would be. I can't predict it 100% correctly, but nevertheless I know something about it, because of which before the peak load is observed, sometime a little bit in advance, I can turn the machines on so that the performance that is expected from the system is still good. Even when I am here, so because I know something about what's coming up, I can start turning these machines, some of the machines down in a graded way, expecting a certain behavior there. There is some prediction that is necessary as part of this, and there is a lot of data analysis that I need if I were to properly exploit the possibilities there. So the point of all of these three examples was to illustrate some of the optimization opportunities, energy saving opportunities for us. Some of them are simple, the main ideas may be simple, but if you really want a proper exploitation proper intelligence, if you want to put it, if you want to push that energy saving a little bit, while not compromising on the expected performance of the system, then saying, the topic was energy saving in computers. This is sort of a new scientific topic. Some of it comes up as just tricks that are available to designers, but there is a need to build an algorithm and a formal technique around such things.
Okay, now you ask.
Sir, my name is Aniket Singh and I'm from APS Gopalpur. My question is, in case of a supercomputer or a quantum computer is made, then how challenging is for us to reduce the carbon footprint on environment?
So first of all, the definition of supercomputer is not very different from what we have mentioned here regarding the high-end machines, server and data center and so on. Essentially, the terminology has changed, but when we say data center, that certainly belongs to the supercomputer area. So what we talked about data center essentially is the supercomputer that you are talking about. Quantum may turn out very differently. As of now, the power and energy footprint does not change much, but it is likely that if the good applications come out of the quantum computing, then you may be able to do complex tasks very fast, and hopefully the energy is less because of that, but it is an open problem as of now. Answers are not known.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Akshi from Army Public School, Gopalpur. Sir, as you mentioned that mobile phones are composed of about 4 to 5 watt batteries, but companies like Samsung provides a charger of 65 watt. Why? This still uses a charger of 65 watts.
4 to 5 watt. There is the need. What is the job of the charger? The charger's job is to charge up the batteries as fast as possible. It makes sense for the charger to have high capacity so that the charging occurs as fast as possible, charge time is less. This is a different rate from the rate at which we are dissipating the charge, using up the charge in the phone with our apps and so on. That process is 3 to 5 watt. It is expected that when you are charging the phone, you are not supposed to be keeping it in the pocket. This is the reason. Maybe a large currents are flowing, and therefore, so charging is a different situation. We want that to happen fast, but the charging to happen fast. But the discharging we want to happen slow. The slow discharging causes the 3 to 5 watt.
Oh, hello. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Prabhas Ranjan from DPOL. Sir, I have a question that since you have talked about electric energies and its high usage in IT sectors like computers and its official uses, so in future, is there any possibility of development of any technology that can save the high energy consumption? Since at those times, yesterday's lectures, I have heard quantum technology, that is computers and all those things will be developed. So this will lead, this will lead to the less uses, less consumption of energy in those computers?
It is an expectation from quantum computing when that world is complete. See, quantum computing is an evolving discipline. As of now, all those applications are not yet transformed to the quantum world. There is an expectation that you save power indeed, if in the ideal case where I manage to actually efficiently extract all the possibilities that are there in quantum computing. As of now, this is an expectation. The early engineering has been done, but there is a way to go. But that is supposed to be there in the future. Today it is not, the answer is not known. Sure.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Ashana from Sankalp Senior Secondary School.
Yeah.
I have a question. Like, with the growing demand for computational power, how do we strike a balance between technological process and energy sustainability?
Energy sustainability and technological progress, yeah, these are conflicting goals that we already saw, which is technological progress means more and more work has to be done at faster and faster rates, and that leads to the computing challenges, the energy related challenges. That in fact was the subject of a mechanism of a talk like this. And what we talked about, a few of the energy efficient, so the solution is not a single solution, but it has to be distributed in many different ways. And of course the expectation is that these small tweaks that we talked about, little algorithms, little mechanisms for saving power, would play a role in increasing our sustainability. It is indeed a responsibility, but it is not that there is one particular angle that we ought to be looking at. The way we generate energy, that ought to be more sustainable. The way we use up energy in the computing system, that ought to be more sustainable. There are many, we talked about 3 components, but there are many other components that we also need to take care of. So it is an open question. Maybe
next question.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. My name is Sri Indra Rao from DPS. My question is, what is the ultimate energy crisis, and how can technology solve energy crisis?
So we are, I would say we are in the middle of that crisis that we are talking about. This is an exponential growth. There may not be an easy and a smart way to keep delivering that energy at an exponential rate. No exponential lasts forever, this we know. So that's today's crisis. Now, their demands are growing and possibly the sources are limited, although work is being happened. So the kind of things that we are talking about here, we try to reduce the demand. Sources, again, we try to increase. So if there is some reasonable balance, that means that, okay, fine, a good solution is there, but it is only looking into the future.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Sivaji from Army Public School, Gopalpur. Sir, as you told, for more consumption or in smartphone you use camera, it is safe that in nowadays for consumption we use camera, that it can, we are giving the chance to hacker to hack our phone by cameras, that nowadays many of as things by camera has been
Should
done.
the camera be on for doing all these smart things? It's a good question. It's a security risk, right? Somebody may get access to data that they should not be seeing. So these things are always on. Of course, you want to have that ability, but whether to use it or not, whether to turn it or not, that feature ultimately has to be the user's responsibility.
Okay, 2 more questions. One here, one there. With that, we'll wind up. First here.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. I am Anvesha from DAV Public School. My question is, as you said,
in computer means by gaming or by programming, we use lot of more energy in CPU. It requires more energy than normal computers, right? And it also has cooling effect. Does the cooling effect also require energy? It also require energy. So how can we reduce that energy for energy sustainability?
The cooling effect essentially is a side effect of our doing things at a slower rate or shutting down some components and so on. The heating reduces and therefore that is the cooling effect. So what we do in our systems for cooling, okay, it depends on the kind of system. On a phone, we don't do much. We just leave it open to the air. On a desktop or a laptop, we may put a small fans. On a bigger machine, we might explicitly put some water cooling devices, AC may be necessary. These are all there, and indeed they take up some energy, and that energy is also, that cost also ought to be added to any overall energy efficiency.
Yes, sir. For cooling also we require more energy, right?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that energy cost has to be added to.
Then are there any devices that does not mean we can reduce that energy?
Those
or
are
will be
there.
in the
In fact,
future?
actually, that was touched upon earlier today, the thermoelectric devices, that piezoelectric and thermoelectric, where there is some storage that can happen and so on. A little advanced, not necessarily there in commercial systems today, but it's possible.
Okay.
It's an area of ongoing research.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Yash from EPS Gopalpur. Sir, my question is, how can emerging technologies like 5G, 6G, quantum computing influence energy consumption landscape? And what are the potential risks and opportunities for addressing energy crisis?
Okay, quantum, we already talked about. It is, we are still early stages, so the hope is that it will be much more efficient. So it's up in the air, we don't know. 5G and so on, there is energy efficiency built into the communication protocols ongoing, and also the immediate communication protocols. That subsystem could still improve from further efficiency, but some of it is already taken into account in the protocol itself.
The very last question.
Last question, because we are delaying the proceedings. So short question, equally short answer.
A very good afternoon, sir. I am Supriti Panda from class 9C from PM Shri Kendra Vidyalaya Berampur. Sir, my question is that the charges at the railway station provide more than of a normal charges. Does it affect the electronic devices?
So chargers that are available at the railway station are what?
Provided more electricity. Does it affect the electronic devices?
The fast charging does have some, there's nothing free. If you are going to do it fast, then somewhere there is some efficiency, that is energy efficiency in the transfer that does affect. So we are indeed losing. Overall, we may be losing a little bit, but it is okay. It's assumed that from the wall, we have relatively large amounts of energy. So for the phone, considering how much energy the phone requires, it's not a loss, not a huge loss, but there is indeed some loss in the process. But let me stop here, since I don't want to delay.
Okay, let us thank the speaker once again.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move to the next talk. It's a demonstration. Yeah. By the time I'll introduce you and other things. Would you like to take two more questions? Two more questions.
Excuse me, sir.
Sir.
Please, I will ask. My name is Aishwarya. I am from DA Public School. Sir, I wanted to ask about processors in the mobile phones. Let us take a case where a person needs a mobile phone with high performance. He does not need to do very small tasks, only for high-end performance. So, in the 8 processors which are present in the mobile phones, can we not reduce the efficiency cores and just increase the performance cores? It will help in the higher-end tasks, right?
The question was about the 8 core systems that you have, which typically consist of like 4 performance cores, what is being called, which is faster cores, and others are efficiency with respect to power. They are slower cores, but so some are faster machines, some are slower machines. In that phone itself, the faster ones dissipate more power, the slower ones dissipate less power. This allocation of application to the cores, which core should be getting which application, is indeed the job of the operating system, and I would say even today they do a reasonably good job with respect to that allocation. What application should run where? Initially we know nothing, but after observing applications we put them into this category or that category, and there is some intelligence that is already there in the system. Not to say that that we done with it, because that the architectures are evolving of the phones. There are GPUs, there are other kinds of accelerators, AI, machine learning, hardware, and so on. This continues, and as that evolution continues, we can expect that smarter mechanisms would have to be come up with for such allocation. That's a good observation.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
My name is Swarup Narayan Patnaik. I am from PM Shri Kendra Vidyalaya Barampur. So, sir, my question is, how do locations affect the power dissipation? How power consumption? How locations play an important role there?
Physical location
Yes,
of
sir,
the
yes, sir.
machine.
Yes, sir.
So the location is defined by the surrounding environment. Okay. So the one that I talked about, the underwater system and so on,
yes, sir.
Somehow the dissipation is very good, because it's assumed that you are right next to the machine there is cold water that is flowing, and therefore it is easier to transmit the heat away from the machines. Similarly, if it were in space or something like that, the dissipation is excellent, because the temperatures are close to 0 degrees Kelvin. So in that sense, the location being defined by a thermal footprint around the system, that is essentially the primary determinant. The secondary determinants may be there, for example, other factories and so on, but primarily it is access to a good dissipation. That is the location.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is myself, Arpita. So my question is, the gaming industry is the most growing industry in India currently. So how are we going to deal with energy saving of energy, because it requires high resolution of computers and much energies?
Yeah, we observe this. The gaming requires large amounts of energy. What to do about it? Ask the kids. Would they accept slower game, older generation games and so on? They won't accept. They want more modern ones, more special effects which require more energy. So not that those applications, the designers are not trying. They are certainly trying to be power efficient. The solution comes from various sources. One is you try to make the software, the gaming software, better. There is also you try to put in the hardware mechanism, some newer knobs that will help reduce the power. And of course the battery manufacturer also tries to make sure that the battery lasts long for a fixed given amount of energy. So the different sources are there, multiple pronged attack it has to be.
Good afternoon, sir.
Last question.
Sir, as you said that for looking at the screen, we would use the camera to see where we are actually looking.
Yeah.
So that requires more computational skills and calculations.
Yeah.
So won't that consume more energy than previously, than while dimming the screen
Yes,
and
this
brightening
is
up?
an open thing for us. It will save some energy because I can more aggressively shut down things perhaps, and it will cost also some energy, because the process of doing it requires some energy. We need to make sure, so this is not an easy thing. We need to make sure that what we are saving is more than what we are expending in, of course, doing it, but that is the job of the designer.
Sir, and it also decreases the user experience.
Myself, Chigyansa Panigrahi from PM Shri Kendra Vidyalaya Gopalpur Military Station. So my question is, as you said that phone can detect the motion when we move. So
is the camera always working even when we don't open the icon, or how does it affect the privacy?
No, yeah, you're right. The question was raised earlier also. The camera should not be working if we have not allowed it the permission to work. So when we say that we'll use the camera to do all these fancy things, it is assumed that we have obtained the consent of the user. Otherwise, we should not be using. So, but let me stop here since I think I have delayed the speaker quite a
move
bit.
to the next speaker. '86, and in 1989 he joined Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and he is a fantastic experimentalist and a person who demonstrates experiment to the kids at various levels. Professor Maitra is a recipient of S.S. Bhatnagar Award in Chemical Sciences and is a member of various academies, and he has got a lot of prizes to his credit. Dr. Samita Maitra is teaching in engineering education since 2001 at the BMS College of Engineering. As head of the department from 2007 to 16, she has been instrumental in starting a postgraduate program in biochemical engineering. This master's program was started in 2012 with the TechUp 2 funding. In 2013, under her leadership, the Department of Chemical Engineering in BMS College of Engineering has been pioneer in receiving full accreditation of the National Board of Accreditation in India. So, Professor Maitras, please.
Yeah. Shall we? Please give us 2 or 3 minutes just to set everything up. Audio. Okay, we start with a song and we will end with a song also. I'll do that. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay. Notice here, this is red. Okay. This is green. This is blue. All right. Okay, we will have some discussion on the colors. Let me first of all begin by thanking Professor Anil Kumar for introducing us. Shamita, you please come here. Also to Professor Ashok Ganguly for inviting us here. And so we will talk about chemistry is fun, but I'm using this particular slide taken in our beautiful ISC campus some time back to show you beautiful red, green, and blue colors. These three colors, when mixed together in terms of their light, the wavelengths, they will produce the white color that you also see here. Okay, that we will do in two different ways towards the end of the talk. All right, one using fluorescence, one using chemiluminescence. And before anything else, I would like to thank a lot of people for their support and assistance. First of all, my students who set up a few things which I brought from Bangalore, imported to Odisha from Karnataka. Dr. Palani, who has supplied with various expensive chemicals. Of course, Professor Ashok Ganguly for the infrastructural support here, and a large number of volunteers. Please do come here. The staff volunteers, Dr. Balaram Mohapatra, Samir Padhi, Sabyasachi Gop Mandal, Hari Krishna Sahu, and Balram Sahu, and the student volunteers, Ayantika Saha, Ashima Kashyap, Rajat Kumar Behera, Sayan Sen. Thank you all very much for being part of this show. I appreciate your help, and we will take help from you as we come along. All right. Since the previous talk talked about energy and sustainability was a term that was brought up, I thought that I will mention this because you might have seen a couple of words, SDG 4 and SDG 17 on my first slide. If you think about Mother Earth, okay, that's only a very small speck in the bigger picture. We get only sunlight. Nothing, no material comes from outside. No material goes from outside, from Earth to the outside. So we have to manage with materials we already have with us and to take care of the needs of 8+ billion people. And all human processes utilize energy and increase disorder. For those who are senior students who would know that increasing disorder essentially amounts to increasing entropy of the system. We take, for example, concentrated ores and deposits, they are mined, concentrated, used, and dispersed on the earth. So the 3 R's that you have all read are reduce, reuse, and recycle. Reducing and reusing do not require any energy cost, but recycling does. And recycling of some of the modern materials that we are using now, for example, the solar panels, lithium batteries, these are not yet reached a stage where it consumes less energy than to recycle it. Okay? So therefore, my advice to all of you, to this generation, is that try to reduce waste generation in whichever way possible. Okay? The previous speaker was a more focused talk about reducing energy consumption in electronic devices, but I'm giving you a more of a philosophical input to this. But one of the things to remember is that chemistry has solution to many of these problems. And perhaps some of you are familiar or heard about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. If not, then it's a good time for you to learn. And there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations has put forward. This you might have read in your social sciences. Can I request you to be a little quieter so that I can even hear my voice? Okay, and today's presentation that Samita and I will do with the help of the volunteers would basically focus on quality education, Sustainable Development Goal 4. Let me go to the laser pointer mode. Quality education and partnership for the goals. We are partnering with several institutions here, many schools, for achieving some of these goals on quality education. And chemical science will continue to play very important roles in tackling these global challenges, which not only is cut down the energy consumption, but also to find ways of utilizing solar energy directly or indirectly for meeting our ever-growing energy requirements. So that's why I said that SDG 4 and SDG 17. Every day in the history of science, something interesting must have happened, right? There are 365. This year, well, last year was 366. So something interesting must have happened. And since yesterday and today are the event days, I thought I will summarize you and tell you what has happened on these 2 days. A very important discovery was made by Professor Bergstrom, who was born on this day in January 1916. He got the Nobel Prize in 1982 for discovering a class of organic molecules known as prostaglandins. Blodgett, some of you might read about Langmuir-Blodgett films. So this is the Blodgett of Langmuir-Blodgett. She was born on this day in 1898. Cottrell, Fred Cottrell was born in 1877, and he is known for many things, particularly more well known for his discovery of the electrostatic precipitator, which is called Cottrell precipitator for removing particles from gases. January 11th, that is today. Anybody's birthday today? Okay. So Fred Becker was born, who did a lot of work on electrochemistry and electrometallurgy. And last but not the least, another gentleman, Roger Guillemin, was born in 1924. He worked on hypothalamic hormones and got the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1977. So to celebrate all these important events, we will do a small experiment now. All right? Okay. Why is this balloon floating? Helium. Very good. Any other alternate answer? Hydrogen. Any other third answer? Nitrogen is only very slightly lighter than air, because air anyway is 80%, 75% nitrogen. Any other gas? Simplest hydrocarbon? Methane. It could also be methane, but methane is rather uncommon. Okay? What experiment can we do to find out whether it is helium or hydrogen? All right. Let's see. Okay, 1, 2. One more. You know, one important thing about doing chemistry experiments is that it has to be done safely. This experiment should be done with a small balloon, about 2 liters or less, and at a 5 feet distance. Okay? If you do that, there is absolutely no issue in, you know, I can stand here. Because the byproduct is okay. You can do it from there. No issues. It's okay. You hold it at the very end. Okay, second one. Okay, all right, thank you. We have a 9-month-old in our audience, and this is her first introduction, maybe the first introduction to chemistry experiments. Thank you very much for being with us. But you know, it is very, very safe even when a small baby is around. The sound is not very loud, I assume. Okay, so all my experiments, no, I think we are okay. So this is something that we do when hydrogen is not available, but I will skip that part. But every one of my experiments will come with a Q, which means a question. Assume this balloon has a size of 2.2 liters. Okay, so how much liquid water did we make from the hydrogen? Okay, this is a question on gas laws. So think about it. I'll make it simpler. Assume that each balloon was 2.24 liter. So by bursting 2 balloons, how much liquid water could we make by condensing the steam? All right. 1 point? Gram? Liter? Liters? Do we see that much water here? It would have solved Bangalore's water problem. Okay, think about it. All right. Some of you have read about Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Okay, you know, Heisenberg also made a very important statement which says that what we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning. Since morning, we have seen many people, including Professor Ganguly, say that, you know, it's very important for you to ask questions and not just writing answers. So it is very important, as I said, to ask questions. And to highlight this point, I will play a small video. He was my PhD advisor, and I will play only part of the video.
I decide what to work on, not so much on the basis of what I already know how to do, but what I find a really interesting question. You know, there's a really brilliant essay by Dick Zare in the most recent issue of Chemical and Engineering News, where he says the most exciting creative thing you can do is ask the right questions. Getting the answers is easy. Figuring out what to ask is the hard part. And I thought,
okay, so that is the part that is relevant for you. In case you could not follow what he said that the most exciting creative thing you can do is to ask the right questions. Getting the answer is easy. Figuring out what to ask is the hard part. I would also like to take another example of somebody who is from another discipline. He said, you may recall that when you are in elementary school, when you come home from school, what would your mother or grandmother, grandfather, whoever is at home, what would they ask? How was the day? What did you learn? He said, not my mother. My mother said, did you ask a good question today? And then he goes on to say that difference, asking good questions, made him become a scientist. And then his name, I will reveal now, I. Rabi, who in fact figured out the magnetic properties of certain atomic nuclei. Okay? And this technique has become known as nuclear magnetic resonance, NMR, and it has many applications, including in medical applications, which is called MRI. But when you ask questions, it's also important to answer it correctly, okay, and accurately. So there is a statement called Occam's razor, which many people may not have heard about. Occam's razor principle basically says that when there are two possible answers to the same question, you should always choose the simpler one. Okay? This is based on the William of Occam. I think he was in the 14th century UK. So basically, all things being equal, the simplest solution tends to be the best one. And another point that one of my college teachers told me is that, told our class, is that you should remember A, B, and C while answering questions. A is accurate, B is brief, and C is clear. So in Hindi, it will translate to Satik, Sankshipt, and Spasht, 3 S in Hindi, and perhaps you can translate into Odia also. Oh, by the way, I forgot to welcome all of you in Odia. Shall I do it now? Mu samastonku swagat janauchi. Okay. When I said Odia, I suddenly remembered that I should have done in the beginning. Anyway, what's everywhere? Chemistry? Let's see whether chemistry is everywhere. All right. So what I would like to do now is to highlight with a few slides the importance of chemistry. Okay? You have heard about all other subjects, including chemistry, of course, from Professor Ganguly, Professor Chaudhary, and so on. Chemistry is often regarded as the central, creative, useful, and the connecting science. It connects many sciences. And as I said before, virtually every human activity, of course, spends energy, but also uses materials derived from or processed by chemistry. And many such activities involve chemical changes. So chemistry, in fact, is in food and health, housing and clothing, transportation, quality of life, environment, and in fact in computer evolution also. This little phone would have been which contains much more data space than my first computer bought in 1987. That is only possible because of chemists who made very, very interesting materials, including some of the materials that Professor Anil Kumar spoke about yesterday. I would also like to show the next two slides to see how chemistry is very close to you. When you buy any product, the first thing you should do is to look at the expiry date. And you should also look at any packaged product has information about the ingredients and their relative energy values. Is there anything here that surprises you? See, all these numbers are close to 20, but when you look at the amount of salt, it is 42%. Okay, so this is a packed snack given in an airlines, and many of these packed food, including a brand which is probably familiar to 99% of you, I won't say that, say the brand name, but all these packaged food contain a lot of salt, okay, and one should avoid taking more than one pack in a day. One more point I would like to mention is that another point you should take a look at when you look at the ingredients list are some 3 or 4 digit numbers. These are called E or INS numbers. Do any of you know what these numbers mean? INS number, this is an international numbering system, and this particular package is from a loaf of commercial bread. Okay, so these numbers are basically for the ingredients that have been used in baking the bread, and these are approved food additives. For example, I have listed a few, but wherever I have a question mark, I would like you to find out, okay, when you go back home, I would like you to find out, for example, INS 1100, 341I and INS 300. And if you eat or drink any packaged food, you should take a look at it to understand what is it that is present in such materials. I would also like to show you a few molecules which are probably all of you have used it in one way or other. Whenever you have a fever or a pain, you take either of these two molecules, and sometimes as a combination. This is paracetamol, okay, which many of you know is used for headache, lowering of fever, and this particular molecule is called ibuprofen. These are taken orally, whereas a combination such as these 3 molecules or these 4 molecules is often used in pain-killing ointments. If you have an inflammation, injury, swelling, then a combination of this is one of the pain-killing ointments. And interestingly, this molecule is nothing but the hot principle or hot molecule or what makes chilies hot. Okay, it's called capsaicin, that is used in certain kinds of local pain-killing ointments. Okay, all right. All of you in your age group, you are excited by all these space missions, right? Like we had several space missions going to the moon, to the Mars, and beyond by NASA. And one of the things that you perhaps do not recognize is that it takes a lot of physics, engineering, computer science to take a spacecraft from India to another place, India or Russia or US. But why are these space missions taken up? One of the major activities of these missions is to do chemistry on another planet or another satellite, moon of another planet. So what you see here is this equipment attaching a small spectrometer on a rock on the Mars surface in 1997. And this is the result of the chemical analysis. It showed, a lot of other elements and a lot of iron, which gives a reddish appearance to this planet. Now we will fast forward to another moon of Titan. Is a moon of which planet? Saturn. Okay, so this was a part of a Cassini-Huygens mission. Cassini spacecraft was sent to Saturn to study the rings and the Saturn, and then a probe called a Huygens probe was sent to Titan. Titan has a very thick atmosphere, so nobody has been able to see it with a telescope. So they sent this probe called Huygens probe, and that crash landed on Titan in January 2005, about 20 years ago, and took this picture of the surface. Among other things, it found out that there was methane, seas of methane and methane rain. We talked about methane being as a third possibility, right? So they found that methane is a liquid on the surface of Titan, and there might be methane rains. And how did they find that out? That is using an equipment which is very common equipment in a chemist's lab called gas chromatography mass spectrometer, GCMS. Okay, and this is a drawing of Cassini, and this is Huygens. He was an Italian astronomer, and he was a Dutch astronomer. I would also like to show you another picture. This is something that you all have seen about 3 years ago. This is Perseverance rover, and you see a lot of names here of various kinds of equipments, but if you look at their functions, a majority of them are there to do chemical analysis of the planet, the soil, the subsoil, and also the atmosphere. So don't forget that when you get excited by the possibility of sending a mission to another planet, but its primary goal is to find out about the chemistry, to understand whether life ever exists, or whether it is suitable for humans to colonize the planet perhaps hundreds of years later. I will start with another question for which there is no prize in guessing the answer because you have all read it. Okay. So this is the pillar, right? This is the pillar in near Qutb Minar. Okay. Now what is this? It also looks very similar to that. This in fact turns out to be a chemical reactor. Those who are in class 12 have read about the equation, have read about the reaction that goes inside this reactor. And just as a comparison, this is Professor Sujit Roy of IIT Bhubaneswar. Okay, he's about 5 feet 6 inches. So this is like a scale bar here. So this tower is about 30 feet long, and 2 persons got Nobel Prize. And this is very important for our survival. Guess what it is, and I will come back with the answer if you cannot towards the end. Okay, so that's the question here. All right, second experiment. That will be done by Samita. You know, chemistry often looks like magic, right? And there will be a reaction that we will do here. So, Shamita, you can show the bottle. This is a bottle which has a brown liquid, and if I were a magician, I will say nothing is written here, but of course something is written here. So she will spray from the left to right, and let's see what comes out. From a distance. All right. Okay, for those of you who are seated on the other side, I will tilt it a little bit. You can see the chemistry is fun has come out here. And but then the question is, what is this liquid? It says 70% ethanol, but it's not ethanol, it's an aqueous solution. Okay, it's not the correct label. I didn't want you to see and tell me the answer. Okay, this is a brown liquid, and there are 2 colors that have been produced, right, maroon and blue. There must be 2 different chemicals with which I have written it. So again, those who are in class 12 would know the chemistry once I show it to you. Can I go back to the slides, please? Yeah, so the chemistry is as shown here. The liquid that Samita sprayed was a ferric chloride solution. The letters which turned blue were written with potassium ferrocyanide, and it produced Prussian blue, which was a paint used in the 17th and 18th centuries, I believe. And the letters which turned maroon were written with potassium thiocyanate, and that produced this blood red color of this iron complex. Okay? All right. Have you noticed that I am wearing a tie which is little unusual? Yeah, this is a periodic table tie. Okay, periodic table was also mentioned earlier in the day. So I thought that it is important that we do pay a little bit of attention to the periodic table, but with a somewhat narrow focus. And as you know, that 2019 was celebrated as the International Year of the Periodic Table by United Nations, because that was 150 years of the discovery. Not discovery, was the first form of the modern periodic table by Mendeleev. I would like to highlight a different periodic table called isotopesmatter.com. And this particular periodic table was created by a project of the IUPAC. Okay, some of you might be struggling with IUPAC names of organic molecules. It's the same IUPAC which created this periodic table of isotopes of elements. And here, if you go to the website, you will find out ways in which isotopes are useful in our everyday life. For example, if you are from Berhampur or Bhubaneswar, your dental enamel will have more deuterium, more oxygen 18 than somebody who has grown up in the Himalayas. Okay, and by this one can distinguish where you have grown up, whether on a coastal city or in a high altitude or in a higher latitude country. Okay, for example, in 1997, I believe, this particular mummified body was found in the Austrian Alps, which was named Odisha, and it's probably several thousand years ago that Odisha lived. And by doing isotopic analysis along with other studies, they were able to figure out, for example, were able to draw conclusions about where Odisha might have lived both as a child and as an adult. What did he eat? How did he hunt? How did he die? And so on and so forth. And this is all because of a very careful study of the isotopic abundance of various elements. Okay, I will not go into the details because they are all given in that textbook. But since we are talking about isotopes, why don't we do one experiment with isotopes? Can we have the experiment 3 details here? Let me ask you, what is the most common compound that you have heard about which has an isotope? What about this? Heavy water, right? Carbon, of course, you don't see or use carbon as a free element most of the time. Some people do, but D2O is much more commonly known because it is used in nuclear reactors. D2O is called heavy water. Why? It uses a heavier isotope, and okay, I'll skip this slide. And this is the reason it is called heavy water. It has a density of 1.1, whereas water is nearly 1. And suppose, yeah, keep it here. Suppose I ask you, I will give you 3 milliliters, less than a spoon of H2O, less than a spoon of D2O. How do you know which one is which? Yeah, sit down, this is not your classroom. Yeah, you can answer.
Excuse me, sir.
Ice cube will sink in deuterium oxide. No, because deuterium oxide is heavier, so ice cube will float. It floats in lighter water, so it will float in D2O. And 3 ml is not enough for you to see the floating or sinking. Okay, any other question?
Yes.
Yeah?
Sir, D2O is actually a bit sweeter than H2O.
No. The discoverer of H2O and D2O, discoverer of D2O, excuse me, he actually tasted and he said it tastes like distilled water. There's
Like
no difference in the taste.
Sweet.
Huh?
A little bit sweet, matlab on a very slightly sweeter
With
side.
3 ml, you cannot figure it out, and then I won't advise drinking anything that has an isotope. Okay. Yeah?
Sir, using Archimedes principle.
What does that mean?
Sir,
okay, let me tell you. I can in principle measure the density, like I can measure the weight of 3 ml of H2O, 3 ml of D2O. One will be 3 grams, one will be 3.3 grams. But that's a very boring experiment. Okay, because I will do it here with a scale, and none of you will be able to see, and you will get bored and you will keep talking, or watching your mobile phone. So I will do it a slightly different experiment. H2O ice, water ice floats on H2O. So D2O ice will also float on D2O. But then it turns out ice is 8% lighter than water, whereas D2O is almost 11% heavier than water. What do these numbers mean? Essentially means that D2O ice has a density slightly more than 1. So if I have a D2O ice and drop it in water, it should sink. Let's do that. And then I will also, so that's why, some tissue paper here, and my stick, you can take out the stick from here. That's why I have these, oops, it only says backup, it doesn't say which one is which. Okay, I've got this 3 ml of H2O and 3 ml of D2O in these 2 syringes, brought from Bangalore again, and my students typically give me these without any label, and except that it's there. Next, it's not there, that wooden stick. Okay, all right. So this is all that I have. Okay, frozen sample of H2 or D2O, but only difference is that they have, one is green, one is orange. By the way, this green color is a mixture of a yellow and a blue color. Since I talked about INS numbers, this is INS 110 and INS 133 mixed together gives you the green color. And this is an orange color. This is a mixture of a different yellow and a red color. Okay, we'll talk about colors a little bit later. Okay, fine, I will use one of those. And then I have some ice cold water here that I will pour in the measuring cylinder. You know, there are multiple ways of showing the same experiment, but one should choose an experiment that is appropriate for the audience, particularly for demonstrations. Okay, so I have ice cold water, and I will tell you why ice cold water here, and I will ask Samita to hold it, and I am going to drop one ice at a time because I don't know which one is which. So I have an orange ice and a green ice, and nowadays everybody says go green. So I will go green first.
He said Archimedes principle. So
it is actually Archimedes principle, but then Archimedes principle essentially talks about measuring density by seeing out how much of the, by measuring volume. It's actually a way of measuring volume.
Replacement of the volume.
But we are not measuring volume. Both the ice pieces have the exact same volume. Okay, so the only difference is the weight. All right, and here I have $1 million glass wire, steel wire. So let me clean it up a little bit and then dump this ice. Oh, it sank so rapidly. So the green ice must be D2O. Okay, and then I have the orange ice also. I'll put the orange ice. So this is the biryani color. All right, good biryani will always have saffron for the orange color. Okay, this is for less expensive biryani. Okay, great. You can put this one. Thank you. Now let me just coax this one to go down. No, it's not going down, but the other ice is at the bottom. Now the reason I'm using ice cold water is twofold. One, of course, is to ask you a question. Which ice do you think will melt faster? Orange or green? Orange. Yeah, because D2O melts at 3.8 degrees. So at 0 degrees, it is below the freezing point. All right, whereas it is at the freezing point. So this will melt faster than this, that you will be able to observe. Second thing that will happen is that when the D2O ice is partly molten, okay, it will produce a layer of D2O, and the remaining part of the D2O ice will dance between the small amount of green liquid, which is D2O, and the larger amount of the water. Okay, so that I think Samita will keep an eye on this and show it to you as soon as part of the ice, part of D2O has melted. Okay, so now you understood that, you know, if I had done the density measurement, it would have been really boring, right? But this is a much more fun experiment. And Professor Zayer, whose name was mentioned in the small video that I showed, he actually got quite excited by this. There were multiple explanations for why the D2O ice rises upon partial melting. So he and I ended up writing a small paper in the educational journal called Resonance some years ago. So time for another experiment now. Yeah? Experiment number 4 will be on something that many of you have seen. It's called elephant toothpaste experiment. Some of you have seen it? Okay, back to slides please. Yeah, so this is the elephant, and we need to prepare some, can we get one of these tables here if you don't mind? We will shift it to this table. So can you get, no, it's okay, Professor Anil Kumar, I think they will take it. Okay, this experiment will also require a little bit of preparation. You take everything out and put this one upside down here. So no explosions here. It's a fun experiment, but this is actually about a property called catalysis. You all have heard about a second compound between hydrogen and oxygen. We made H2O. Is there anything else possible between H2 and O2? H2O2, right? H2O2. H2O2 is used as a disinfectant, as a rocket fuel, and many other things. Not a rocket fuel, but it's an oxidizer. No, not this one, ulta. This one should be ulta, like this. Okay, all right. So hydrogen peroxide. So this is an experiment about the decomposition of hydrogen peroxide, and this is an experiment about catalysis. Okay, because normally an unstable molecule will decompose, but hydrogen peroxide does not decompose on its own very easily. It requires a catalyst. Have you heard about catalysis or catalysts? You have, right? Enzymes, for example, are biological catalysts. So we will use sodium iodide as a catalyst to affect this reaction. But to make it more interesting, I hope all of you can see this. We'll do it. I need 2 more beakers. There were 2 more beakers here. So we will take some liquid soap. Because why do we need the soap? Because the evolving oxygen will produce a foam, and that will appear like a toothpaste. So I take some liquid soap. Which brand is not very important. And I will mix it with hydrogen peroxide. I need 2 more beakers, please. Okay.
It's open.
I know. I use a good amount of hydrogen peroxide. You can close it now. This is actually a pretty nasty mix that I'm using it here. My skin will turn white if I touch it. Yeah, 2 more beakers. Yeah, here, Shamita, keep it here. That's okay, enough. And then you keep this one safe. Okay, yeah. And I have 150 ml. I will put about 50 here. It's okay. Right now, I have used it, so it can be washed. No, it's okay. 50, 50, and 50. Okay? And then I was telling you about food colors. And here again, I have R, G, and B. You know what I mentioned to you that if I mix lights of R, G, and B, I'll get white light. If I mix colors R, G, and B, what color do I get? No, I'll get black. Okay, you have to understand why the difference. Because the colors that we see are by reflected light. This means that it absorbs everything other than red, everything other than green, everything other than blue. That means if I mix these 3, it will absorb all the colors. Okay, so the reflected color, there will be no reflected color. So I add this red color, which is often used in other kinds of sweets.
Do you need crystal value?
No. Then I add blue here. These are all approved food colors, okay? So it's not, this is the E133. It's called, the chemical name is brilliant blue. And then I add this green color in each of them, okay? Give it a good mix. It's almost like a cookbook recipe, you know. Can you pour in each of them, and then this glass can be washed and brought back. Okay, this is number 1. All the 3 are identical except that we have put 3 different colors. Now a question. I said sodium iodide is the catalyst and iodide is the catalyst. How do I know it if it is sodium as the catalyst or the iodide is the catalyst? Again, you have to think about an experiment. If sodium iodide is the catalyst, and I say iodide is the catalyst, to prove that sodium is not a catalyst, I can add.
In the meantime, there is something happening here. So we want to show.
Yes, good point. Thank you. Yeah, now you see the D2O ice has partially melted. Some liquid D2O has been produced, and this piece of ice is now not at the bottom, but at the interface of D2O and H2O. And because of the density difference and because it is cold, they are not mixing. Okay, that's why it is dancing in between.
They will come. Oh, they will.
I think one of you can take it around.
The boy who told about Archimedes principle, just there.
Yeah, you can pass it on. All right. So to prove that iodide is the catalyst, that not sodium ion, I will add a little bit of sodium acetate in one of them. And nothing happens. So sodium is not a catalyst. I add sodium bicarbonate to another one of them. Second one. Nothing happened. Ye bhi bach gaya. Does it remind you about any dialogue in any movie? Sholay. Okay, somebody said Sholay. The slides, please.
Show it around.
So we must hear from Gabbar Singh about what will happen to the third one.
Mera kya hoga Kalia?
Okay, so now we add sodium iodide. Can I get some water, please? Okay, let's add a generous amount of sodium iodide. And there is some in my red box also.
Yeah. No problem. Come.
Quickly. Okay, and then three of you come here. Three of you. RGB, all right? So they will add sodium iodide simultaneously, one to each one of them, okay? And then I made a solution just to make it more effective, and the third one. Okay, so three of you add one to each and then move away at the same time. 1, 2, 3. All right. Now here comes the toothpaste in 3 different colors. And if 3 get mixed, it will produce a black color, but looks like the blue color is a healthier one. You see the foam of 3 different colors. You see some steam coming out. And this is a very safe experiment because, you know, it's a big room, so we are adding a little bit of oxygen here. Thank you. And the decomposition product is water and oxygen. So nothing fancy here, no danger here. And you see the foams are very distinct. Okay? Red has become a little bit of orange. It is partly because the liquid soap that we used had a yellow color. So red and yellow made it a little bit of orange color. Okay? So colors, when mixed together, they can give you very different perspectives. Now, I said this is oxygen foam, and you will see that evidence because if it were carbon dioxide, it will get extinguished. But you see that it is actually becoming brighter. Okay, all right. So just a note to the volunteers that when you clean it up, it still has some unreacted hydrogen peroxide. So you need to be very careful in not getting it on your skin. So let it stay there for a little while. And these beakers also need to be washed with care without touching the third one was in a glass. Okay, so you can see that this is a very nice, colorful elephant toothpaste. Okay, all right. The next few slides will be not on real experiments, but experiments which are too dangerous to be done here. So I would like to show them on video. Okay, and before that, I would like to highlight a few points about chemistry. You know, we often talk about the periodic table as a basis for chemistry, but the periodic table only lists elements as per their atomic numbers, as per the number of protons in the nuclei. But for chemistry to happen, you need to either form bonds or break bonds. You know, here, for example, oh, why did they remove that? Here in this experiment, we broke some bonds. We broke an OO bond in hydrogen peroxide. In the first experiment, we broke HH bond and made HO bonds. Okay. Some of you might have seen this kind of a picture, right? Small and a big. It's like if I try to shake hand with my 9-month-old friend, my hand is big, her hand is small. Okay, I may be very emotionally attached, emotional bonding may be very high, but the physical bonding will be weak. Like, for example, if I have a small nitrogen and a big iodine, oops, the bond will be weak. On the other hand, if the hands are equal, there will be a strong handshake and the bond will be strong, like the bonds between CCCFCO. By the way, this bond strength, I said 38 kilocalories per mole. Okay, I'm old-fashioned, so I still talk about kilocalories and not kilojoules. But 38 kilocalories or 40 kilocalories means what? Is there anything you can think of in food stuff that is about 40 calories? 2 spoons of sugar. Okay, 2 spoons of sugar is 40 calories. All right. Now imagine Ni bond is weak. It is weak compared to CO bond. All right. Now, why do people make molecules with weak bonds? It is because weak bonds pack a lot of energy. Okay, and therefore those who would like to make explosives or rocket fuel, they would like to make molecules with weak bonds. And I will show you one example. I said Ni bond is weak, so let us make a compound between nitrogen and iodine. What will be the formula? Nitrogen is trivalent, iodine is monovalent, so it is Ni3. So, small nitrogen, 3 big iodines, 3 weak bonds. Let's see what happens. Okay. Okay. Let's watch.
When nitrogen triiodide, the dark-colored solid, is dry, it is very sensitive to touch or any vibration. Simply touching it with a feather causes it to explode or detonate. One detonation causes another to occur. One product of the reaction is violet iodine vapor.
You know, during festival times, you might have used bombs which you throw to the ground and that bursts. Those are called shock sensitive materials. Now, Ni3 is so shock sensitive that if you touch, it will explode. So a question, there's a question. Question is, if it is so shock sensitive, how do you keep it on the paper in the first place? Okay, think about it, and one of you can remind me to ask it again at the end to find the answer. Okay, covalent bonds can be weak, but there are many weak bonds which make our life possible. One of them is hydrogen bond. Without hydrogen bond, life will not exist on Earth because water will be a gas. We are able to live because of hydrogen bonds, which makes water as a liquid. And it's a bond between, when hydrogen is shared between 2 electronegative atoms, it's called a hydrogen bond. And hydrogen bond is responsible for a protein structure, for example, the alpha helix of a protein. And I will come back to this if there is time at the end. And also, we have seen many examples of DNA double helix. In the double helix, the nuclear bases hold the 2 helical forms together through hydrogen bonds. And of course, hydrogen bond is responsible, as I mentioned, for the liquid nature of water. And on the left-hand side, I will show you a small animation that will show you why ice floats on water. In liquid water, the water molecules are very close to each other. But when it freezes, it opens up. Okay, it opens up, forms a different diamond-like structure. So the volume increases and the density decreases. Some of you might have done this experiment to take a bottle of water and keep it in the deep freezer. What happens? The water freezes, bottle expands, and the bottle gets distorted. If it is a glass bottle, it will break. So we'll go to an extreme. We will take an iron vessel, fill it with water, and freeze it instantaneously. Okay, by dipping it at minus 78 degrees. All right, let's see what happens. But this is too dangerous to do here. So let us do it on video.
The ice bomb illustrates the fact that the volume of ice is greater than the volume of an equal mass of liquid water. Some cold water is poured into a cast iron bomb, and a threaded plug is screwed into the bomb so that the bomb is tightly sealed. The bomb is then placed into a dry ice acetone slush, which is at negative 77 degrees Celsius, and will cause the water inside the bomb to freeze. A wooden box is placed over the top of the bomb and slush bath. It takes a short time for the water to freeze. When it does, the bomb explodes.
You bring it here. You bring it here.
Some of the dry ice acetone slush is blown onto the explosion shield. Little bits of the cast iron bomb are left. When the water freezes, tremendous pressure is produced. The pressure is enough to cause this cast iron bomb with more than 1/8 inch thick sides to burst.
So you can see that power of hydrogen bonds. You know, when water freezes, the volume expands because of a change in the structure. And then this expansion exerts so much pressure that 1/8 inch thick iron bomb, it breaks apart. Okay, and therefore this is a very powerful way of demonstrating, and it's a kind of risky to do it here. Of course, I don't want things to blow up any more than hydrogen balloon, and therefore it is best to show it on the video. What about making very strong bonds? And one strong bond is carbon-carbon-carbon-oxygen double bond in carbon dioxide, and here the bond strength is 190 as opposed to only 38 for Ni. But can you break it? The reason it is breaking this bond is important is because we are facing uncertain weather pattern because of global warming, because carbon dioxide concentration in our atmosphere has reached almost a dangerous level now. So would it not be nice to convert carbon dioxide back to carbon or to something that is more useful? And many researchers are working on it, but I will show you an example of a possible way to reduce carbon dioxide back to carbon. Okay, and you have to tell me, is it practical or is it not? This is a reaction between magnesium and carbon dioxide. Have you seen dry ice? You have seen dry ice, okay. So we will take a block.
Magnesium is placed in a cavity in a block of dry ice.
This is a block of dry ice.
The magnesium is ignited.
And ignite the magnesium metal with a burner and cover with another block of dry ice.
And covered with another block of dry ice.
So the burning magnesium has no oxygen, no air around it. Okay? But notice what happens.
Despite the absence of air, the magnesium continues to glow due to its reaction with carbon dioxide. Because of this reaction, carbon dioxide cannot be used to extinguish magnesium fires.
Okay, let's see what's inside.
The reaction products are white magnesium oxide and black carbon.
So what has effectively happened is that magnesium has been able to take out oxygen out of CO2 and reduce it back to carbon. This is a very important reaction, but it's not practical because magnesium metal does not come free in the nature. It's too electropositive to be found in the free form, and to get magnesium metal from the ores like dolomite or magnesite, it costs you that much energy. So it's not a practical solution at all. So let's go to the slide, close this. Okay. What about breaking the nitrogen-nitrogen bond? That is even stronger. You know, that is 227 kilocalories per mole, almost 900 kilojoules per mole. Can you break N triple bond? Okay, this is only a hint. I have already given you a hint. I'll come back to this later in the slides. Okay, the next few experiments, this is not going to be an experiment. I'll simply show it to you with a picture. Have you heard about solvent polarity, polarities of different solvents? Non-polar solvents, polar solvents. Polar solvents are like water, methanol, which have OH groups or COH groups. And non-polar solvents are like hydrocarbons like kerosene, petrol, diesel, and so on. There are some colors, same color, same dye. If you add two different solvents or solvents of different polarities, you get very different colors. Okay, such compounds are called solvatochromic. Chroma means color in Greek. Solvatochromism is change of color with solvent polarity. And the world record holder is a molecule called Reichardt's dye. And you see, I am not doing the actual experiment. This is a solution in methanol, ethanol, isopropanol, acetone, and anisole. You see the colors are very, very different. Okay. So therefore, if you have this molecule, suppose you have a bottle of methanol and a bottle of ethanol and a bottle of isopropanol, even doing any other chemical test by adding this dye and looking at the color, you can tell which one is which. Okay. So this is a more larger array of colors with more additional solvents. My students have kept it in the office. I will now, I need a glass of water. Yeah, give me some water to drink. You know, this is a, no, I don't want D2O. Professor Ganguly says whether I want D2O, but D2O will kill me. Okay, 20 ml of D2O can kill a mouse, and I will need a little more, but I don't have any D2O. That's why I bring only 3 ml. It's not cold enough. I'll add some ice here. Let's have lights. Is anything happening? Not yet? Anything happening now? So the water in Berhampur is bad. Huh? It is turning red. Is it the glass or the water? How do I know it is a glass or the water? What experiment can I do? You know, every hypothesis, most hypotheses can be tested by an experiment. So this hypothesis is that glass has turned red or water has turned red. Okay, so that's my glass which has turned red, and I'll put my fingers here and you will see something interesting happening. Okay, it's not my discovery. It's a glass I got in 2011, which was the International Year of Chemistry, and this glass has a dye in it which changes color below 10 degrees. That's why when ice cold water, I didn't drink it. I pretended I'm going to drink. I pretended the water is not cold, so that's why I added ice, not acid. And then it turned yellow. Yellow? Red. Let's try it again. It turned pink. I think the dye is slowly decomposing because it's almost 10 plus years that I am doing these experiments. But again, you can see the same color happening. Okay. And then there are other ways of doing this experiment, and that will be shown by Samita.
You can talk about the spoon.
Yeah. You know, there are, can I get the slides back on just for a moment? Shamita, you can come here. Yeah. So there are other types of molecules which are called thermochromic materials. There's a double salt of silver and mercury with iodine, and that turns from yellow to orange at 50 degrees, and we have painted a banana with it. I think
it looks yellow and fresh, right?
Let me hold it a little higher. This will turn orange. Do you see the color change? Okay, and this has happened at about 51 degrees, and that's why we use the, and then, but now I am waving it in the air and it's cooler outside, and this will now become yellow back again. So this is a reversible color change, just like what you saw here, except this is an inorganic salt in the domains of Professor Ganguly, and this is an organic molecule. And now this beautiful apple has been painted with the corresponding copper salt, Cu2AgI4. And exciting thing about chemistry is that you change from silver to copper, the color of the salt changes from yellow to red. And not only that, now we will heat it again. It turns black. It requires a higher temperature. So the beautiful red apple gets rotten upon heating, but then rotten apple becomes fine again upon waving a little bit. You know, there are some black patches here. You know, these hair dryers are not meant to go above 50 degrees. So it takes a little bit of time to, I think it has reset, it got too hot. So, but you did see the blackish spots here, right? So that turns into,
no problem.
It's okay, I think we will stop this. Time wise, let's go back to the slides. Okay, so the other one goes from red to black at about 67 degrees, all right? And to understand more, you need to go beyond MSc level. A dear colleague in JNC ASR, his name is Kanishka Biswas. He has done research on these, and he knows why the color changes and why the temperature for the color change is different for the silver salt and the copper salt. Okay. All right. So next, only 2 experiments are left, but the next experiment will take a bit of time, and I am afraid I will need one of these tables again. Can you guys get it? I need all the glasses for experiment 7.
We'll take this.
I need 6 glasses here. Oops.
The hydrogen peroxide can be here, or we'll shift it?
No, let it be here. That's for the last experiment only. Yeah. You put the 6 glasses. What is this? Yeah. Soda. Next one. Sprite also. What is this? Do you know how much sugar it contains? It's about 12 grams per 100 ml. Okay, so that if you drink 1 bottle, that's more than your daily sugar requirement. Be careful, because child obesity and child diabetes too is increasing in India, and you need to be careful about sugar. Third question, what is this? Fanta? No, it's not beer. I will not bring beer to this place where everybody is below 21. No, it's something called Indian tonic water. You know why it is called tonic water? When the British came to India, they were attacked by mosquitoes and many of them had malaria. Okay? And to get out of malaria, they thought that if they drink quinine, quinine was the only drug known for malaria at that time. If they drink a small amount of quinine mixed with water, basically quinine solution, it will prevent them from getting malaria. That was a thought. But then quinine and water is very bitter, and that's why they called it tonic water. But of course, to make it more palatable, they started adding gin into the tonic water, and that's how the gin and tonic, a very celebrated British drink, that originated apparently. Okay, this is based on internet source. We will not talk about gin, we will talk only about the tonic water because it contains quinine, and quinine was the first molecule whose fluorescence was studied. Okay. When light passes through a medium, this is basically a physics kind of an experiment. When light passes through a medium, many things can happen, right? Most of it are in the domain of physics: reflection, refraction, diffraction, interference, and so on. But light can also get absorbed. Then chemists get in. If it gets absorbed, then again multiple things can happen. Light is a form of energy. So when you absorb light by a molecule, its energy increases. But it has to lose the energy. And what are the ways by which it can lose energy? One is by dissipating it as heat. So it absorbs light, becomes warm. That's useful, but it's not very exciting. It can absorb the light and then emit at a longer wavelength. And what is that phenomenon called? Fluorescence. Okay, that is still physics, physical chemistry. But it can also absorb light and convert it into chemical energy. And you all know that we can survive because of light getting converted to chemical energy. That was also mentioned by Professor Ganguly. What is that process called? Photosynthesis. Okay, and that's basically photochemistry. So I need the glasses to be filled with, 3 glasses to be filled with water, and these 3 glasses I will pour, let me be careful with the soda, doesn't matter, we will, this is only carbon dioxide and water. So we put some I put some soda in the first one, Sprite in the second one, okay, and here goes the tonic water. I need some tissue paper and some tonic water here. Lights off, please, all lights off. Can we get all the lights off, including these red display lights? Okay, now I've got soda, Sprite, tonic water. I know which one is which, but can I ask one of the volunteers to come here?
You shuffle the glass.
You mix them up so that I don't know which one is which. Okay, I will look the other way and I don't have eyes on the back of my head. Let me know when you are done. Done?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know which one contains tonic water, but I know the tonic water is a fluorescent molecule, and yeah, let us not have the light at all. Okay, let the screen be completely dark. Can we have it dark? Can we switch off this light for now? Go back to the slides, and I'll just blank the screen. All right. So I have this blue laser, okay, and only fluorescein, only quinine will show the blue fluorescence. So let me try with this. You don't see any fluorescence, do you? The room should be really dark, but it's not, but that's okay. We'll manage somehow. And you see that the transmitted light is also blue. So this is transmission. Second one, you see a little bit of a bluish color, okay, but not very strong enough. So this is also not quinine or tonic water. Third one, do you see something happening? So this must be the tonic water, and you see the beautiful fluorescence here. Okay, all right. So you can throw these two liquids and bring back the glasses and fill them with. Okay, now I forgot to tell you another thing that can happen when light passes through a medium, and that is responsible for the blue color of the sky and the crimson color of the setting sun. What is that phenomenon called? Scattering. So to test scattering, can I get the milk and a dropper? Dropper, one drop of water. And let's have the lights on, please. In the meantime, I will ask you a question. I told you already that when you're answering questions, you have to be accurate, brief, and clear. What is this? What is this? Both are highlighters. So is your answer accurate? This is a pink highlighter. If you are a scientist, you have to be very accurate in your answers, because the experiment I am going to do with this and with this are different. Okay. So let me get the other things out of the way and fill these two with water, please. And this is our tonic water, I should not forget. So what I am going to do is, okay, I will fill this one with some water here. Okay, that's okay. I am adding water from here. That's okay. Not full. All right. So I'm going to put this pink highlighter ink here in this glass. This contains a dye called solvent red 49. Okay. The names are not very important. This is a yellow highlighter. I put some ink from this. And can I get a beaker? This is a dye which is called fluorescein. In fact, there is an interesting story about fluorescein. In Europe, there was a belief that the second longest river, which is Danube, and Rhine, which are two distinct rivers, people believe that they are connected underground. So how do they prove that? They put fluorescein in Danube, and 2.5 days later, the fluorescence appeared in a tributary of Rhine. That proved that they are connected underground. And fluorescein is used for, it's a very, very strong fluorescent molecule. And I'm going to add a drop of milk to one of them, maybe 2 drops. And then, you might wonder what I'm doing here with all kinds of things, milk, yellow highlighter, pink highlighter, and now I have a B complex tablet. Okay, since I have it with me, I might as well make use of it. Some water, please. And then of course I have the tonic water, I have reserved the tonic water. Okay. So I will add, no need, I will do something else. I took this yellow powder here, add some water. Can you stir it? Stirrer. Okay, so I will stir it. The purpose of this experiment, the 6th experiment, is basically to show you that many things you can do with household materials or things that you can buy very easily, funnel and filter paper. I will filter it because it looks a little cloudy, so I will filter it. Just keep an eye on it. Okay, so again, light off please. and my screen is still blank. Lights off, please. Yeah, if you want to take it in on the camera, you cannot display it now. Yeah, I think it's okay, it will filter slowly. In the meantime, I will show the scattering experiment using the other two lasers. Highlighter work is over. And Shamita, can you give me the other? This is okay. I will shine the green laser through this. Okay, you can see that it is falling on the table, and there's a little bit of scattering. And you will probably see more scattering of the red laser from the milk. Maybe we added too little milk here, and this is the green, this is the blue laser. Okay.
Add a couple of more drops of milk.
Fine. Let's add 2 more drops of milk. Not so much. 2 drops. Fine. Fine. That's enough. And again, stir it around a little bit with a stirrer. Where is the stirrer? Yep. So we stir it up a little bit. Now you see the green light getting scattered, all right, but green remains green, blue remains blue, or this is purple, and of course red remains red. Okay, but you see the scattering. Do you see the scattering? Okay, all right, so its job is done. Now with this pink highlighter ink, you see again scattering. This ink contains not only the color but also some solid materials, but it is green, it is still red. And through the yellow highlighter solution, again you see a bit of scattering, all right, but red remains red. So let's try the green laser. Other green laser, there is some no, I think this is okay. Yeah, this is the green laser. Green laser through the yellow highlighter. I think I've got a loose contact here. No, it's okay now. Oh, it works in the horizontal. Vertical, it's not working. Very strange. The other highlighter. No, not that one.
That's not working. Here?
No. This 888, this one.
Give it.
Yeah, so sorry about this one, but here is the other, my backup. No, it's okay. You see again scattering, okay, green laser through the yellow highlighter ink, but there's a magic. Green laser and pink highlighter ink. Now I will stack them up. You are blocking the view from the back side. Don't block that. Do you see the difference? Okay. Now that's not all. That's not all. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We will do again. We have some more things to do here. Leave it here. Now it is what color is this? This is a red. Red anyway we have done. This is the blue one. Okay, the blue highlighter here shows only pink color, little bit of scattering, but again there is a magic here. This is blue, this is blue, this is the yellow highlighted ink, and I will shine the blue laser. Look at the color and look at the color now. Okay, look at the color, look at this color, and look at this color. Okay, now let us stack all the three. Yeah, no, it's okay, it's okay. I think you can just hold it from the back side. So let's pass the light through 3 of them. You see 3 different colors. All right, now my tonic water and pink highlighter ink, this shows a yellowish color, this is blue, and those of you who have studied complementary colors, you know that these two are complementary colors. So if I mix them, what color shall I get? White. So let's make a cocktail of, we can discard this milk. This was, forgot what it was. Normal water. This you can discard. You can pour it there. Good. Thank you so much. So let's do a bit of titration work. Let me make sure that I am using the right things. I know this is blue, this is yellow. So I will mix, I'll make a cocktail of yellow highlight, pink highlighter ink with tonic water. Okay, and this should give me white color. Let's see whether the titration worked. Now this is still more yellow. I need little more blue, and that should give me white color. You see, it is getting towards white, right? I'll add little more blue, and let's see what happens. Now you see closer to white, okay, but the transmitted light is different. So let's now stack these three again and see what are the colors. Okay, and one more. Okay, I have the tonic water, pink highlighter ink, mixture of the cocktail, and finally the yellow highlighter ink. Okay, thank you very much. But then you might wonder, what did I do with the tablet, vitamin tablet? Let's see the vitamin tablet. This is the filtrate. This has got vitamin B1, which is, anybody knows the name of vitamin B1? Thiamine. Vitamin B2 is riboflavin, and here is riboflavin with green laser, blue laser. Okay, you can see that the transmitted light is again red, but this has a different shade of yellow, whereas the yellow highlighter has a different shade. You see the same light passing through these two solutions, but they are giving different colors. So this emission color therefore is dependent on the nature of the molecule. So by measuring the intensity of emission color, you can find out how much vitamin B2 is there in a sample. Okay, and most of vitamin B complex, if you take, most of the vitamin B2 gets excreted in the urine. Okay, and then how much is excreted can be found out by looking at the fluorescence studies. So therefore, using simple laser pointers and some of these extracts, you can find out a lot of things about fluorescence. Okay, back to the slides, please. Okay, I will now slides. Okay, I will now show you a few slides that I skipped. This is about absorption and emission of light, and this was what I mentioned about the Danube, and this is how the quinine fluorescence was actually measured in the 19th century by using a church window as a filter. This is a solution of quinine which is essentially tonic water, and then they were viewing it through a glass of red wine, white wine, which is yellowish in color. And this is something that I showed you in terms of chemical structure. This is the structure of the pigment in the pink highlighter. This is fluorescein, and this is the structure of vitamin B2 in this vitamin tablet. Okay, now both Professor Chaudhary and I believe Professor Ganguly mentioned about luminescence and bioluminescence, right? You also saw a video of fireflies. So I thought that I will complement your talks by showing example of chemical energy converted to light or cold light using our old friend hydrogen peroxide as the fuel, okay, as the energy source. Okay, clear everything, and I need the experiment 7 items here. Yeah. And for that, I will only need this item. And again, let us do this experiment here when they set things up. And these are the items that have been given by Dr. Palani, which are very expensive dyes. And I will tell you the chemistry for those of you who are able to figure out the structures, but I need to tell you exactly how the chemistry works. You may not understand all of it here, but what we are going to do is to mix hydrogen peroxide with a very nasty chemical called oxalyl chloride, which will produce something that looks like two carbon dioxide molecules stitched together. Okay, and if it is left unreacted, last tray, if it is left unreacted, it will produce two carbon dioxide molecules. The black one is like normal carbon dioxide. The red one is a carbon dioxide molecule that has all the energy of this molecule. Okay, but can I ask you to be quiet, because this experiment requires my attention and your attention, otherwise the fun will be lost. Okay, you will have enough time to talk and sing and dance once I finish in about 10 minutes time. All right, and I'll ask you to come and sing and dance. Okay, that will be the last part of the program today. Okay, that will be a bit of chemitainment. Okay, all right. Now, if I don't do anything, carbon dioxide loses the energy as heat, but that is very boring. Would you like me to stop? I can stop here. If you don't stop talking, I will stop talking. Okay, and so the program will end here. All right, so I want complete silence, please. All right, so I will use fluorescent molecules which will capture the energy, and they will become energy rich, and that energy will be lost as light. And I will use 4 types of A molecules. This will produce a light of a blue violet type, orange, cyan, and finally green color. Okay, and let me then go back and I will blank the slides, and I want all lights off, please. I need some hydrogen peroxide here, okay, which is already there, and I will do the experiment 2 at a time. And the torchlight, I want all the lights off after 2 minutes. Okay, some tissue paper, please. Thank you. So I will put these 4 fluorescent molecules here. Diphenyl anthracene, these are expensive dyes. Yeah, so a little bit of light now till I figure out. Okay, 1. Then I put the other chemical called rubrene in the second one. Perylene in the third one. And finally tetracene, which looks like 2 naphthalenes stitched together, that I will put in the last one. But it's very expensive. I am probably using 200 rupees worth of tetracene here. Okay, you put it in my red pink box. Okay, so that part is done. This one also, and I will add a little bit of dichloromethane, which is in this bottle, to each one of them. Dichloromethane will soon be banned in the United States, but I think it's not banned yet in India, so we can still use it. But these have to be combined and discarded as per the policy of the institute as halogenated waste. And you know, I try to do these things on a smaller scale so that again I can practice what I preached, that is generating less waste. Okay, all right. Now I am going to add this nasty thing called oxalyl chloride, but then it has been diluted, so it's not as nasty as it is otherwise. So I will add some to each one of them. Yeah, this is good. And hydrogen peroxide. Keep the hydrogen peroxide here. Open the cap. Sometimes this is the hardest part, removing the cap. All right, all lights off please, because we are creating light. We don't need light. If I have light, I will not be, in bright light you don't see the fireflies. All lights off please. Okay, thank you. No, I think there is enough ambient light. No light. Okay, so blue and orange. If we had no light from the windows, it would have looked even nicer, but then you can see cold light. It is cold because dichloromethane boils at 39 degrees. It would have started boiling. And then I said that I will make white light in two ways. One I did by showing fluorescent dyes, and now I am going to use the chemiluminescent dyes, and I am going to mix the orange and blue, which are complementary colors. It should be orange first, then white for a short time, and blue again. Let's try it out. Okay, you can see a little bit of okay, you could see a little bit of white color for a short time, and then immediately it becomes blue because the orange color fades rather quickly. So let's do the remaining two experiments by adding. What happened to the other oxalyl chloride dropper? Dropper is that side. And it was kept here only. I think this is one of these. So I will now show the other two colors. One will be cyan and the other one will be, you can close this. This is the oxalyl chloride dropper. There is a hydrogen peroxide, right. So this is still blue from diphenyl anthracene. The color from rubrine is gone, but we will make cyan and green. So on your left you see the beautiful cyan emission, and this is chemiluminescence, because hydrogen peroxide is our fuel source or energy source, and you see the beautiful cyan color from perylene, and this will continue for a very long time because perylene is a very stable molecule. On this side we have enough ambient light, so we are not able to see the color, the intensity very clearly, but on your right you see the green color from tetracene, and on your left you see the beautiful cyan color from perylene. All right, and of course our orange friend has already died. Now this has to be cleaned carefully. This is hydrogen peroxide. Be careful with that. So that concludes, go back to the slides please. That concludes the experiments, but I am not done yet because I still have a few more minutes left. I set 110 minutes, which is less than 2 hours, I guess. So I will use another 4 or 5 minutes to finish, and I will promise the music at the very end, right? But one question that I have asked, and you are supposed to find a possible answer. Any answer to what reactor, what type of reactor it is? I have already mentioned a couple of times, how do you make a nitrogen-nitrogen triple bond, and why is it important in our life? Any of the volunteers? Why nitrogen-nitrogen bond breakage is important for us? Because what is the most common nitrogenous fertilizer? Ammonia. How is ammonia made? By which reaction have you studied which makes ammonia? Ammonia synthesis by Haber-Bosch process, right? This is a reactor which was built by Haber and Bosch, for which they got the Nobel Prize. This reactor made about 800,000 tons of ammonia over 55 years, and it is kept in as a monument outside the BASF, the largest chemical factory in the world, BASF in Ludwigshafen in Germany. One more question I asked, that Ni3 is very, very shock sensitive. How do you keep it on the filter paper? Any answers? If you had listened to the video carefully, the audio part of it, it says nitrogen triiodide, a dark colored solid when dry is very shock sensitive, which means that it is not so shock sensitive when it is wet. And that you know that when you buy firecrackers, and if it is a wet day or if it is raining, you will wait and dry it in the sun, because water has a high thermal capacity. So it takes away the heat when you try to ignite anything that is wet. So when it is wet, it does not explode. All right. Okay, so I will show you a picture of a person who got, the only person who got 2 unshared Nobel Prizes. Okay, who is he? Okay, you may not have heard about him, but then when we talk about chemical bonding, his name cannot be, you know the first person who came up with the idea of covalent bond or sharing of electron pairs is G.N. Lewis, 1916. And Linus Pauling subsequently wrote a book on the nature of the chemical bond in the 1930s. So this is Linus Pauling. I have a video of him about 7.5 minutes, which I will not play right now because it's already 5 o'clock. And in the video, among other things, he says that you remember I showed you about the structure of the alpha helix? That's a component in protein structure. It's very important for us. So this structure was inferred or discovered by Linus Pauling after 11 years of unsuccessful experiments. And in this video, he says in the interview, basically that's an interview, and here he says that he tried unsuccessfully for 11 years, but he didn't give up because he knew it's a very important problem. And then finally, when he was in a hospital bed in Oxford, he took a sheet of paper, drew the structure of a peptide bond, and started folding the paper. And just by doing that, he was able to discover the structure of alpha helix. So the moral of the story is that do not give up. Okay, if you are working on an important problem. And my own way of saying it is that always keep your eyes open, because again the old joke, except when you are sleeping. All right, don't sleep with your eyes open. All right, apparently fishes do that. Basically what I'm trying to say is that, we try to understand nature by asking questions, and how nature responds, as Heisenberg said, depends on how we ask the question or what question we ask. And nature doesn't care about physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, or anything else. Okay, so nature has problems, and if you encounter the problem, as Professor Paul said, that our job is to solve the problem regardless of which subject it requires, regardless of who you have to collaborate with. Okay, if you have to collaborate with a physicist, go ahead. If you have to collaborate with a doctor, go ahead, and so on and so forth. Another thing that Pasteur said along the similar lines is that the chance favors the prepared mind. You might have read about this. All right. Okay, here's a bonus question. It's actually a funny internet joke, but I will show that anyway in the context of chemistry. I'll show you a picture and you ask you to give a name for it. Oh, you are all very familiar with all these internet things. Okay, this is a methyl orange. All right, and this is the actual chemical structure. All right. Okay, so I now have a little bit of advertisement. Because I start with a few pictures of similar shows in the past. The reason I show this one is because this was the president of the IUPAC at that time. Okay, his name is Javier Martinez, a Spaniard, and he was very enthusiastic about, he's an inorganic chemist, and he's very enthusiastic about chemistry education. And you can see that these young children, they were spraying ferric chloride on these celebrations written on these little circles. This was in Bangalore. I will show you a few more pictures because I'm going to prove a point here, all right? And this was in, this I said Berhampur, not too long ago, okay? And a few more, Kolkata, this was in IIT Kanpur, Mysore, in Nainital, and this was actually in Doon School and Doon University. This was just about 10 days ago in ISER, Kolkata. Again, you can see this 3 colors things. And then I have reserved some space here for pictures for today. That will be added for my next talk, which will be not too far away. And then some people ask me, where are you going to go next? And my interest is here. Wait a second. Do you think this is a joke? I have a boarding pass. So, about a year and a half from now, I welcome you all to come to the surface of the red planet and see experiments being done next to Perseverance rover. That is a joke. Okay. Now, those of you who are chatting all the time, okay, now it is your time to sing a song, and if you want, you can come here and dance along with the song. Now, this is not any song. I started with a song, but that was only to test the audio. But this song is what is called a periodic table song. This was written by,
Them on the stage.
I know. This was a song that was created by a mathematics professor of Harvard University named Tom Lehrer, okay, in the 1950s. So based on the elements known at that time of the periodic table, he composed a song. So I will play the song. My suggestion is you go to the internet, find out the lyrics, sing and dance in your respective places, practice it a bit so that when we meet on Mars, you can sing and dance next to the Perseverance rover. So let's hear from Tom Lehrer.
There's antimony, arsenic, aluminum, selenium, and hydrogen and oxygen and nitrogen and rhenium, and nickel, neodymium, neptunium, germanium, and iron, americium, ruthenium, uranium, europium, zirconium, lutetium, vanadium, and lanthanum, and osmium, and astatine, and radium, and gold, protactinium, and indium, and gallium, and iodine, and thorium, and thulium, and thallium. There's yttrium, ytterbium, actinium, rubidium, and boron, gadolinium, niobium, iridium, and strontium, and silicon, and silver, and samarium, and bismuth, bromine, lithium, beryllium, and barium. There's holmium and helium and hafnium and erbium and phosphorus and francium and fluorine and terbium and manganese and mercury, molybdenum, magnesium, dysprosium and scandium and cerium and cesium and lead, praseodymium and platinum, plutonium, palladium, promethium, potassium, polonium and tantalum, technetium, titanium, tellurium and cadmium and calcium and chromium and curium. There's sulfur, californium, and fermium, berkelium, and also mendelevium, einsteinium, nobelium, and argon, krypton, neon, radon, xenon, zinc, and rhodium, and chlorine, carbon, cobalt, copper, tungsten, tin, and sodium. These are the only ones of which the news has come to Harvard. And there may be many others, but they haven't been discovered.
Thank you very much. I don't take any credit for any of these because these were all done by other people. I have only put things together and presented it to you. However, I should say something about the Linus Pauling video, which I could not play because of the time. I wanted to save some time. In that video, Linus Pauling said when he was a 13-year-old child, one of his friends showed him 3 experiments and he decided to be a chemist then and there. I have shown you 3 on video and 7 over here, total of 10 experiments. And I do hope that there are some Marie Curies and Linus Paulings in the audience who will take up chemistry for your career and bring happiness to us and to the country. With this, I would like to thank all of you again, volunteers, both from the staff side and from the student side, ISER Berhampur, and finally, thank you all very much for your patient hearing.
Okay, thank you, Professor Maitra. Maybe we'll take a couple of questions.
I'm done in 107 minutes.
Good evening, sir. I am Shivaji from APS Gopalpur. Sir, have you noticed that balloon that was first flying over and now it became down? So, sir, which gas was present in that? You don't even
This was hydrogen, but when you consider that a lighter gas would float, you also have to include the weight of the gas and the weight of the balloon. Okay, hydrogen being the lightest gas, it starts to diffuse to the balloon. All right. So initially it was much bigger. So the lift was more. Okay. So the weight of the hydrogen gas plus the weight of the balloon is what you should consider, and how much is the weight of this amount of air. So with time the hydrogen diffuses out, so the weight of it decreases, the buoyancy decreases and it sinks. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
I am Chinmay from DePaul. My question is that why did you steer that continuously during that luminescence, that last experiment?
Okay, good question. I started swirling it because I had methylene chloride, dichloromethane, which is an organic solvent which is not miscible with water. Then I added hydrogen peroxide, which is in a water solvent. So in order for them to mix, I kept stirring it. If I leave it as it is, you will see a color only at the surface of the two liquids. Just a few drops of hydrogen peroxide and largely the organic solvent. You will not see the color throughout. So by swirling it, I am only trying to mix it or make a suspension of two immiscible solvents like water and oil. Okay, making smaller droplets. Thank you.
Okay, there's a question here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Vidyashri Sahu, and my question is that how do you think chemistry can be used to address pressing environmental issues such as pollution or climate change?
Okay, this is a very, I would say, what is called a loaded question. There are many ways in which chemistry is already contributing to this. For example, I said carbon dioxide, amount of carbon dioxide is going up. So there are many in industry who are trying to find ways of converting carbon dioxide into something else. And they are going to, it is difficult to capture small amounts of carbon dioxide from the source, from the atmosphere. So what they are trying to do is to go to power plants. Power plants produce a lot of carbon dioxide in one place. So they are trying to go to the power plants or other industries generating carbon dioxide, for example, cement industries, take out their emission and convert that carbon dioxide into useful things. But each of us, while chemistry is trying to find solution for this, each of us can also contribute by not using, our own vehicles as much as possible and let our legs do the walking. Okay, so by walking more, you not only become healthy, but you also save fuel. So one of the ways we can contribute to that is by reducing, reusing, and recycling only when it is a must.
Okay, there's a question here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Abhishek Pradhan of PMC Kendriya Vidyalaya Berhampur.
Thank you.
And my question is, another strong bond named methane, can it is breakable or not?
Yeah, methane has strong bonds, but sometimes it is not the strength that determines whether it can be broken, because ultimately you have to find out whether methane can produce other molecules which are more stable. And in this case, methane is a hydrocarbon that burns in oxygen, and that's an exothermic reaction. And therefore, burning methane in oxygen to generate CO2 and water is a more stable process, an exothermic process that generates heat that gives us energy and that essentially is a breakage of CH bonds. You know, HH bond is also very strong in hydrogen, but it burns in oxygen to produce water because this energy is what is called a downhill. So this reaction liberates energy, so it is a spontaneous process.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I'm Amrita from PMC KV
Yeah.
Gopalpur. So my question is that you said that something which is shock sensitive should be stored in the wet condition and not in the dry condition. But is it only valid for elements? Because electricity, you cannot justify the statement for electricity or other stuff like that.
Okay, electricity is a different form of energy, all right. Electricity, of course, is not something that you want to, you know, you cannot store electricity in a wet condition or dry condition, right. It's basically a voltage difference between two. So it applies only to molecules and materials which are shock sensitive. Okay. Yeah.
Good evening. Hello. Hello. Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
My name is Bhavesh Panigrai from Delhi Public Senior Secondary School. Sir, as you told that chemistry is very beautiful and useful in life. So how can we handle exceptions of chemistry which are useful in life, and how can we know that there is an exception here?
Okay, it's a very good question. In fact, in the course that I teach for PhD students, you can sit down. You know, when we teach about chemistry or any subject for that matter from high school onwards, to understand many of the processes and phenomena, you need to go very deep into a subject. Now, if I start writing such equations in class 7 or 8 or 9, it will only confuse the student because you are still in the learning process. So that is why many of the things that are taught at the early stages of your student life, both in high school and college, are simplified and in some cases oversimplified. But as you go along, you will learn more about the exceptions. For example, when I teach my course, every day I come up with a molecule, I show a molecule which is very unique. It doesn't follow any of the existing rules. For example, there are rules like Bread's rule, Huckel's rule, and it is important to know that there are molecules which are exceptions to the rules and they do not follow the rules. So they do exist. There are many exceptional molecules, they have exceptional properties. Okay, that is why there is a lot of research that's also going on. But your point is valid that we need to also recognize at your stage that there are exceptions to many of the rules, and you will learn more about them as you move further up.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a doubt that I have seen another example of chemoluminescence,
where
a stick is made with inside it some chemicals are there. When you snap little bit, it will flow a blue luminescence.
Yeah.
So, sir, what's the mechanism in it?
It is basically the same thing. Yeah. So I basically mix the oxidizer and the fluorescent molecule in a conical flask. In these tubes, which there was a company called Bioluminescence or the fluorescent sticks, these two solutions are kept separate. Okay, and when you snap them, they get mixed together and they will emit a light. These are called glowing tubes or Bioluminescence tubes, and they all have an oxidizer and a dye, basically some form of a molecule that supplies chemical energy, largely hydrogen peroxide based, and a dye which gives a visible color change, visible emission. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good
Yeah.
afternoon,
Hello.
sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Narayan Patnaik. I am from PM Shri Kendra Vidyalaya Barampur. My name is Swarup Narayan Patnaik. Sir, you showed the luminescence in the tube, test tube, as you showed. Sir, I wanted to know how much time will it take to stop the light? How much time it would take the light to glow? And how can we, if we want to extend that glowing period, then how we can extend that?
Okay, this is also a good question. The time for which you can see the glow depends upon many factors. And one of them is also the stability of the dye that I am using. As you have seen that the yellow light or the orange light disappeared in a very short time, because I am using some chemicals which also react with the dyes. Not only are they chemically excited, but they also undergo chemical reactions. So some molecules which undergo decomposition do not show light for a very long time. Pyridine is a very stable one, but this cannot be used as a light source, okay, primarily because hydrogen peroxide is very expensive as a energy rich material. Okay, you can use for specialized applications, but not as a cheap source of light. Some of these dyes are also very expensive. So chemiluminescence is not a viable way of generating light. Okay.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, sir. I'm Karthik Pradhan from PMC Kednivedapalpur. As the earlier slides that you have shown, it were about sustainability. So if in any process we give energy, it's not 100% efficient. We lose some percent of energy, thus diminishing the purpose of sustainability which we depend our lives on. So what are the factors that are prohibiting us from reaching the milestone of 0% energy loss?
Okay, there are, in some cases it is actually a law that prevents you to achieve 100% efficiency. For example, in the heat engines, you cannot get 100% efficiency. Okay, that is one of the reasons why people are switching to electric cars, because electric cars are much more efficient. It's not that electric cars are non-polluting, because you have to generate the electricity somewhere, but it is in a concentrated form, and there you can take care of the polluting molecules like carbon dioxide in a different way. But then electric vehicles also, they don't pollute the city air, but somewhere you are generating CO2. There are also issues about the batteries, rechargeability, the raw materials for the batteries, for example, lithium and cobalt are in short supply. So it's a question of sustainability towards energy usage is very, very critical, and many people are still trying to figure out if there is a better way to reduce the energy loss. But yes, this is an active area of research. Even if you reduce the energy loss by 2%, you gain a lot.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Good evening, sir. I am Som Raj from DAB Public School, and my question is, sir, you showed us a special kind of glass which turns pink when cold liquid is poured into it.
Yes.
Nowadays, there are many cups which are completely black, and when we pour a hot substance, it shows us an image behind it. So, can you tell us how that works?
No, many of these color change, thermochromic materials, okay, they undergo a change. If it is an inorganic compound, typically it undergoes a change in the crystal structure. Whereas if it is an organic compound, it changes its chemical structure. Okay, so without knowing the specific example, it is hard to say which molecule or which material is involved. I showed you only 2 examples, but many of these molecules are also proprietary molecules. So we don't know exactly what is used there. So without knowing more details, I won't be able to answer your question more accurately. Okay?
Okay, fine.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello? It's working.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Anvesha from DAV school. My question is, as we see the experiment of the fluorescent, we see the color fades away. But like the living organism, like the fireflies and the blue jellyfish that glows in deep water, how they continuously glow means their color fades away.
Yeah,
but
that is because any living system is always continuously providing energy. For example, if I do not eat, I won't be able to move around, right? So similarly, we added only a small amount of energy giving chemical like hydrogen peroxide. So as soon as all the hydrogen peroxide is used up, or the fluorescent molecule gets destroyed because of chemical reaction, the color goes away. But in a living system, it is continuously producing the energy. Okay,
it produces the hydrogen peroxide continuously.
It uses not hydrogen peroxide, it uses atmospheric oxygen. Depending, mostly it is atmospheric oxygen which is used as an oxidant for most of the bioluminescent organisms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. I'm Nivedita from DePaul School.
Yeah.
Sir, in the elephant toothpaste experiment, NaI was the catalyst, but NaHCO3 cannot be used because sodium is not involved as a catalyst. Iodine plays the role.
Right.
So, can we use a compound where iodine bonds with any other element?
No, you need iodide as an anion. If I am using, for example, an inorganic iodide like methyl iodide, it will not work. It is I minus in any form will work. If I use mercuric iodide, it will not work because HgI2 is insoluble in water. It may work to a very limited extent, but I need a water soluble form of I minus. If I use HgI2 or PbI2 lead iodide, it will not work simply because these are insoluble molecules.
So this is the only compound which
Sodium, potassium, lithium, any other salt of iodide, calcium iodide, all of them will work.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, sir. I am Prabhas from DePaul. Sir, since you have talked about that you have an ambition to go to Mars, that the picture is so I got remembered something about the space.
Use this.
Sir,
yeah.
As you have given a picture of Mars that you are very much keen to go, so I got remembered something about the space, the use of chemistry in space. I don't know about the Mangalyaan or the mission Mangal, but I have seen the film there. So there is an, as ISRO is known for its cost-effective missions that are successful also. So in the mission Mangal, there is an use of plastic that is within Wolverine material and all those things which are cost-effective. So in future, we are hoping for more and large missions that can need a large investment. But do you think that these type of chemistry applications can be used to reduce cost and to make such type of more successful missions that can be an inspiration for something like that?
Well, I think this is a very difficult question to answer because, all of you can actually go to the NASA website and get a boarding pass. That doesn't guarantee you a space in the mission because the human space travel to Mars is not yet done even by astronauts, and therefore public visiting Mars and doing a show like this in Mars is really, more imagination than anything else. But yes, we still need to see whether costs can be cut for such missions, but more important than that, mission is one thing, but the Mars's atmosphere is still not inhabitable because of high carbon dioxide content and very little oxygen, and the atmospheric pressure is very low, surface temperature is very low. So unless we can address some of these problems, human being going to Mars to colonize Mars is really an imagination than anything else. Okay. Thank you for the question.
Okay, let us thank Professors Maitra and Maitra for this wonderful event. So,
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Uday Maitra and Samit Maitra again for this wonderful talk and experiments. And so there were so many good and interesting questions over the past two sessions, and we have selected few for them for the prize distribution. May I request Professor Ashok Ganguly and Professor Anil Kumar to come up on stage so that we can distribute this prize. So I'm going to call the names of the selected students one by one, and I request you to come to the stage and collect your prize. Akshi from APS Gopalpur. Ashiana Naik from Sankalp Senior Secondary School. Chinmayi from DePaul School. Shivaji from APS Gopalpur. Bhavesh Panigrahi from DPS Secondary School. Kartik Pradhan from KV Behrampur. Congratulations. I now request Professor Ashok Ganguly to kindly deliver the concluding remarks.
So we have come to the end of 2 days of enchanting science. If I were a student at your age and listening to these lectures, I might have gone much higher, maybe not director of IISER Barampur, I might have gone to the Mars Institute of Academy or someplace. Uday is going with a boarding pass, I could have thought, because the kind of lectures you are listening at school level, it is unthinkable. You are getting the lectures from the best in their field in our country who have given lectures. As you see, Professor Uday Maitra has given lectures from all over the world, right? He is also India's representative to IUPAC. All of you know about IUPAC. He is India's representative. He is currently also the president of the Chemical Research Society of India. So, all of you should remember this occasion. Of course, we will keep on doing this kind of science engagement programs, but I am sure your schools will send different students next time, because the students change. The last time who came, is there any student who has come second time? We have done 2 or 3 times. So maybe some students are there who have come second time, or we have done 3 times. So far, I joined IISER Barampur. But we do a lot of outreach in schools. We go to schools, and IISER Barampur takes pride. We are known now in the country that we take outreach very significantly. It's part of the national education policy of the government of India that all our resources, etc., is for the benefit of society. So one of the benefits of society is to convey to remote corners of the country, even into the small schools. I have gone to schools in the remotest parts in Odisha and other states of India. The aim is that at their age, when they are studying in class 5, 7 in a village school, it is unthinkable that an IIT professor they will see. So I have gone as IIT Delhi professor to school where children have never seen a train. In interior Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh and Sikkim. I have gone to the last school in North Sikkim. The other side is China border. So unless we go, there may be a Ramanujam, one C.V. Raman in that school. Our interaction, which I said in the morning, is to create a spark in one such student who may be very shy in class, very quiet in class, but has that interest of science or mathematics or engineering within himself. And once that spark is lit, then not much has to be done. He will find a way, or she will find a way. So our job is to create a spark. And as I said in the morning, even if 3 students out of 300 become something, our time and energy, 8 people, all director material of national institutes are here in Barampur, spending 2 days. Imagine the time, and if you convert into money, this time is enormous. We are spending this time, apart from our own work of research, teaching, administration, which we are doing all the time, to convey to young students who would never have the fortune to meet a professor of IIT Delhi or IIT Kanpur or IISc Bangalore, till they come to that level. So how many of you would have gone to IISc Bangalore? Very few. But today, entire 300 students. Out of these 300 students, even 10, if they make it to IITs or IISc, that is a big number from her. But you are all 300 seeing them in live. But maybe only 10 will come to some IIT or some IISc or some IISER or IIM. Maybe. That too maybe. How many lakhs give IIT exam? Right? So how many we take? Very few. So you are having a chance of seeing them in Ganjam district, in Berhampur, in Odisha. Many of them have never come to southern part of Odisha, other than Bhubaneswar. So it is our job, that is why this institution has been created, to bring top talent, not only in India, abroad. We just did an international meeting in November, where 50 different invitees from 25 countries participated in Ganjam. We held a meeting in Mayfair, of course. So that's our aim, that an institute of this kind, government designs and makes in a part of the country, that whole part, region has to grow. And that is our aim. We'll continue to do more and more outreach with more regular repentance, but bringing a national, like bringing 10 people from different IITs, ICERs and ISC, that we may be able to do once in a while, once in a year. But we ourselves, ICER Berhampur faculty, do lot of outreach. Our faculty does lot of outreach. And we do science days in campus when we call children to our campus. I don't know, how many of you have come to our campus during science day or something? Anybody? We call lot of schools in our neighborhood, in Markendi and all this place. So I don't know, some central schools, so one or two hands I see. So we have seen lot of things like that. I see Uday is leaving, he has to worry, okay. So thank you for all those things that my colleagues came from far away and gave their time. I thank all of them. I thank again Professor Dr. Nihar Patra, the convener of the organization, and his colleagues from the library team, and many of our staff who helped in coordinating this meeting, and especially many of our faculty are sitting here. Tushar is sitting, Somrita is sitting, Dr. Dehuri is sitting. Bye bye, see you. I know you have to go. I see you. And I see Dr. Parida is there. I think Vyas was there yesterday. Rahul was there. So many of our faculty and many of our students, as you see, helped in making these experiments possible. So it takes a lot of time, energy, and money. And I told you the kind of money that is required to hold a meeting like this. Only a national institute can spend that kind of money. Okay? So it is for all of you that we are doing this kind of thing. And I hope some of you would have got something to look forward to, and please follow your passion. All of you don't have to become scientists, but follow your passion and enjoy whatever you do. And with these words, I want to thank finally the teachers of the schools. Always you should consider your teachers. They are giving you so much information, so much guidance in school. And so never forget your teachers, okay? So I always remember my teachers, okay? So thank you. Thanks everybody. And thank you for coming.
Thank you, Professor Ganguly, for your remarks. I now request Dr. Nihar Patra on stage to give the vote of thanks.
गुड इवनिंग। जब तक आप चुप नहीं रहोगे मैं नहीं बोलूंगा, जब तक मैं नहीं बोलूंगा आपको सर्टिफिकेट नहीं मिलेगा, है कि नहीं? So you know we have put 4 banners here, 4 5 banners. Which sentence you like from this banner? Good. Explore, engage, excel, dive the world of chemistry, physics, computer science, biology, innovate and apply. How do you know that you have done it? When you reach some good stage and accomplish some things, then you know that you have done some things, right? So आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट दैट जब आप कोई अच्छा बन जाओगे तब हो सकता है हम लोग यहाँ पे रहेंगे नहीं रहेंगे, लेकिन इंस्टीट्यूट हमेशा रहेगा। एक मेल कीजिए हम लोगों को दैट आई हैव अटेंडेड दिस सेमिनार, द 10 and 11th January science outreach seminar, and I have reached to this position, so that institute will know that you have reached to that positions. Right? Now the time is to give the vote of thanks. So, as you know that with the curtains of this enriching 2-day seminar on science in this community, advancing science populations Odisha. So, I, Nihar Patra, stand here with a heartful of gratitude to extend our deepest appreciations to everyone who contribute to the success of these events. First and foremost, let us express our profound gratitude to our Honorable Director and Chairpersons of the seminar, Professor Ashok Ganguly. His visions and leaderships have been cornerstone of this initiative, and his steadfast commitment to science outreach continue to inspire us all. Our heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Ms. Madhumita, Jilla Parishad Ganjam. Our special note of appreciation goes to our distinguished speakers, Professor Udaya Maitra, Professor Rajesh Prasad, Professor P.S. Anil Kumar, Professor Bhaskar Kansari, Professor Pramit K. Chaudhary, Professor Colin Paul, Professor N.G. Prasad, Professor Priti Ranjan Panda, Professor Samita Maitra, Professor Gitanjali Das, and our esteemed director, Professor Ganguly sir. Your thought-provoking talks and demonstrations have brought significant concepts to life, sparking and curiosity and inspiring minds across generations. To the students and teachers, you, the beating heart of these seminars, thank you for your active participations and curiosity. Your questions and enthusiasm have transferred the seminars into a vibrant platform for learning and actions. I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee members, Dr. Rita Brata Sengupta, Dr. Vyas Akondi, Dr. Rahul Sharma, Dr. Samrita Ray, Dr. Tushar Chakrabarti, Dr. Prabhat Parida, Dr. B.R. Salvi, Mr. Snashish Da for their tireless efforts in planning and executing these events. Your dedications has been backbone of this program success. A special thanks goes to our registrar, Sri Pradeep Raji, Senior Assistant Registrars, Mr. Dharmendra, Mr. Manjunath, Mr. Swarup, our Technical Officer, Bikram Sahu, for their seamless coordinations and unwavering support. To the various team members who work behind the scene, the computer centers, director office, transportation team, Mr. Sanjay Mudili, Mr. Shiva, guest house staffs, security personnel who is handling the Mr. Mudili. Thank you for ensuring every logistic details was taken care of. A special thanks to my dedicated silent library team, Mr. Snashish, Mr. Sai Sangita, Mr. Arun, Ms. Raji Lakshmi, for their contributions in making this event a success. I also extend our gratitude to the sponsors, that is Elsevier Publishings, Wiley Publishings, IOP Publishings, for their literal financial support, which played a vital role in successful execution of these seminars. To our anchor, Dr. Natasha, Dr. Chinmaya, Dr. Prabhat, Dr. Samrita, Dr. Tushar, thank you for steering these events with such force and professionalism. A heartfelt thanks also to the students, volunteers, and everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scene to make this seminar a resounding success. Finally, awards thanks to the press and media for covering this event and ensuring its reach to a wider audience. So, as you conclude, let us carry forward these insights and inspirations again here to strengthen science education and awareness in Odisha and beyond. Together, let us continue fostering a spirit of inquiry, curiosity, and motivation in our committees. Thank you all for being the part of this meaningful journeys. Look forward more such collaboration in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patra. This officially concludes this science outreach events, but I have a few important announcements to make. So now is the time to distribute the participation certificates for the each schools. So I will read the names of the schools present today, and I request the teachers to come one by one and collect their participation certificate. And I request Dr. Patra, if you can come on stage and hand the participation certificates over to the teacher. So first, Army Public School, Gopalpur. Aryan Public School, Aska. Vinayak Acharya College, Behrampur. DAV Public School, Behrampur. DePaul School, Behrampur. Delhi Public Senior Secondary School, Behrampur. Government Science College, Chhatrapur. Government Queen of the Mission High School, Behrampur. Odisha Adarsha Vidyalaya, Karapalli. PMC Kendriya Vidyalaya, Behrampur. PMC Kendriya Vidyalaya, Gopalpur Military Station. Sankalp Senior Secondary School, Behrampur. And last but not least, VV Giri Girls High School, Behrampur. Thank you, Dr. Patra. So the bus that will take you to Transit Campus in Behrampur will depart at 6:15 from outside of this venue. And I now request you to collect packed snacks which will be distributed just outside of this auditorium. Thank you all. Thank you for your participations.